patiently waiting for. Today's Opie and Anthony Show starts now.
Die Europäische Zentralbank legte den Referenten.
This is the Opie and Anthony Channel, XM 105, Sirius 206.
And now, a show the likes of which America's never seen. So appalling, so offensive, yet so entertaining.
It's not your normal show.
Beamed from satellites in space down to you every single day.
What planet are we living on?
It's the Opie and Anthony Show with Opie.
We're experts, and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up.
And Anthony.
I live in a big house, I make a lot of money, and I fuck attractive girls.
And little Jimmy.
I don't even like in our opening, it sounds like a little...
You dang open hand and don't listen to dang open hand.
Stop with that shit.
And now, here they are. Why am I introducing these buffoons? I'm William Shatner, goddammit.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Let's do it. Morning.
Monday morning. Good morning. How you doing, everybody?
You notice he talks basketball, too?
No. I think he customizes his greeting for everybody.
Right.
So after a while, he figures out what you're into, what you do, and then he talks to you about it. Like, I know he waits for Yankees for me.
Oh, no, I was eavesdropping.
Oh, okay.
He gets together with the rest of the boys, and they talk basketball.
Oh, I thought like he came in and he goes, good morning. How about them Knicks? Good morning.
Well, no, he was shocked that the Knicks didn't win yesterday.
Right.
I don't know if should be shocked. The Knicks were behind most of the game and had had to get a big comeback going, and then stupid Paul Pierce. You saw the shot, right?
Yeah, that was a good shot.
Forcing it into overtime, and then the Knicks fell apart. So, and Jeremy Lin had another just average game.
I still can't get in. I still can't get in though because March Madness isn't over yet. So, brackets. Brackets.
Well, here's the thing with Jeremy Lin. They're still calling it Linsanity, this and that.
Linsanity.
As he settles down to a better-than-average player right now. He's just settling down, but they're still trying to push that Linsanity.
Like it's superstar, like Michael Jordan revisited.
Like it's still happening that first week or so. Right now, it's just kind of becoming what it's going to be.
Yeah.
He's going to be a very good point guard for the Knicks. Absolutely. But he's not going to be in the same league as that Deron Williams from the New Jersey Nets, who scored 57 points yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Highest point total for the year. And that stupid you don't want to hear this shit. Sorry.
What?
Fucking Rondo just lit it up for the Celtics. This guy's ridiculous. He did something that most players have never done. He had like a triple
bogey?
He had a triple bogey on the final hole.
Oh.
Yeah, fair enough. I should shut up.
Triple bogey.
Fair enough, sir. And Tiger Woods did a 62 yesterday.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, just when you totally forget about him, he does something that's pretty amazing.
Well, he didn't win the tournament, though.
No.
Rory McIlroy did. Good old Rory McIlroy. Who is a little funny looking for a kid.
Yeah.
But he's now the number one ranked golfer in the world.
Yep.
And he's a young kid.
Back to the whites.
Back to the whites.
Title goes back to the whites.
So that's got to make you happy.
Yeah,
although Tiger hasn't been number one in a while now.
No. Back to the
whites.
It's pretty terrible.
It was a good sports day though.
Yeah.
What did you do yesterday?
Oh, no sports at all.
No.
Yesterday was kind of a relax day because Friday and Saturday were taken up with a lot of drinking.
Yeah.
Hanging out, compound shows, things like that. I had a drunken compound karaoke Saturday. I was drinking a lot of wine, so I even tweeted it. My crap looked like fucking obsidian. It was like fucking black.
Really?
Black tar heroin.
Really?
But that's, that was about it, though. I stayed home. Didn't do much. I like home. I love home.
You like just settling in, huh?
Yeah, you know what? And then I'm starting to look out at the pool because I know soon that's coming up. So, and I got my little thing from the pool company saying, "Hey, opening time is right around the corner, so fill out this shit so you can pay us."
When's the earliest you could open the pool up?
Dude, with this year,
April?
I'm totally gunning on April 1st opening.
Holy crap!
Yes, start heating that water up. Let's roll.
Is that too early though? Because you're insane.
I know I'm crazy like that, but
no, you're just insane in general. So
yeah, but it's not.
But April's all right.
I don't think it. I think that is all right.
Well, did you talk to the pool people?
No.
So what are they telling you?
I don't care what they say. Open the goddamn pool. At least the jacuzzi could get heated up.
I think it's going to be in the 70s this week.
Yes.
What the fuck happened, man, with this winter? I'm not complaining, but something's got to hit us on the other side, man.
You think there's got to be some kind of repercussions?
Well, look at the tornadoes.
Yeah.
Is it even tornado season? I don't think it's tornado season.
Not yet. It's a little early for tornadoes, but they've had some whoppers down there. They've killed quite a few people.
You hear about the one town that got hit twice in 10 months?
Yeesh. Oh, man, 10 months is just enough
10
time.
10 months. Like 10 months ago, a tornado comes through and destroys the whole fucking town, right? They rebuilt like they do. And they got hit again.
That's just enough time to start like really rebuilding and getting shit done, and then
getting it together and comes right back.
At that point, you got to understand the Lord hates you.
Well, you know what? There's a video of a lady like using all her prayer stuff.
Oh yeah.
Basically, the tornado's coming right for her house, and maybe we can find the video. I should have tweeted you guys or emailed you guys. And she's trying to make the tornado move away from her house.
Was she Gandalf? You shall not pass. She's got a scepter.
It's close to that, but she's trying to will it away with prayer. Prayer. You can't petition the Lord.
You can't petition the fucking tornado with prayer.
You can't petition the Lord with prayer. Is this it?
Boy. Is that it? That's her.
Take it away from us, Lord.
Oh, boy.
Take it, Lord.
Sounds like
Take it,
Carrie.
Lord. Take it away from us.
They'll see your dirty pillars.
She's
speaking in tongues.
She's got the good shit.
Take this up away from our home.
She's got the good prayer shit.
You take this away from us.
Obi-Wan
Take it up
Kenobi.
away from our home. Take it away from this town. Lord, you
It's coming right for her.
Take it all away from us. Take it all away from us. I give you praise. I give you glory. Take this away from us. Holy Ashtan, you take this bottle away from us.
Armand
Lord.
Asante.
Father, in the name of Jesus, you take him. Lord, I am not afraid of you, Lord, and you know it.
Gabagool.
Well, if you listen to the end of the video, you hear that she's off camera a little bit because she's taken off. Because the tornado took the house. The Lord wasn't listening.
The Lord was not
The
even
Lord
listening.
was not listening.
And she had some of that hardcore prayers, yo.
Oh, yeah.
She
That's
knew,
speaking
like,
in tongues shit.
speaking in tongues. She was throwing some names in there that we know Jesus and
Right,
stuff, but
right.
she's throwing other names in there. She had her hands up like she was trying to use a force push
Right.
against the fucking tornado.
Well, the Lord created the tornado for whatever reason, right?
Yeah.
And then, that's kind of selfish to go, look, Lord, don't take my house, take my neighbor's house.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
kind of selfish. You
Yeah,
should
that
just-
tornado's got to go somewhere.
You should
She's pushing it away like a pinball machine.
Well, you should understand that the Lord developed the tornado.
Yeah.
Created the tornadoes. And if you're a child of Jesus, you should just let it happen.
because God...
Because it's God's will.
and he's not going to do anything wrong because he's pretty much infallible. You
Right,
know?
of course.
So if he made the tornado, you sending it away is pretty pompous.
It really is.
But really,
It didn't work.
Have you ever wanted to see anybody killed by a tornado more?
More than that woman.
I've never rooted for someone to die in a tornado. This is the first time ever.
Go back to the last 10
That
seconds.
was horrible.
Because you hear her voice is sort of fading because she's now getting the hell out of there.
But it did take the home?
That's what I heard. If my info is wrong, please correct me.
It should have anyway.
Hit it.
Praise, I give you glory. Take this away from us. Holy Ashtan, you take this bottle away from us, Lord. Father, in the name of Jesus, you take him. Lord, I am not afraid of you, Lord. and
See,
you
she's
know it.
bailing. She's bailing.
Like, as she
She's
walks
backing away.
backwards toward the root cellar. And, fuck this.
See, I think we talked about it last week. I don't know how you live in an area that has tornadoes all the time, man. That's
Tornadoes are scary. You know what?
At least with a hurricane or something, you just know you
got time.
got time. You got 2 weeks time.
Yeah, you got time.
With a tornado, it just comes down out of the sky. You have no time. They can't figure that out still.
It's literally a monster. It's just because it isn't
It's a sky monster.
A living, breathing thing. It is a monster. If you went to if we didn't have tornadoes, and we went to like another planet and a tornado hit,
Yeah.
people would be like shooting at
Absolutely.
it. What is that thing?
And they can't really warn people too much.
No, they've gotten much better, but they still just drop out of nowhere.
Right. Those are the ones that are just brutal.
I bet you helicopter rides through those are pretty bumpy.
Oh, I bet. Pretty bumpy.
Which video is this one?
More tornado stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people are getting their tornado videos all over the internet, but...
Yeah, that's one thing with the advent of the cell phone and things like that with the cameras and video on it. You get a lot more video of things that happen, like tornadoes and whatnot.
You watch the news? Because the news...
What were you, Iraq?
You watch the news? The news couldn't wait to announce that baby died.
Oh, right.
And they are just fucking milking that, making sure we all get sad, even the people that don't like children and babies.
That one baby that survived?
That died.
You know what? The whole family died, right? That was the last survivor?
Yeah.
Right.
Would they find it like a mile away or some shit?
Something like that, but it survived.
Baby flying through the fucking air like that.
Flew out of the house, whatever, and ended up in a field, and everyone was like, oh, this is the feel-good story around all this tragedy, and the baby died, and the news couldn't fucking wait to go with it.
Was it an F5? Drop my fork.
But it wasn't even a
From my
feel-good
fork, sorry.
story. It's like the whole family is wiped out, and the kids all bludgeoned in the storm.
Yeah,
and
it's a terrible
That's a
story.
sign that what? God missed one. He's fucking 5 for 6.
He went for a recount and went, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened here?
Yeah, I got a sneaky little shithead. Went back and killed it. Lovely.
So that's just more tragedy for those people down there.
Tragedy.
And quickly to ABC local news here in New York. Stop teasing sports scores, you idiots.
What?
Everyone was watching the Knicks and the Celtics that give a fuck about the Knicks and the Celtics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I turn on the news a little later, and they're like teasing, like, "Well, did Linsanity continue in Boston? We'll tell you."
They love that.
But in this day and age, who doesn't know a sports score?
Yeah, if you got a team you're keeping tabs of on, you're going to know what the score is.
But how many people are possibly finding out for the first time that care
From the news?
from the news that the Knicks lost to the Celtics?
Old people that are dying out
Right.
that don't know how to use any type of computer or computing device.
Right, between phones and
Right.
everything else, and if you're not lucky to, if you couldn't watch the game, of course you're going to search out the score, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it was 2 hours later. Like, you really think you're gonna keep people staying tuned because they don't know who won?
It's that. It's newspapers. I just heard driving in about the newspapers. Yeah.
I heard that too.
It's like a lot of newspapers are now going behind that paywall. You click on. I hate that though. You click on a link to get a story, and it's like, "Hey, register." I would never go, and I'm
Never.
thinking. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, do these news organizations realize people don't pay that?
Right.
It's like, who fucking would pay that? I could get the info elsewhere.
Yeah.
I'll just Google the story I'm looking
be
for,
somewhere else.
and it will be somewhere else for free.
Aren't they making their money on the apps?
On advertising,
No,
they're
the
not
apps,
making any money.
like the paper apps.
Oh, I don't even know.
I mean,
I don't know where they're making their money online.
Yeah, well, they're going for the pay thing, which is stupid because I think that's just going to allow some smaller places to pop up and become bigger news places.
Yeah, I just put the title of the story in Google, and
You
I
can't.
get it somewhere else for free.
I don't think you can make people pay for the news.
Especially
they're
online.
making you pay for their version of the news.
Right.
Let's say it's the LA Times, or I think the stupid Newsday tries to make you pay.
Yeah.
Newsday's a horrible Long Island paper, and they're trying to make you, pay online for it.
I am fucking paying for that shit. The internet, there's nothing that you have to pay for.
Right.
You can find it for free. And I don't even mean bootlegging or anything like that.
Right.
Somewhere information is there for free, and that's where I go.
Yeah,
Fuck paying for it.
It sucks that they're not making money anymore. No one's actually buying newspapers.
Well, that's just it. We're in a phase where people got to figure out a new way to do things.
Right.
A new way to get some money coming in on these news organizations. I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Well, maybe like $50 million per subscriber. Then you only need one.
Imagine.
That's a good platform. Imagine you go to the board meeting and you're like, I have an idea.
It's a brilliant idea.
One subscription and we're set.
And then you just sit at a desk
Waiting
day
for
after
it to
day,
come in.
waiting for that one phone call.
Staring at the phone.
But all you need is the one phone call.
That's all you need.
Would you take that chance?
Oh, yeah.
With your business?
Oh, yeah.
Kentucky with the tornadoes. I don't know. Those people are fuck. I don't know. They're either stupid or really brave. I think it comes down to this.
I've seen him in interviews, and I wouldn't say brave.
You wake up.
Wow.
You wake up as a human being. I think you wake up as a human being around 12 years old.
Yeah.
And then realize your surroundings, like, oh, I'm from Long Island. Oh, my dad. Oh, he's from Queen. Oh,
You got a bit of a history.
You start figuring everything out, and I think what happens is these people don't leave because it's generational.
And they
you don't
just
want to be the
stay
first family to go, you know what? This tornado shit's fucked up. Let's move somewhere else.
Yeah, get
So
the fuck out of there.
I think they're stuck there because I think we all think about it. It's like if you didn't have to worry about your like close friends and extended family, why wouldn't you move to a cooler place?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
That is true. It's usually based on family, and you usually stay around the place that you were raised.
Right.
Most people do.
And I think
Sit
that's
at the local bar talking about your big football play in high school.
And I think that's the case in some of these tornado areas.
Why wouldn't they stick around, get the job at the mill that their grandfather and father had? You get that good job for a good wage. Jesse Dixon.
That's not a good job, man. That's not worth sticking around for.
Oh, Literal Jim.
It really is a shit life.
Oh, terrible.
Fucking, you're just making ends meet, and your wife's still fat, and you got to look up and see God's wrath coming down on you. And you're like, oh, how merciful.
At least date rape goes with impunity. You could pretty much date rape in your local yokel neighborhood like that, and no one says anything.
You gotta, yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly they got 3 inches of snow after the tornadoes too. Wow.
And then flaming hail and a storm of frogs.
Yeah. You know what?
It's Revelation every Tuesday.
No kidding. You know what I would love to do? Is go to the local church this Sunday. You know, it's like barely standing, if standing at all, but you know they'll have service in a field somewhere, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I want to talk to those people. Like, really?
You're
going
people.
to church still?
Gather around me, people. I
Right.
got something to say. Yeah.
Are you really going to church still?
We're gonna, we're praying real hard, and we're gonna rebuild this, and everything's gonna be all right. It's like, what? No, no. You got to learn from experience and mistakes. And
Look, whatever gets you by. Who am I to say? But the last thing I would be doing after a tornado that took out half my family in my house was go to church.
Mysterious Ways, Opie. You forget that Mysterious Ways thing.
You too.
Yeah, you too. That's what I was talking
Love
about.
the you too.
He moves in mysterious ways.
I love it.
Yeah.
So that was one of the big stories that people are
Over to
dealing
work.
with. So you guys hear about Kirk Cameron?
Holy shit.
You want to go there?
This
'Cause
guy
we were
went
talking about God.
He went that crazy route.
He
Why was Alan Thicke compelled to have to comment on him? I was his television dad.
Oh, really? That's what he's saying?
Yeah.
Like he's...
It's like, what? Why Alan? People are looking for Alan Thicke for some kind of explanation as to why he raised a lunatic's television son.
Kirk Cameron's just a dick.
He's a douchebag.
He's a fucking asshole. And I'm slightly close to this because someone I knew pretty well in college married Kirk Cameron.
Oh,
really?
That's got to be a
And
treat.
she was the coolest broad, and she was an actress and started. She came down to New York. She was doing really well, and then she was on a whole bunch of stuff. Matter of fact, she was on Cheers.
Yeah.
I think she got a little role in Seinfeld. I think she did one of those Seinfeld shows where she was dating Jerry for half the episodes. She was one of those girls that was
50
in a
girl.
lot of shit. And then she fucking ran into Kirk Cameron and disappeared and had 8 kids for the fucking guy.
Oh, man.
And she said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Nothing." They're like, "All right."
She was in a lot. She was in a lot of major shows. Right.
I knew her pretty well in college. I mean,
Cheers?
I'm not going to say we kept touch or anything, but back in that, when I was in college, we certainly knew her and hung out a little bit.
She was in Cheers, Who's the Boss, Full House, Days of Our Lives. She had an ongoing stint.
Days? Who did she play in Days?
Yeah.
Ooh, do tell. Ooh, do dish. Do dish.
Yeah, she started in soap operas right out of college, I believe, and then made Days of Our Lives. She was on Days of Our Lives for a long time.
Then went into Growing Pains. She was on there for a while.
Oh, that's how she probably met him.
Well, that's
Wow, she's fucking hot.
She did an episode of, and then
you have
gotta
no
s-
idea. That's an older picture of her, man.
She's lovely.
I mean, a newer picture, I should say.
I'd switch. You know what? I'll bet you she fucked the heathen right out of him. He was probably not even. He was an atheist, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then
she
religion.
fucked God into his life.
Was he an atheist?
I think he went from atheism to I don't know if it's evangelical or much more hardcore Christian.
So maybe she brought the God in him.
Yeah.
This girl was beautiful. I don't know what she looks like now.
Carried God in that vessel vagina.
Believe me,
of hers.
if she put her vag on my face, I'd badmouth the
that's
gays
it.
for her. Why not?
Her vag was the holy grail. He drank from it.
What a douche he is.
Yeah, these are newer pictures. You got to see when she was younger, man. Holy
Dude, she's
fuck.
beautiful, though.
She's still beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but how many kids did she have for Kirk Cameron? I feel like we should get a Geneseo crew
Bang that
together
thing up.
and try to fucking rescue her.
But then again, did Piers Morgan ask him? Because there's a really weird.
Got the clip so we can find out.
As much as I don't like what he said, and I think he's a twat, he does have the right to his opinion. Just like Miss America, you can't penalize somebody because you ask them for their opinion and they offer an opinion you don't like.
That you don't like. Exactly.
There's a difference between that and going on an anti-gay rant.
Yeah.
So I would like to hear how it got brought
And
up.
by the way, I even have a little more respect for him being such a hardcore Christian, not bending the rules. If you're going to go the Christian route, you can't be like Christians for homosexuality. It's if you're going to go that whole thing about how God doesn't like homosexuals and this that, then you got to take it the full limit.
I don't know. I think, and again,
How do you change religious rules?
I'm
All
no
those people
Bible
are dead.
scholar. I think only once in Leviticus they mention
Leviticus
man laying with another man.
Yeah.
I think that's only mentioned once. I think there are other things mentioned, and that's why I heard somebody arguing that point that the anti-gay religious people are harping on like one thing in the Bible, and there's
Yeah.
other things that are mentioned way more than that.
Yeah,
so somebody could maybe. I'm sure there's people listening out there that don't know what I'm talking about.
I think I saw the same show you saw on that. Tell you the truth.
Yeah, it was called "Gays Were Only Mentioned Once in the Bible."
Right.
It was the name of the show.
Was the gay thing in the Bible kind of vague? That's been interpreted?
No, I said man shall not lay with another man. I think I don't know what else it could be interpreted as, but even if it did say that,
not lay with another man. I think I think he actually. Carl actually.
I got to correct myself. She had 3 kids with Kirk Cameron, and then
Three.
they adopted one. I heard over the years that was a lot more, but I am wrong.
because wasn't the Bible made up from a bunch of stories collected, popular religious teachings that they voted on 300 years after
No,
Christ
they
died?
found out it was actually Mad Libs, the original Mad Libs.
He washed whose feet? Leper. All right, put leper in there.
Leper. That's hilarious. Let me read it back to you now.
And there was a lot of other shit that was written.
Yeah,
And then they kind of took the best stuff and put in the Bible. I want to read that other shit because maybe there's some stuff in that.
The Bible needed an editor. That had to be edited.
Anything about women in the Bible? Like they said that again, I've heard Mary Magdalene was very a part of Christ's ministry and teachings, but she just got written off as a hooker because they didn't put a lot of her stuff in the Bible.
Yo, hooker!
But you had
just thought I was preaching great to you.
Well, what's creepy about religion back then? It had so many more writings. And then the people that had influence when this was all being put together, they decided which ones were going to be the stories and the writings and the teachings.
They voted on
That's
them.
scary to me. I would love to read the whole body.
The original director's cut?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
What would they
I
call
bet you there's some stuff in there that might explain a few things here and there.
a canon or a canonized? And I know I don't know enough about it. I've learned too sporadically about it. But that's why when I look at the Bible,
Pirates shoot at each other's boats and stuff.
what's that? Oh, canons. That was pretty good.
I got pretty good at it, Jim.
So
Oh,
go ahead.
No, I say that's why when they talk about the Bible is the word of God, it's just like, what did he wait so long to get it out for, you literal asses?
Oh, really?
Drives me nuts.
Yeah, think about that.
Drives me nuts.
Yeah, we're my opinion, we're way off on what religion is really about. I think it's been fucked up.
Too much man hands in there.
Yeah,
in the soup.
I would love to see the whole religion thing in its purest form. What is that? That's the question.
It's love, man. Oh, shut up.
But that is the question because it's been fucked with for so many.
Yeah.
Well, a couple thousand years, certainly, right?
Twisted around for man's own fucking convenience and device.
With that, Kirk Cameron's a dick.
Yeah, he is.
In my opinion.
Yeah, he's a douche.
And you know what? He should be able to say whatever the hell he wants, by the way. Don't be fooled. Yeah. Rush Limbaugh, by the way, should absolutely be allowed to say what he did.
What, did he say something bad?
We'll get into that. But everyone was asking me all weekend long. I'm like, he should be allowed to say whatever the fuck he wants.
Of course he should.
Yes.
Especially because he's not a news show. I think, Jimmy, you might have mentioned that over the weekend, or somebody I was talking to.
It's not the news.
It's not the news. Rush Limbaugh's not the news
It's an
officially.
entertainment show. It's entertainment.
A lot of people didn't like what Rush said, but you should fucking defend his right to say it. Wake
Especially
up, people.
broadcasters. It's amazing that there's any broadcaster out there that comes out for anybody's firing or anything like that. It's like, that is, the old there, but for the grace of God, go I.
Who is saying that? Broadcaster?
Me.
Well, besides Media Matters, they target him.
But
what
about other broadcasters? Are they saying, he should be fired?
I don't hear them defending him.
One on the left.
Yeah.
Every broadcaster on the left.
That's how funny we are. Nobody defends the opposing. Like, what he said was kind of, it wasn't pleasant.
No, he's
it
a
was
blowhard,
inappropriate
right.
and not nice, but he has the right to say that.
Of course. That's just basic shit that people got to understand. Whether you're just a guy listening to the show right now or if you're a fellow broadcaster. Or a broad listening to the show as well.
Yeah. And if that woman's going to testify before Congress, hey, good for her. But you can't testify before Congress in a public setting and not expect some people to say things about you that you don't like.
Especially for the subject matter. If he just came out and called her a slut because she's talking about, wanting to raise more money for children or something. But if she's saying she needs 3 G's for birth control, calling her a slut is not out of the fucking realm of comedy and talk radio fair,
She, well, now we're into it, so we'll get back to the Kirk Cameron.
$3,000 on birth control.
But what did she mean by that? No one needs $3,000 for birth control.
When I was growing up and doing some of that fucking.
Right.
I had some condoms around the house.
But
the
how much?
occasional pregnancy test.
But that's what I'm saying. How much is $3,000 worth of?
$3,000.
What does that
I think
entail?
I heard a show where that works out to fucking 3 times a day, every day.
All right, well, that's
for
ridiculous.
a year. And if that's the case, then you're a slut.
But why did she say it that way? Why would she say $3,000 for birth control?
Trying to get people to understand that it's very costly, and the insurance companies need to. If she just came on and said, "Yeah, it's like $100 a year," people would be like, "Ah, fuck you." $3,000 sounds like a lot to a college student.
See, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm in the middle on it because a part of me is like the result of people having kids that they don't want costs me more in the end.
Yeah.
It costs me more money. So yeah, morally, fuck them. But hey, I don't want to pay for it. It's like, hey, if you want to fuck all that, go ahead. But make the guy put a rubber on, stupid.
Right.
Like, why should we have to pay because you don't want to tell a guy to put a rubber on his dick?
And by the way, I don't agree with that.
Me
and
neither.
I don't want
Yuck.
it. That's for sure.
But why should I pay for that?
But please break down the number. I mean, obviously she didn't mean it literally that she needs $3,000.
No, she did.
She probably did.
She did. She's testifying before Congress.
She loves cock.
She needed a number, and she said $3,000 a year on birth control. That would be pills, perhaps pills plus the condom, and a dental dam, and a fucking IUD.
I'm a little out of this story, to be honest with you. So, did she realize she fucked up with her number? Did she have a...
She doesn't think she fucked up.
She still doesn't think she fucked up.
No, she loves $3,000 worth of birth control.
Oh, then what the fuck? Then Russ should say what he said.
Exactly. That's why he said it. He didn't just pull that out of
like
nowhere.
I said, he should be able to say it no matter what.
Exactly.
But he's not that off base then.
Yeah.
I thought she might have fucked up her number and then came out after the fact and said, oh, yeah, I guess I didn't do my math properly.
3 large.
3 large?
Yeah. Crazy, right?
Nah, come on. Are you?
No, that's exactly what she said.
Wow.
And she's sticking to it.
All right. Well, this is Rush. Do we have his apology? He didn't do it.
No, it was written.
Just a written
Excellence
apology.
in broadcasting. Waddle doodle. I apologize.
By the way, fake apology, obviously.
Yeah.
Because he was feeling the heat.
And these cowardly
And we'll say it-
advertisers run.
Well, that's the sad part.
Oh, I know.
The advertisers run these programs now, not the government.
Well, at least a lot of people. Rush has a lot of people that enjoy him,
right?
And they're coming forward and saying that they're going to start boycotting the companies that pull sponsorship.
Finally, somebody fucking does that.
A few others have said that over the years. To be completely
But Rush
honest with
does
you,
have a rabid fucking audience that will make a noise.
But
you
I would
know?
love to see it actually make a noise.
So would I.
Because that would help all broadcasters.
Yes.
You know, and there's people out there that had to get a hold of me. They're like, can't wait for you guys to defend Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, and
well, this is how you defend him because it's America, you idiots. Rush should be able to say whatever the fuck he wants, and the advertisers should fucking relax.
But by the way,
and they shouldn't have as much power as they do. So if his listeners fight back a little bit and hurt an advertiser or two, that's gonna fucking even the playing field.
Where's all you phony liberals out there? This is why the liberals drive me crazy. How about you phony motherfuckers defend Rush even though you don't like him? Because what he said was unpleasant, and maybe it wasn't very nice, but it was absolutely not something he should get in trouble for.
Right.
Where's all the phony people sticking up for this guy's right to say something they don't like or agree with?
I love how quickly people are willing to say, you know, I don't agree with it, but I'll defend his right to say it. They won't even fucking defend the right to say it when nothing is at risk.
There's no way she's getting 3 penises a day. Look at her.
I think she's representing people.
Right.
I think she's more the representative.
Oh, okay.
I don't think any
She looks like
cock
Fan.
is. Yeah.
She should be lucky if she gets 3 a month.
I don't think
3 a day.
I don't think she's getting a lot of what they call the dick.
Someone say we don't understand how birth control works. Really?
Oh yeah.
How?
Evan, even Miney Mo. Who's this? Evan? All right. What's up, Evan?
Just a couple of things. It's like it's not like condoms. When a woman just takes a birth control pill once a day, I mean, I don't know the issue with the cost, but they just take them once a day, so it doesn't matter how much sex you have. If you take one pill, you can have sex 100 times.
No, you're absolutely right. But the point is, why wouldn't she pay for that? And if she doesn't have the money for that, why should I pay for it instead of her making a guy wear a rubber?
Yeah, there's other options, you know.
I think, yeah, I agree with that. I think there's a couple of things. One is that birth control isn't only used for preventing babies. It's also, well, it is preventing babies, but I mean, it's for like, people have like severe acne, a lot of cancer, like certain medications, like you take hormonal, whatever,
Yes.
The stuff is, the pill. And so it's a lot of like saving of cost if you have people preventing pregnancies where you're going to have some damaged baby or whatever.
No, can I interrupt? Not to jump on what you're saying. I agree with you that it can work. 'Cause I had an ex that would take it just because of her mood swings, and certain birth controls actually balanced her out. So she was only kind of a cunt and not a complete one. So it can help there. But this woman was talking about it, I think, just for preventing pregnancy. Like, not because it was...
No. That's not true, Jimmy.
Okay.
She gave testimony in Congress about some other friend of hers who lost an ovary because she had some whatever condition it was. I don't even know.
Okay, Evan, it doesn't matter.
Lippyitis?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
But let me jump in. It doesn't matter why the woman is taking the birth control. The fact is, it's not $3,000 a year. We did some quick math. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, my God.
Shut the fuck up. God, I don't have these conversations in my regular life.
No.
People know when to shut the fuck up. I'm trying to help.
I can't see you. I'm just trying to...
But then the average person will go, holy fuck, he's a little irritated because I'm speaking over him, so maybe I'll just shut up for a minute. But what does this guy do? Well, I can't...
got it.
Evan, I like you. Please. All I wanted to say was we did some quick math here.
Evan?
Please, God, let it talk.
And we did some quick math, and we think it's about $600 a year, not $3,000. My point being, it doesn't matter what.
$1,600.
No, that's for 3 years.
3 years.
So I knocked it down. I did a third of that.
Ooh.
So it's up to $600 a year. So it doesn't matter what they're using the birth control for. It's still only $600 a year.
Yeah, I know nothing about that, the cost issue. Hey, one other thing.
That's why I jumped
Jimmy was calling them phony liberals.
Yes.
It's fine if Rush wants to say it. In terms of this and Lynn and everything else where people are getting all heated up because, there's a backlash, it is the marketplace at work, It's like the liberals have the right to speak up. It's Rush's risk if he wants to say what he wants.
No. But let me ask you a question. And you're right. That's the argument every person uses when they want to find a reason to penalize you for saying something they don't like. Let the market dictate. Yeah. So how about this? When people speak out against gay marriage, why do liberals come and defend gay people's right to get married? I'm tripping on myself here. It's
I know
simply,
what you mean, though. Yeah.
That's the argument people use when they want to penalize you for saying something that they don't like.
I don't necessarily disagree with let the market dictate, by the way. But the problem is that no one, will try to protect their favorite radio shows.
How's my dictate?
We're at a big disadvantage. The people out there have got to fucking wake up and realize how much power these advertisers do have, and they got to push back.
Meaning, if you said I'm for gay marriage, is what I'm trying to say. If you said I'm for gay marriage, and you were going to be penalized for that, like your company was going to get rid of you for saying that, the liberals would come out of the woodwork to defend your right to say that. And they'd be right to defend you. But because you're saying something that's not pleasant or that they don't like, they fucking sit there and they're happy to see him get in trouble. They're absolute phonies.
Well, you guys are right about that. I guess I was getting back to the issue of Lynn. I mean, it's like, you can understand why the NBA, if they're trying to, to make a ton of money in Asia, they're trying to tamp down any kind of shit relating to people talking about Asians and cutting off that market. That's why a lot of that shit gets, cut off, and that's why there's the big furor. I mean, of course, there's a political thing too, but you can understand why ESPN or MSG or any of these other companies or the NBA as a whole is trying to tamp that shit down. They got a lot of money.
What? What is he talking about?
He's saying that it's a financial decision they're making, where if you say something about anti-Lynn, hey, it's like an Asian slam, they're trying to tap the Asian market. Okay, I get that.
That's a stretch, I think.
And I
really do.
Then just say that they're doing that.
Right.
Instead of coming out and being arbitrary with, you get more in trouble for this one than that one.
Right.
I agree. I don't want to get into all that stuff. It went on for a week with you guys. I don't want to.
All right. Someone else is saying that it is $3,000 for uninsured people.
For 3 years, Sam is saying.
3 years? So
That's
did she
$1,000 a
fuck
year.
up by saying $3,000 for a year? Maybe.
No, she said 3 years.
3 years? Oh, for the whole
She
college.
said $3,000 for 3 years. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, how about that?
So
fuck her.
The prices for 3 years.
I still don't want to pay for it.
Wait a minute.
I
So
pay for fucking birth control.
Planned Parenthood, you can get birth control for like $1,600 to $1,800. That's where those numbers are coming from for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
She said contraception for 3 years was $3,000. So there's
it's not.
there's still $1,400
to $1,400 difference between what Planned
Right.
Parenthood is saying and what she said. I got you.
Right.
Gotcha.
There's the booze you got to buy so you can get fucked.
That's true. The motel rooms.
That's it.
And the every once in a while abortion.
Right.
The old oopsie, I forgot to take my pill. Could you drive me to the abortion clinic?
Yes.
How did he call her a prostitute? That to me is like, Jesus, you set yourself up for a lawsuit.
Because she's asking for money in order to have sex.
Oh, okay.
That was the analogy. It's a stretch. It's like, he wasn't literally calling her a prostitute, but
okay.
she's up there saying, hey, in order to have sex, I need you to pay me. So,
well, when this shit comes up, though, the right and the left should be defending, and they don't.
No.
It drives me nuts.
I'm defending.
This right and left shit.
You're defending
I'm defending
your own right to speak. Jesus Christ.
And a lot of people are wondering why Rush didn't get fired, but Imus did get fired. Imus got fired from his TV show. Imus never got fired from his radio show.
Oh. That true?
I don't think they should get fired.
No, he got fired from radio.
That's what he did.
He got TV first.
He didn't get fired from radio? He's still on ABC?
No, he got.
Oh, he went from the fan.
Yeah, he went.
Right,
from
yeah.
Yeah, he got fired.
Oh.
TV first.
Did he? All right.
And then radio.
Did he get fired from all his markets?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I forgot.
Yeah, he
that
got
already.
canned, and then he came back on.
Because I'm obsessed with
Right.
what MSNBC did to the guy.
Oh, yeah,
You're
CBS
fucking
fucked him, too.
right. Shit. Okay.
And a lot of people thought that was a move, by the way, by MSNBC to fuck CBS, because once
Right.
they fired him, CBS would have to.
Well, then, to answer the question, Rush is way more powerful than Imus was when Imus was in his situation.
But even Rush, when the advertisers go, they would eventually fire Rush. But somebody would pick him up, and Clear Channel it would be such a drastic mistake. And they probably said, "Look, this is going to be a mess." And he just maybe he agreed. Okay, I'll write a statement.
Right.
And it wasn't a groveling statement. It wasn't. I've read a lot worse than that.
Yeah, it's fake apology because he felt the heat. Period. But then the dummies out there go, "Oh, well, you apologized. Okay, all right." But I would be that person going, "No, I know it's a fake apology.
Fake, totally fake. He doesn't care.
It's all confusing now."
Yes.
Why is Obama? I think Rush raised the point. Why is Obama, the president, calling this woman? Now he's doing the commencement speech at her college.
God.
And it's like a great point. Did he give Bill Maher back the money? Because Bill Maher was calling Sarah Palin a cunt, which, again, it's fine. She's running for office. He could say that. But where was the outrage over
You're
that?
never going to find it.
It's such fucking phony indignation.
Yeah.
Drives me nuts.
Yep.
Evan, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Right.
Evan.
All right. I'm sorry I yelled at you.
I'm not.
I'm
You
sorry
deserved
though.
it.
I'm
You
gonna,
deserved it.
I'm gonna build that bridge today. We're good. Me and Evan are good.
I'll respect the liberals a lot more when they fucking start defending people who are saying shit that doesn't completely go hand in hand with what they like.
Yeah. Well,
Once,
right. It's got
you
it.
phonies.
Yeah, that's the problem with this country.
I want to like them. I really do. I want to be a fucking liberal. I want to be a flaming left. I shouldn't say flame. I want to be a big lefty.
You do.
I really do.
You and Weeds could hang out.
I agree with them so much on so many things, but with the language and speech, I fucking hate them, and they're as bad as the conservatives.
Yeah.
You guys had a good
Terrible.
debate on Friday, you and Weeds.
I love Weeds, but he's a liberal I like because he's not a language policeman.
You gotta. I didn't bring it in today yet. Weeds
Yeah.
gave me some Vietnam tapes. Holy fuck.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. He was like he had a little mini recorder his friends gave him, or I don't know how it came about, and he was talking about the war and sending him home.
Wow.
And I got a good solid 20 minutes. He's talking about burning villages and piling up the dead bodies and why they're not banging the broads in Vietnam because they all have black teeth.
Holy shit.
And he goes, "Yeah, man, he's like 19 or 20 at the time. Well, he's in his 60s now. So this is 40 some odd years ago. And
He
he's like,
still have that voice back
you could
then?
totally tell it's him,
It was
right?
coming.
And he admits that, anytime we could just, we could grab one of these women in the woods, but why would you want to? They have black teeth.
Wow.
Talking about getting laid, talking about drugs, talking about fucking dead bodies, talking about burning a village. Like real Vietnam shit.
Yeah. Wow, that's fucked up.
I didn't bring it in today, but maybe tomorrow we can play
I'd
some
love
of
to
it.
hear that.
Because, it's like 20 minutes, but it's worth it. And the quality's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, every once in a while you don't understand, but in general you get the gist of what's going on. So
That's pretty cool.
it's pretty fucked up, man.
Yeah.
And I asked him, we went to dinner, I'm like, are you attached to that guy at all? Because I was listening to the tapes all afternoon, and then I happened to go to dinner with him, and he goes, it's like a movie, he says. Like there's no connection to that anymore.
Right.
in his mind.
Wow.
He knows it was him, but
Yeah,
he can't wrap his head around it anymore because it's 40 some odd years ago. He goes, it's like watching a movie. So here's what Rush said about Sandra Fluke. We kind of did this backwards, by the way, but that's okay.
What does it say about the college co-ed Susan Fluke?
Susan?
Who goes before a congressional committee and essentially says that she must be paid to have sex. What does that make her? It makes her a slut, right? Makes her a prostitute. She wants to be paid to have sex. She's having so much sex she can't afford the contraception. She wants you and me and the taxpayers to pay her to have sex. What does that make us? We're the pimps.
No, can you pause that?
The Johns.
I hate that. There you go. Okay, he corrected the Johns because the pimp doesn't pay, you dumb Rush.
Right.
How do you learn your hooker 101 lingo?
That's right. We would be the Johns. No! We're not the John. Well,
yeah.
We're not having sex with her.
That's
his
right.
point.
Pimp's not the right word.
No.
Okay, so she's not a slut. She's round-heeled. I take it back.
Hey.
Wait, he took it back at the end?
Yeah, what happened there? They
he kind of took it back at the end.
I haven't heard that part. They haven't been saying the part where he took it back.
Well,
they always the same fucking.
They seem to cut that part out.
Yeah, but Obama had to call her and fucking talk to her.
Just to take that seriously and take that in the context of if he was a newsman reporting that she's a prostitute and a slut. No, that was just him talking. Using figurative speech about the fact that she wants to get paid for birth control to have sex. You kind of make that leap, and then you call her a slut and a prostitute, but not literal. And anyone who can't understand what he was saying is a fucking idiot or has an agenda.
And I guarantee when Rush was saying all that, the last thought in his mind was that was going to be a problem.
That's going to be a problem.
That's what radio's so weird. Like, if you went through 100 hours of Rush Limbaugh tapes, you probably would find stuff as bad as this
every day.
And I use that in quotes because I don't think any of this is bad if you're doing a radio show, or worse. Or worse, but all of a sudden, one day they decide, you know what? Nah, we're going to take that clip and we're going to fucking run with it.
And you heard it in context. You just heard it in context. When you listen to the news, it's like, and Rush Limbaugh calling this woman a slut.
Right.
And they make it sound like he was, ragging and going on and on about what a slut she is.
And then they make their edits because they don't have time. For some reason, it's such an important story, but they don't have time to play the whole clip.
No,
because they have to get to the Knicks score that everyone already knows about.
Because the actual clip, the facts, don't make the good enough story.
In the end, he kind of took it back.
He did. He was like, "Oh, okay,
what?
She's not."
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Fucking people.
Yeah. We got a girl who wants to pipe in on the birth control thing. It's Tara. What's up, Tara?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
All right.
Hi.
Yell.
I was just calling because while I defend Rush's right to say whatever he wants, I'm a big advocate of free speech, I do still have a problem with the fact that people always seem to have this issue with birth control when it comes to it being subsidized by insurance companies. And Sam's right. Birth control is cheaper at Planned Parenthood, but that's because the cost of it is subsidized by the federal government, which is another thing that everybody seems up in arms about at times. And to be honest, if Viagra is subsidized by the birth control, I'm sure Rush would be glad to support Oxy being subsidized by, insurance companies.
His drug.
Can I ask you a question, though? Can I ask you a question? And it just, I'm for birth control, but when you think about it, if there's an option for her just to make a guy wear a condom, why should anybody be forced to pay for that instead of her just making a guy wear a condom?
Well, condoms aren't 100% foolproof. It's always good to have two methods of birth control. Besides the fact, unwanted pregnancies can be far more expensive on the taxpayer.
No, but not. I understand that. I understand that. But forget the taxpayers. I'm talking about why shouldn't she be forced to make a guy wear a bag or double bag it.
I would assume if you're a girl, though, you could control the whole situation if you're, getting your birth control pills and not assuming that the guy, isn't going to fucking do what we've heard on this show, pull it off in the middle, or maybe it's a condom that's been in his wallet for 3 years. You don't even know if it fucking works anymore.
I say ass.
Or pick it up at like the dollar store.
But I'm just saying, at least from a woman's point of view, I could see where you probably would want complete control of that.
Right up the shitter. She ain't getting pregnant that way, right? You girls got to give up that asshole.
Swallow jizz.
Give up that ass.
Well, if it was a pill that existed that prevented a man from getting a woman pregnant, that would probably be subsidized by the insurance companies, and I doubt people would have a problem with it.
Miss, the bottom line is you can look at it as anti-woman when the reality is, why can't you just make a guy put a condom on?
Why not do both?
Well, why not just make him put... Why?
Jenny, why is it such a different issue? Because it's a medication that has to do with contraception.
No, it's not. It's
a religious argument. That's different. Like, if people have views about religious issues, I can understand that to an extent. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. But when it comes to, as a medication, what makes this different than any other medication?
I'll tell you what makes it different, because I'm not looking at it as a medication. I'm not looking at it when people are taking it to or to treat or balance certain depressions. I'm looking at it when it's used as birth control, and believe me, I'm for it. And I think it's a great thing to use. But if you're going to have sex, why should other people be forced to pay for it when the option is make a guy put on a condom? And you can say, well, why not do both? Well, if you can afford both, you do both. But if you can't, because I don't think you see a tremendous amount of people getting pregnant from, if you make a guy put on 2 condoms.
Yeah, but the condom's not a guarantee. I
Neither
go
is
back
the pill.
Well, it's
because women miss their pill.
I think the odds are better if you're controlling it. Those I think is what's important to some of the women out there.
Women are terrible with taking those things on time and shit.
And honestly, I want women taking birth control pills.
Well, I do too.
Fuck, you don't want more unwanted kids out there. We have enough of them.
Nothing
already.
better than shooting that one.
Sheldon Mack, who
right up in that shit.
She either hates us or loves. I don't know what this broad's about.
Oh, she
spews a lot of fucking hate on Twitter, but she listens every day.
I think it's a guy, by the way. I don't believe that's.
I don't believe it's a woman either.
She goes, Opie, you can't be this stupid. Oh my God, this woman was not talking about herself. I know that. She was talking about women's health care in general.
Right.
I know that. Anything else, Tara?
That's it. You guys have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you, Tara.
All right, good call, I guess. Was it a good call, Sam? That was a good call, right?
I think so, yeah.
So Russia's feeling the heat. They just played his clip again.
Of course they did. Of course the media is going to, and not one of these frauds will stick up for him. Not one of them.
What about Fox News? What are they doing with this whole thing?
Honestly, don't know.
Because that's where you need to look.
I haven't watched. I watched the news all weekend.
Well, Fox News can't ignore this. Are they defending him? What are they saying?
I think they
would assume Fox News would defend him.
They
least,
report.
Right?
You decide, Opie. That's what I think.
Oh, brother, trickery.
What?
That's trickery.
They report. You decide.
That's trickery.
Decide if you want to watch me on Red Eye and Hannity on the 16th.
Nice.
Wow, you doing both?
Yes.
How you pulling that off?
One right after another. Boom, boom, boom.
Very nice.
That's how we roll now.
Very good.
Yeah.
So they don't have an agenda over there. They report, you decide?
They report, you decide.
Okay.
It's not that lean forward bullshit that's going on in MSNBC, that's for sure.
Well, they might lean a little forward.
Lean
certainly.
forward.
Oh, God.
Lean forward into the guillotine, you fucking pieces of shit. Hate them.
Lean forward.
Lean forward. Oh, really? You're that fucking... They're so pompous, they literally think that they're leaning forward. They don't lean left. We're leaning forward. Shut up, you lefty. Faking it, trying to fake it.
You guys even hearing yourselves, love your show, but you're sounding like a bunch of douches right now.
Well, why? Yeah. Again, instead of the Twitter people, why don't they just call up? I don't know. Why are we sounding like douches?
And then that Sheldon Mack is just out of her mind, or he, whatever.
Why wouldn't you block that? I blocked that thing the first time I read what that thing said. I blocked it.
Which one?
Because it doesn't bother me. I'm reading her shit. This is why Opie and Anthony are full of fucking shit. Fucking get some facts, you idiots.
That's why I think we got.
I think we got some facts by going on the phones today. Women take the pill for many, many things. We said that. It's part of her fucking health care. What is wrong with you morons? No, she was not. whatever. I don't know what that means. It's expensive because costs a lot and it's for many, many reasons. Google, blah, 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 you woman-hating fuckwads. I think we got all these facts out, by the way.
I'm a woman fucking hate wad, by the way, so just shut up.
We love women.
It's a lot different.
You people are going to make me late for work. Jimmy, you're tripping on your words because what you're saying is fucking stupid.
Don't read me what they say. What she says about me. I blocked that fucking phony man under a woman's name.
It is a man.
You're a man.
Yep.
Fucking another internet fucking pussy using a fake name.
You think it's a man?
I know it is. I know it is. It's not a woman.
That's weird to have a sexy fucking black avatar lady.
Of course.
It doesn't come off like a
that makes
woman.
It strange.
It doesn't come off like a woman.
Whatever. Wow,
Yeah,
we're just
damn it.
discussing this shit.
People get all up in arms. They get all fucking crazy when you discuss stuff.
To dumb it down, I'll say it again. I think Rush should be able to say whatever the hell he wants on his radio show. But unfortunately, that's not the case in this day and age because the advertisers,
they're king.
Showed some anger, and then Rush had to do the fake apology to kind of like calm everyone down.
Ridiculous.
But I hope Rush Limbaugh's listeners, if they really believe that he has the right to say whatever he wants,
they boycott the fucking.
We'll push back in a way
sponsors.
where it's a little noticeable because that'll help everybody in the end. Because the advertisers have way too much power these days.
Yep.
I mean, there are radio stations and companies that used to tell the advertiser, "Go screw."
Mm-hmm.
We're defending our guy.
It's like, there's somebody else to take their place. No problem.
That went away. What? Maybe 10 years ago at this point.
Yeah. The good old days.
That's me dumbing it down. That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
He's a blowhard, Rush, at times. But even in that clip, in the end, he's kind of took it back.
Yeah, he was like, oh, okay.
Right.
We do that all the time here. You just bring something up, you go off on a tear, and then you're like, oh, maybe not.
Right.
Right. It's a goof. It's a goofy thing to do.
All right. We'll get back to Kirk Cameron on Piers Morgan.
Cameron. We get another couple of DJs that were in trouble, and they have to do something.
My God.
There's plenty of fun stuff in the.
This story, by the way, bothers me way more than the Rush Limbaugh.
I know. Oh, God. Yes.
Way more.
Oh, I know.
Wait till you hear what the guys out there in L.A. have to do because they called Whitney Houston a crack hoe. They got in trouble for calling Whitney Houston a crack hoe. Are you kidding me?
Please.
We'll explain next.
The Opie and Anthony channel.
Oh my God!
On Sirius XM.
Nobody is supposed to touch your private parts.
Don't touch me like that. Don't touch me like that. No.
Nobody is supposed to touch your private parts.
You know I really like you, but I don't like the way you touch me.
Touch.
No.
Touch.
Stop it.
Touch.
No.
Do you ever hear anything like this?
Anus. Anus is a useful thing indeed. We all have an anus. All have an anus. Remember that anus is the proper word. Anus. Anus gives relief in time of need. We all have an anus. All have an anus. All. No. Vulva. Vulva is what girls have down below. Vulva. Vulva. When she's naked, it will show. Penis. Penis is what boys have down in front. Penis.
Most people call it vagina. Some children call it Virginia.
Nobody is supposed to touch your private parts. 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 Nobody is a private parts.
No. Stop. If you don't, I'm going to tell my dad.
Touch.
No.
Touch it, touch it.
Stop it. Stop it.
Touch it.
No.
Touch it, touch it. Period. Nobody is supposed to touch your private porch.
Sirius XM. You're listening to Opie and Anthony. Whether or not you're paying attention is another question.
33 years ago today, Belushi died. Thanks, E-Rock. Now you can fade that out. I ain't playing that fucking crap today. That getting topical crap.
Can I have...
Dude, you know what? Really fast. Belushi was found dead 30 years ago, so he would have...
kidding?
I was telling Ann, if he was alive today, he would only be 63.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
I'm
That's
still getting
young.
I'm still getting tweets from people that think they're the first people telling me. Hey, did you hear Belushi died? Fucking Twitter wannabe first guy.
I didn't want to do the bit today, but I want to just talk about Belushi for just a couple minutes. Fuck, could you imagine the movies he would have made if he didn't fucking do what he did?
Who knows?
Although there was a drop off, right?
Yeah. He might have just ended up in that whole Dan Aykroyd area. You know? I don't know.
What was the last good thing Aykroyd did? Could you even think about that?
Dr. Detroit?
Is that even good?
No. It's terrible.
You got to go Ghostbusters, right? Got to go Ghostbusters.
You probably got to go back to Ghostbusters.
After Ghostbusters, you can do this quick. Spies Like Us. Ghostbusters 2 is... All right. Nothing But Trouble.
Nothing But Trouble.
No, I don't think so.
Love the cover.
The Best of the Blues Brothers, Coneheads. Oh God, no.
Blues Brothers 2000.
Extreme Ghostbusters. Blues Brothers, Ghostbusters. It's just all
Blues Brothers and Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters shit. You see all those different titles for Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
What's Extreme Ghostbusters? Or was it Extreme Blues Brothers? I got confused there.
No, it was Extreme Ghostbusters. They revamped the series.
What does that mean, though? What's extreme about it?
Well, it's the new generation.
Extreme's the cartoon.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an extreme cartoon.
All
Who's
right.
in Driving Miss Daisy?
So?
Who's in My Girl?
So?
That's My Girl.
That was
My
a nice
Girl
picker-upper movie.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a nice, happy fucking movie. Kid crying over her dead little childhood sweetheart Plato guy, and he died from bee stings.
Yeah. Hollywood should understand that most people don't want to see a movie about a kid dying.
No.
They really got to understand their
Girl
audience.
crying with a coffin there, and I'm watching this going, ah!
Why is this entertaining?
Horrible.
It's unbelievable.
Terrible movie.
Didn't she run back upstairs? Because not only did she have to go to the funeral of her best friend, they decided to have it in their house.
Yeah, in the house.
So now the living room is going to be a horror show every time she walks through it. Because I do remember the scene. Didn't she run upstairs crying after she saw the body or something?
Of course. She tried to say some words about him and got all choked up. And, it was terrible. Oh, God, you got it? Oh, no.
She comes down the stairs.
Yeah.
Which movie is this?
This is My Girl.
Little Macaulay Culkin
this
is
one
dead.
makes me cry.
It's
Uncle Paul.
It's what fucked up Macaulay Culkin, I think, because they decided he needed to do more dramatic roles. Now she's looking in the room from the staircase at a dead Macaulay Culkin.
Her little pal.
Take her upstairs.
In her fucking house, by the way.
Yeah.
Comfort her. Why would they have the funeral in the house?
That's what I was just saying.
Oh, that's probably just so fucking they could get her to watch without bringing her to a funeral home.
I think because it wasn't Aykroyd.
Aykroyd was one of the guys that
I don't know.
bombed people. I have no fucking idea.
So now she walks up to the coffin. There's an
Yeah.
open casket with Macaulay Culkin dead. Who fucking would sit through this and enjoy it?
And now.
Before he left that place.
She's very, very fresh.
Inside.
Back to your room.
She's crawling in the coffin like a black mother.
Yeah.
His face hurts. And where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
He's dead.
Put his
Who the
glasses
fuck would
on.
enjoy this?
Put on his glasses.
I just think it's bad that she's misbehaving at the funeral.
He's gone, sweetheart. He's gone.
How awkward would that be to be in
I
that
know.
room? Okay.
Sorry, my daughter's such a cunt.
And then she just storms out of the place.
What a bad girl.
Oh,
and then runs
man.
horribly, by the way.
But how come no one told her that dead bodies don't need glasses?
Because she's dumb.
What a dummy. Where's his glasses? For what? What's he reading? It's going to be dark in there anyway.
Once they slam that lid shut.
Exactly.
Last thing, going to get him a flashlight, too?
Yeah, maybe we should get him some LASIK surgery before we fucking and bomb him.
The point being, why would Hollywood think that's a great idea for a fucking movie?
People love those
They
heart-wrenching,
didn't love this one.
jerking.
I like a good sad movie, though.
But
I
if
like
you
a good sad one.
if you read anything about this movie, it was a big mistake for everybody. No one liked this movie. They're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And it kind of fucked up Macaulay Culkin's career after that. Because now people are like, "Oh fuck, we saw him dead."
Yeah.
Now I don't want to see the fun Macaulay Culkin anymore.
What was that other one where he was was it the bad
son?
The
Good Son.
The Good Son. That was another where they were just trying to change him. He should have just been what he was.
Little Elisha Wood was in that one too.
Sorry to interrupt the show. Erock, can I please have the banana and the low-fat cottage cheese that I usually get? Thanks.
Yeah.
It's a new system.
It's a great system, by the way.
Jimmy's not happy about the new system that we just became aware of.
Yeah.
Yes.
What happened?
Apparently,
we should discuss this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No. From now on, when I want food, I'm not allowed to text. That's what I normally do. I'll usually just text Kenny, and he'll talk to.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
He would ask Sal to get it because Sal is the guy that we trusted, and he wouldn't fuck it up. But I don't know what happened behind the scenes. But now Kenny's not allowed to ask the interns because I guess Sal didn't like going, only be the only going. So now we have to go through E-Rock. And then somebody went and told Gary, and Gary came down. So I'd love to know who snitched to Gary and who went to Gary.
E-Rock, what do you know?
Why do people have to drag those guys into
I don't know.
Here? Can't we just handle it internally amongst the show members?
Well,
we don't want Gary involved in anything.
So I want to know who went and ratted to Gary.
And I don't know why Sam's laughing. These are facts. Why is it funny?
Because he runs the channel.
But he's proven time and time again that we don't want him involved. He just makes things more complicated, more layers of shit.
It's funny.
Why is it funny? It's real.
I know it's real. That's why it's so
real
funny.
Shit.
That's why it's so funny.
Let's not make believe that he's important to us.
Yeah.
What do you got, E-Rock?
Well, Sal was doing a lot of work here for the show, production wise and what have you. But he was also being the go-to guy for going and getting coffee, breakfast, all that other stuff. When we got some other interns in here who were perfectly capable of doing so and not screwing up the food orders, they weren't being used. So Sal got upset that he was in the middle of projects for Troy, for us, and stuff on the air, and the other interns weren't allowed to be going and getting your food and whatnot. So he complained. He talked to me. And I spoke with Kenny. Past that point, Sal spoke with Travis about this same issue, and then from there, it was out of my hands.
So who went and ratted to Gary?
The buck.
That I don't know because I didn't speak to Gary.
What happened?
Well, who did? Why would anybody I'm not even shitting on Gary, but why? That's not necessary.
No. Well, the problem is that Kenny just wouldn't let any of the other interns.
The reason Kenny wouldn't let
Get
other
the food.
interns, honestly, here's why. Because we've had a history of interns fucking up our food.
And it sucks.
Every time we have interns who fuck the food up, and then you usually find one guy that you trust to do that who does it right. It might, for them, it's nothing. But for us as on air, I want someone who's not going to fuck my food up and who I kind of trust to handle it. It's not the most complicated shit, but how many bits have we done on guys who just are incompetent and retarded and can't get the fucking food right?
Can't get it right. And it's a timing issue also because when the food gets here and it's right, we know that an hour goes by, it's break time. The worst thing is when it fucks up and then the food gets here and you're in the middle of the show and it gets cold or we're eating on the air. It's just, it's got to work like clockwork.
Did we try the new guys, though, before we realized they were incompetent?
We did after the fact, and they've been fine getting your food, getting your coffee.
Okay, so who went to Gary? What was the purpose of that? Fucking snitching to Gary.
Travis, what do you know?
Anyone?
I know
he's sitting there. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Well, look, I mean, all I heard was that Sal was getting really frustrated being the only person to go out. He went to Eric because Eric's his intern boss. And I know that Eric spoke with Kenny, and then I know that it continued to happen, and Sal was frustrated that he was going out 5 times in a row without other interns going out at all. And, we have new guys who are completely capable. Nobody's had any problems with these new guys.
Oh, boy.
I'm not asking that. I understand that. I'm asking who went to Gary. And
I went to Gary.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Why?
Because the situation was not being taken care of on Eric's end. Eric did what he was asked to do, which was speak to Kenny. I am not in charge of the interns because of things.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes from Eric to Gary. I am not involved at all.
Okay. So then why would you go to Gary, not Eric going to him? Not that that matters, but I'm just curious.
That's just what I did.
Okay.
I had no...
Terrific. Good. Okay, just curious.
What's the issue, though?
No issue whatsoever. None. Was just curious.
Okay.
So now I'll just order from you, E-Rock, because... Good.
No, that's not what you have to do. You can keep doing what you were
I'm
doing.
not texting Kenny. Why would I? That's how I do it on the air. I just text him, and when I want something, and he has somebody go and get it. It's just whatever.
And it's been working for the last, 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, it's been fine.
Right. And this has been going on for the last 3 weeks. So
Okay.
so
Well,
there's no reason...
Then it's a good thing you went to Gary and got it straightened out. Excellent.
Okay. I guess we would have just let it continue.
Or handle it yourself.
We tried to handle it ourselves.
Did Kenny muscle you or grab you?
No, I didn't have anything to do with Kenny because, like I said, this is not my department. This doesn't concern me, and I've been told...
Kenny, did you ignore what E-Rock told you?
No, Travis just said we tried to handle ourselves. Could he just expound on that a little?
Eric tried.
Right.
Sorry, not me.
Eric, what happened? Sal was frustrated that he had to do all the getting of food, right?
Yeah, because...
So then you went to Kenny and said what?
And I spoke with Kenny. And Kenny had expressed to me that he likes Sal doing that job. He didn't want to, he didn't know the other guys. He didn't want your food and everything screwed up. And I had talked to Kenny. I said, look, they haven't even really tried it, but they followed Sal. They know the routine. They know the orders. We can start using these other guys. A couple days go by, and then Sal comes to me again. The other guys are still not being sent. So I have, from that point on...
Kenny, why did you ignore that?
Eric, let me refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be more correct to say that the morning you told me about this nonsense, all right, I adhered to what you said, all right? And maybe Travis, I'll refresh your recollection also, all right? Because not a few minutes after that, Jim wanted his second cup of coffee, okay? And
this makes me sound very needy.
I gave my credit card to Travis, and Travis, isn't it correct that you sent Sal for the coffee that morning?
That is correct.
Okay. And not an hour after that happened, I'm getting a talking to.
By who?
By Gary. Oof. And then I went to Eric, and I asked Eric who the little tattletale snitch was. And Eric, who did you tell me it was?
I told you that Sal had talked to me, and Sal was the one complaining about this.
No. I asked you who was the tattletale snitch to Gary, and who did you say it was?
I don't know.
You're not going to
No,
get around.
you do know, Eric.
Hold on. You're not going to get around this because Kenny was a detective.
I'm not trying to.
You're making it worse. Just answer his question.
I'm trying to here.
He's not.
I know you're trying to, but don't try. Just do it. You know the answer. You said it already.
You're asking who went to Gary, and Travis went to Gary.
No. Listen, don't try to fucking deflect and convolute this thing. You understand perfectly. All right? After I got my talking to, I asked you who the little fucking cheese eater was. And who did you tell me it was?
1955?
What, you're saying I did?
Eric, all right? Stop playing stupid. You're not that dumb.
Kenny, I don't care about any of this. I'm
All right,
trying
if
to
you
work
don't care,
with you
then
here
just
on
tell
this.
the truth. You don't want to say because the guy's standing right next to you.
I said Sal early, and you said no.
Was that E-Rock? Oh, yeah.
Sounded like a
E-Rock
girl.
is heated.
Look, I'm not trying to cause a fucking problem here. I tried to diffuse everything. Because this is bullshit over who gets your food. I've seen interns fuck shit up, and I know these other two guys that we have here wouldn't have been a problem because they're not idiots.
Hold on, let's stop right there.
I like this version of E-Rock.
I'm not trying to fuck with Kenny
fair
in
to
any
say,
amount.
Eric?
Yeah.
That when the new interns started going for the talent food, they made mistakes?
I don't. Well, they didn't have napkins or something. It was something really
Okay,
small.
that was one mistake.
In Kenny's world, that's a big mistake, by the way.
Okay.
Just so people know.
Well, then, you know what,
who are
Kenny? I
listening
don't
out there.
remember the other mistake.
No,
Can
you
tell
do
me?
remember. You just don't want to say.
No napkins?
because I don't think about this stuff.
What,
in
they
that-
came back with
that
no
in depth.
napkins? Don't we have napkins around here, though?
Oh, we have paper towels.
And that's not good enough?
No, they'll suffice, but
we need napkins.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And what was the second one?
I don't know. It was probably like there wasn't a spoon or a cup of ice didn't have a lid on it or something.
But the bottom line is they made mistakes. That's why one intern who had a position of honor and trust turned out to be a little crybaby.
Where's Sal today?
Sal's in here.
So, Sal, get on mic, man.
Come here.
Explain from your
You want him
point
in
of-
there or here? All right,
No. Keep him in there.
Sal, stay here.
No, I don't care. I was just fucking around.
All right, go in.
E-Rock. I just want to hear in Sal's words what was going on.
He's coming. Okay.
Hello, Sal.
Morning.
Nick
Here
should have
it
won
comes.
that game last night, huh?
Here comes the
Actually,
prima donna. I mean, here comes Sal.
You see Pierce's shot at the end?
I
The
actually I only saw
prima
the
donna.
highlights. I didn't get to actually watch the game.
Oh, you're not a fan then.
I know. I'm not.
All right, so what's happening here? What happened?
I don't know.
Just be honest. I don't care.
No, I mean everything that was said so far is completely honest. So it's there's nothing to straighten out. I mean, if Eric wanted to say that I was the one who went to Gary, whatever. Eric's done enough for me to help me over the time I've been here, so it's fine.
How much time were
Wait,
you
did you go to
spending-
Gary?
I didn't. No,
I already said I went to Gary
Oh,
because
yeah,
the
Travis went to
situation wasn't
Gary.
being taken
How much
care of.
time were you spending going?
And there's nothing that
getting
I can
food?
do.
honestly, there are days where I probably did like 7 runs, and then I would still have the work that was given to me prior to then to complete. And then it's like, well, why wasn't this done? It's like, well, let's see, I haven't sat down since I got here at 5:30. It's 9 o'clock. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, well, Kenny, would you like to retort?
Well, I'm still confused by the timeline if Travis says he went to Gary. I was wondering when that was.
I don't have a specific date. I'm sorry.
All right, but do you recall the morning when you came to get my credit card for Jimmy's second cup of coffee?
Yes, I do.
And I said Eric gave me a talking to and Sal can't go?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you sent Sal anyway, and then
Yes, I did.
not an hour later, I got my talking to by Gary, and then I brought that to your attention.
Yes.
And then you did the right thing and stood up, and you told me that you were going to take the blame.
Well, there was no blame to take. I sent Sal, and I told Gary that.
All right. So is that the time you're talking about that you went to Gary,
No,
or
I
was
believe
it a time before that?
I believe I told him the day before.
Okay. And as a result of that, what happened?
As a result of my talking to Gary?
Yeah.
I think Gary had a talking with you. Right?
Well, Eric had to talk to me first.
Okay. Well, then that's what happened. But no, I told you that you erroneously got blamed for or it was insinuated that you sent Sal after you were told not to.
Correct.
And you can ask Gary. I told Gary I sent Sal because we had nobody else.
Then why did Gary go and talk to Kenny?
That was before.
Before what?
Wait, it sounds like this thing could have been solved internally, but Kenny kept sending Sal after
No,
what
that's
E-Rock said.
incorrect. That's incorrect.
Oh, shit.
E-Rock, is that true or false?
I spoke with Kenny, but yeah, because Sal did come complain a second time after that. Because after I spoke with Kenny, and then Sal had said that he was still being sent on food runs.
And Kenny, you didn't want to take a chance with the new guys?
No, that's incorrect. Once Eric told me that somebody cried about being mistreated.
Sal, he's in the room.
I was bawling in the office, dude. I couldn't take it.
Obviously.
Oh, boy.
So Sal was crying like a little bit, according to Kenny, but Sal is saying differently.
Yeah, maybe not literally, but figuratively.
Figuratively, okay. Were you crying like a bitch, Sal?
I was. It was terrible.
You just didn't want to do 7 food runs a day.
Look, at the end of the day, yes, I'm honored and I'm flattered that I was able to be accepted by Kenny and took on this privilege of being able to get you guys stuff, and rightfully so. Like, if you guys,
sounds sarcastic.
No, I'm not being sarcastic. No, I'm being serious. If you guys want something, there's absolutely no fucking reason in this world why any of you guys shouldn't get it and get it correct and get it as fucking humanly as fast as possible.
Well, there obviously is, because you complained about it.
Oh.
Well, because all right.
But so
you just wanted to
by
go
the way,
less.
anybody in management, I'm telling you right now, we are instigating this discussion on air. So I don't want to hear anybody in fucking management come and tell me, well, that kind of thing. This is on air, and it's instigated by us to be discussed on air. Because that shit that festers behind the scenes, it winds up blowing up eventually in one way or the other. So we are bringing this to the air. Yeah. So nobody in management go and complain because Kenny and Sal are fucking doing this on the air. This was me. I instigated this.
Yeah, because I was also once told I'm not allowed to stir shit up on the radio. If there's a problem, I have to tell the bosses.
Well, that's why I don't have any respect for Gary.
It wasn't Gary that told him that.
Well, I've heard it over the years. Gary doesn't want to be fodder for this radio show, and I told him the other day that he needs to quit if he doesn't want to be fodder for the radio show. I guess I should bring that up today. Wow. I said because who said wow? I did. Jesus, Sam, what's wrong with you, you corporate fucking douche? Start wearing a tie.
You really
What's
should.
wrong with you?
And then tie
Why
the
is
other
that
end to
a
a
wow?
beam.
Why is that a wow?
It's not a bad. It's not a bad wow. It's just like wow.
I've been doing radio since 18. I don't need guys like Gary in my life.
I know, but
I told him, I go, look, everyone that has ever worked for the Opie and Anthony show, peripheral, in studio, what have you, has been fodder for our show. That's why we've been successful, one of the reasons. And he's trying to be part of this whole thing and not be fodder. And I told him it's impossible and that he should quit.
I agree with you 100%, and I appreciate. I agree with you, but generally in Gary's life, I'm assuming not a lot of people have been so blatant about their disapproval of his job, which is why I think it's funny.
He's the wrong guy. Yeah. I told him to his face.
Yeah.
And I told him tough shit. I go, tough shit. Here's your decision. You can continue working for the channel. I don't want you to, but at least allow us to discuss you openly on the show. But it's not about me. It's about the whole food thing.
And look, I don't consider
Sam's little stupid wow in the background.
Believe me, I don't consider getting our food to be an honor. It's not. We're not that arrogant. I'm speaking to what anybody says.
Horrible, thankless job.
I just don't like my food getting fucked up, and it's been fucked up enough times over the years. When you find someone that does it right, you just want that person to do it because I want to eat. Believe me, I don't look at it like it's the equivalent of fucking bringing JFK his coffee in the morning. Well, I understand that.
But Kenny, it is an honor, right? In the end.
It sure is, GH.
Oh, God. Look.
So where are we at? Sal just didn't want to go 6-7 times a morning.
Well, it's just
I understand a little bit.
I was also doing additional work. It's not like I was just
Whose work?
getting... I mean...
The show's work.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of production. I mean, I've had close to 50-something productions get on air, and that doesn't happen that easily. I don't have that much time to work on this stuff.
And I think Travis went to Gary because he felt like he had no choice.
I can't do anything.
No, I know. You felt like you had no choice because you thought E-Rock was taking care of the situation.
Yeah.
By saying, look, Sal doesn't want to do it as much, so Kenny, you got to give these new guys a chance.
My question is,
I'm just throwing the facts out there.
If Kenny, I'm just asking, if Kenny, why did Gary talk to Kenny after he had given and said to you, like, hey, look, give it, Sal can't go, give it to somebody else, and you gave it to Sal. Why did Gary still come to
That's
Kenny?
a good point to clarify, Jim. If Eric, who tasked Eric to speak to me if Gary was going to speak to me also?
Oh, shit, Eric?
Eric, Iraq, comment, question?
No, I have to talk to Kenny because I'm in charge of the intern, so when they have problems and it's starting to get to the point where, like, this is really going to escalate if we don't do something about it, I have to talk to Kenny.
And you felt like Kenny didn't hear you because he continued to use Sal?
That's not true.
I'm
maintain-
asking Iraq, though, from where he sits, and then you could certainly say it's not true.
I know one time I talked with Kenny. He wasn't happy about it, but he made his point, which is what you guys have been saying. When you find somebody good who handles your stuff and doesn't screw it up, that's the guy we use. Understood. But Sal had been doing more and more production and turnaround stuff that was getting on the air, and we had two other guys who aren't idiots, perfectly capable of doing the same thing. I said, Kenny, we got to start using these other guys. Kenny did not want to use these other guys.
Oh, boy, Kenny, that's
what
he's saying.
I spoke with him, and I thought everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, I hear from Sal again. Sal's getting pissed off because he's still going on food runs, and the other guys aren't being used.
And can I just say one thing? I said I would still go for food runs. It's not like I won't do them at all. I'm too much of a fucking dickhead prima donna to not go.
You just wanna do it
reduce
less.
it a little bit. Like, I can't go out 7 times and still get anything
And a lot
else
of
done.
it was assumed you went to Gary, but you did not.
No, I didn't. And look, I honestly don't give a shit that Eric said that I went to Gary, because, like I said, Eric's helped me out so much over this time.
Well, why would Eric lie?
That's he's not me, so I can't speak
So
for
is Eric a liar?
I'm not calling Eric a liar. I'm just saying that it's fine. I said it's fine, and because I'm just an intern, I'm a pissing whipping boy. That
Eric, are you a liar?
I'm not lying on.
I don't know. I don't think Sal went to Gary. I think he probably went to either Iraq or Travis, and Travis saying he went to Gary.
I already said I did.
Then, Eric, if that wasn't true, why would you tell me that Sal was the one that told Gary?
Right now, because I said, when you were asking earlier, I said, Travis, no. Sal, no. I said, is it me? And you said no. And he said, he's standing next to you. I said, Sal. I said Sal's name already.
No, we're not talking about today.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
The morning I confronted you.
Okay.
Why did you tell me it was Sal if that was in fact not true?
At that time, I probably thought it was Sal, because that morning I was told that I had to speak to you, and that all the intern food orders and everything had to be asked to. You had to ask
You
me
just
to do
said
all
you
that.
were told you had to speak to me. Told by whom?
By Gary.
And Gary didn't tell you who went to him.
Not at that
my
point.
thing is this: Kenny can't tell an intern we need something. It has to go through Iraq.
Which that is ridiculous.
The interns are not within my
ridiculous.
span of control.
Of course, it's ridiculous.
And for the fact that I had to have that conversation with Kenny was ridiculous.
But the fact is that if I text Kenny something, he's got to go to you. It's just so stupid and fucking corporate and idiotic.
Well, that's dumb, Gary.
Exactly.
Sam, shut up.
It's funny.
Let me be me.
It's funny.
It is dumb, Gary, though. It's another layer of bullshit that we don't need.
All right. Well, can I just say one thing?
Gary should have said, all right, well, let's fucking figure this out.
I'd like to make up with Kenny. I'd like to just, because this is probably boring to everybody, to be quite honest.
No.
Oh, now you're saying Opie and Anthony are boring on top of everything.
No, I'm not.
Maybe if he wasn't grabbing food, he would understand radio a little more. This is what they call the goal.
You'd be
I guess-
surprised how many people love.
I guess I don't find myself interesting on air. I'd much rather be doing stuff behind the scenes. Anyway, I'd like to make up with Kenny. I'd like to be, everything would be cool again with me and Kenny.
Naked man hugs?
Just a handshake.
It's great. It's going to be just like it was at the beginning. I'll talk to Kenny. I know how to talk to Kenny.
No, I really would, because I was also told I'm not allowed to speak to Kenny, and that's just...
Who told you you're not allowed to speak to Kenny?
Who said that?
Eric said I'm not allowed to speak to Kenny.
Eric.
So
I was requested
That
to
makes
to
great
inform
working
him.
environments.
Why isn't Sal allowed to talk? He's
No,
not
and that's been for a few weeks, by the way.
Why? Why is he not allowed to talk to Kenny?
Because I was requested to inform Sal that he's not to speak to him or make eye contact or be in his general direction.
Who said that?
Kenny offered that request.
So, like I said, I'd like to be able to look at Kenny. I'd like to be able to shake his hand, say good
Kenny,
morning
why
to
don't
him.
you want Sal to look at you?
Because he don't like me.
Why don't you like Sal?
I don't like tattletale rats.
So this was after the tattletaling?
Yes.
But he didn't really tattletale in the end.
Well, Eric said he did, so what am I supposed to believe?
It seems
So
like
if
he
I
brought
didn't,
up a
somehow I
concern
am.
to his superior, which, believe it or not, which is the most amazing part of this. E-Rock is his boss. So he wasn't the guy that went to Gary. He was going to suck it up.
Well, I was under the false belief because I was told by Eric that Sal was the one. I knew it was Sal all along. It wasn't Brazzini.
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 So you don't have any issue with Sal talking to Iraq because that's his superior. So if he has an issue, he can't,
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with me.
Okay.
So where are we at? We got to move on to something.
Yeah. I'd like to make up with Kenny and
is he allowed to look at you, Ken? Now that
It's up to you.
Now that you got all the facts, is Sal allowed to actually look at you in the hallway?
Ask Eric.
Eric?
I would say yes, but it's really up to Kenny at this point.
Well, this whole thing, if he's not allowed to talk to an intern, because it could be an HR, like, what the fuck is that?
Wait, who said
No,
that?
I think it was Kenny's request.
No, Kenny
that I
just
didn't-
didn't.
No.
Kenny just didn't
No,
want
Kenny's
to.
not allowed to ask the interns to get us.
Correct. Because when I had my talking to, the talking to was to nip this in the bud before it became an HR issue.
So, is this great?
Whenever you get these fucking guys involved down the hall,
It's
it's
never
just
good.
a fucking problem.
We wash our own dirty laundry, Eric.
Doherty?
Yes.
Doherty?
Doherty.
Oh,
Is that a
Doherty laundry.
Was that a mispronounce or is that an old cop thing?
No, it's
No.
mispronounced.
That was
Just I
mispronounced.
can't speak.
Our own Doherty.
Doherty laundry.
Doherty. All right, and Travis felt like, it wasn't being done internally, so he went to Gary.
The only reason, let me be incredibly specific here, that I went to my superior was because Eric told me that he had talked to Kenny and that Kenny was still sending Sal. So to me, Eric was not getting the job done. Eric's
Oh.
well.
Well, let me ask you this, Travis, as the boss of the show, the executive producer. You didn't consider coming to me before you went to Gary?
Kenny, I have no control over the interns, and I have been specifically told to stay out of all intern affairs.
But did you talk to Kenny first?
No, I didn't.
And tell him, look, I'm going to have to go to Gary with this?
No.
Yeah, that was the question. Why didn't you consider that? You just said you have no control over intern affairs, but yet you still went to Gary over an intern affair.
I went to Gary to tell him about the situation that Eric had brought to me.
Right. Which you could just easily come to me
Well,
first.
Travis is a bit sensitive when it comes to interns.
You should have, if you're going to go to Gary, you
The
should have told
interns are the
Kenny
ones that are sensitive.
first, told
Apparently
him.
not, though.
Yeah. well,
I don't know. There's something bugs me about that.
Well, okay, how about this? If Eric is in charge of the interns and Eric asks for Sal's workload to be lowered, then that's Eric's that's Eric's decision. And it should be respected.
Okay, and if it's not respected, then you don't talk to Kenny. You just go to Gary.
Perhaps I made an error in judgment. Maybe I should have gone to Kenny. I am.
choose your words.
I'm very hesitant about anything that has to do with interns after my situation.
I understand that.
Situation. Wow.
So maybe if this were to happen again, I would think differently. But
You didn't want an intern
I did
problem
what I-
to get out
no.
of hand, obviously.
I did
because of what might have happened in the past.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, where are we now?
Which still haunts me.
It's still a bit raw.
Yes,
War
you
story.
cannot call me the executive producer.
We good now?
I don't have a problem with anyone.
That.
Jimmy, where you at now?
And Jim, I don't think you should either because the last 3 weeks, everything's been fine, right?
My only issue is just all this Weasley behind the shits. I just hate it. I just hate it.
See, we're untouchable, though. These guys get a lot of fucking heat every day.
We're not untouchable even, I know I can get in trouble
I'm
for
untouchable.
I don't think I am. I
I'm
know
so
I
untouchable.
can get shit.
Because
Like,
even if they say, you know what, fuck you, you're out, I'm still untouchable. But these guys have to fucking, still try to get their careers together and stuff.
I understand that.
They get a lot of fucking heat behind the
And
scenes.
that's my problem is why
And that's why it leads to what you're hearing today. Because these guys get beat up all the fucking time.
all this fucking why would anybody bring him into it? There's no reason. And I'm not knocking. I'm really not shit. If I was shit on Gary, I'd shit on him and I'd have no problem with that. But it's not even about me judging that guy. It's simply why even there's no reason to go down the hall.
No, I understand from a fundamental view, but I know what happens to these guys when we're not here. It's a fucking nightmare. They get in trouble for stuff we bring up on the air because they can't talk.
And that's another
because they can't talk to us like that. They know we're not going to deal with that shit.
And incidentally, that's another thing with Down the Hall. I don't like guys being told what they can talk about on air and what they can't be talk about on air.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but
I
that's
don't
the
like
shit that
at
goes on all the fucking time.
I think we're a good judge.
They have sat down probably the entire staff at this point, probably, and basically told them, do not stir the shit on air.
And this is a fucking 20-hour-a-week radio show.
Which shows me, obviously, going back to my Gary point, that he doesn't get it and he should fucking move on. The company, I heard the company gave him another promotion anyway, so fucking do the music thing, and we'll be good without you, to be honest with you.
Oh, boy.
Because if you don't understand that we got to stir the shit because it makes good radio, I have no use for you in my life.
And nobody down the hall likes the on-airs. Like it's not even just Gary. It's other guys, too, that just don't like it.
I know.
And it's like, you guys got to understand, you have no say in what we complain about on the air.
You see what they do? They sit these guys down in offices, and they're in a different place in their lives and their careers, and they put pressure on them and go, "Look, we don't want you stirring the shit up."
Well, we don't work for the Opie and Anthony show.
No, I know. So that's where a lot of this comes from. They get fucking beat up. I actually agree with Jimmy, but I'm just trying to explain where it comes from.
No, I understand that.
I've heard from these guys, all of them, personally, that look, these guys beat the crap out of us and tell us not to stir the shit. Why wouldn't you want to stir the shit? It makes way better radio than talking about some who gives a fuck story in the news.
Yeah, this stuff happens, and it's like the only way to. I like to bring it up on the air. I prefer it to be fucking hashed out, and this way it doesn't build up into other situations that just wind up getting out of control. And there's so much fucking resentment and hatred built up behind the scenes. It's irreparable.
So I think Gary needs to step down. Would be a very good start. A very good start. And get someone that, doesn't mind being made fun of on the air and understands what the show is all about.
Right.
I say we start there. Rob will allow it to continue to be an intern.
He's not an intern.
Because he's learning. Someday he's going to be good.
He's just disrespectful.
Any final thoughts here? I hope Sal could look at Kenny. That's my biggest concern.
Somebody Twittered me, diva cunts, get your own breakfast. Sir, it's not an option.
No, it's not. Like, you guys are doing your fucking job, and you should get anything you want at that moment. So, I completely understand.
It makes it tough to just leave and get breakfast. I got breakfast. I got cereal right there. Someone wrote, it all went downhill after English Bob left.
English Bob.
British Bob, right?
British Bob.
All right. Kenny, final thoughts? Eric?
I'm happy to be here. I love you guys.
Not so much Travis, E-Rock, and Sal, though, huh? At this point?
No, we can all get along.
Whose app is that?
Oh no, this thing stinks.
We'll explain that next.
Fucking stupid shit thing is this.
Can we explain that next? Because that's going to be another 20 minutes, please. All right.
He's still a useless fucking hunk of shit.
I see you set it up on your iPhone. We'll explain next.
Trying.
That'll be a good tease. Hopefully for the people that didn't tune us
Fucking
out.
Einstein.
Eric, incompetent? Or...
Yes.
Eric is incompetent. Oh, wow. Eric, you all right? How you were represented here today?
I'm fine with that, and I think we should send Rob for food.
For us? It's not a bad idea. What else does he do? What does he do between 6 and 10 that he can't get his food, Sam? Seriously. Rob's the intern.
Well, between 6 and 10, or by the time he gets here till 10?
Exactly.
He listens to the show. He's monitoring, making sure everything's okay, checking the stop sets.
What do you mean he's monitoring? What is it? We got this. Relax. Go get us some fucking food.
He's got to make sure the spots are in the right spot.
I don't know what these guys do. Someone explain it to me someday.
He's got to make sure the advertisements are in the right.
And Rob, I swear to you, I'm not trashing you. You're going to be a really good manager someday.
You are. That's
Why?
Trashing. That's not a compliment. I guess it's a compliment.
He's still green
comparatively, but he's been in the business for years.
Oh, this is terrible. This is the worst app.
What does that thing do?
Well,
it's supposed to take some kind of 360 picture, and it stinks.
I will explain after the break. That crap. So we're all good. We're all good. Travis, you're good. Jimmy, you're
I'm
good.
fine.
Kenny,
Yes,
everyone.
sir.
Jimmy, thumbs up for Jimmy. Okay. All right, Kirk Cameron, and that thing that Ant just added to his iPhone.
Jesus.
Eddie.
What is this?
All right, what's the problem?
Oh, boy.
What's the problem? What's the
The
problem?
The Emperor is not happy with his coffee.
Oh no! Are we gonna have to break into
Jim Norton. Coffee Diva.
Look at that cup. What brand is on that cup? I don't know. It doesn't taste good. I don't like it. Where do we get our coffee every day? I like Starbucks. And I don't like supporting the savages that run most of these delis.
You're insane.
Yup. You betcha. You might be right.
Yeah.
What is this? You want to taste this?
Wow, that's really nice. Throw it against the wall.
I'm not gonna do
diva.
that.
I'm a diva. I want Starbucks coffee.
You betcha.
Jim Norton. Coffee Diva.
I know Starbucks is a big world order type of thing. At least they're not funding terrorism.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. On Sirius XM.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! I'd like to say F you to the girl who gave me a yeast infection in my throat. F you! Fuck you!
Hi, I want to say fuck you to my husband because he threw a pack of cigarettes in my face and I have a little cut in my face and he's a big dick. So I just wanted to say fuck you to him and I hope he drops dead.
Fuck you!
I'd like to give a fuck you to Rocky at work. You little bastard. Walking around thinking you the shit. You choke on your own semen, you little bastard. Fuck you!
Fuck you!
This fuck you goes up to Troy Kwan. Troy, I get you're a DJ, but nobody likes dubstep. Stop putting it in your production. Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Hey, this fuck you goes out to the guy who fucked my best friend's girlfriend after I told my best friend that you had recovered from your heroin addiction and that you were a good guy, and then you went and fucking relapsed and fucked his girlfriend of 2 years. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit.
Fuck you!
This fuck you goes out to whomever Jess lost a bet to, and now she has to marry Sam. Don't you realize what you're doing to her? Fuck you.
Fuck you!
I seriously almost blew chunks all over my windshield listening to fucking douchebag Sam talk about his fucking cock and how disgusting it is. That is fucked up. I do not want to hear Sam on the radio anymore. I cannot listen to this turd salad for the rest of the week. Fuck you, Sam.
Fuck you!
I'd like to give a fuck you to myself. I'm a virgin, and this girl was going to give me a blowjob, and my penis stayed limp. She tried playing with me, stroking me. I couldn't get my penis up, and it was humiliating. So fuck you to myself.
Fuck you!
This FU goes out to the guy complaining about the girl rubbing up on him. Obviously, she's not returning your text because you can't be trusted with the secret she was trying to test you with. You're a fucking bitch. She wanted to get with you, but you blew it. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Back at ya. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
Sirius XM. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Roy S. in Boston writes, done crying about breakfast?
Oh, God.
Yes, we're done crying about breakfast.
I think it was a bigger issue.
Roy S. in Boston.
Oh, what an idiot.
It's not about the breakfast, Roy.
So, I see you got a little attachment. Well, I can't call it little. A big attachment for your iPhone app.
This thing is ridiculous.
It's like the CDC building on top of your phone.
Yeah.
Sam, what is this about? Well, I saw you came
Sam
in with
knows
packages.
a little extra info on this whole thing.
And I don't have an iPhone, so I don't know why this guy thought I could use this.
I was at the Ring of Honor show last night, and what?
I can't even look at you.
Why? It was a great show.
What is
really
the
good
Ring
show.
of Honor show?
Ring of Honor is a wrestling promotion. They're like
What a surprise.
very high level independent wrestling promotion.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 10th anniversary show. It's quite an accomplishment.
Who wrestled?
Well, yeah, Kevin Steen taking on Jimmy Jacobs. Adam Cole got a pinfall victory over Davey Richards.
Did he?
Yeah.
Huge, right?
Briscoes beat the Young Bucks.
So, isn't this great?
Fantastic show. The stars of tomorrow today.
You got a really boring life.
Listen, it wasn't boring at all. But the most exciting part was getting to see the Harry T.
Who's Harry T?
Harry T started with this show.
Is he friends with Shaved T?
Oh,
see, Harry.
Harry T was an intern at the same time as me. We had the same intern class.
What? He worked for this show?
He was an intern for this show. You may remember him as the intern who requested his own bit.
Yes.
Or the intern who went on to be the producer for Ron and Fez, which made me very jealous because I was a better intern than him.
Wait, you wanted to be the producer for Ron and Fez?
Well, I just wanted a gig at that point.
Well, you want anything.
Right.
I'm
happy with the way
I really
things
don't
turned
remember
out,
Harry at all.
Well, Anthony once
Sorry,
called him a
Harry.
lying sack of cunt.
Yes.
I remember Aunt saying
Remember
that one day.
I called
That
him a
was
lying sack of cunt.
That was about Harry T. He had an infamous bit on the Ron and Fez show where he stole his comedy routine about sweatpants from Seinfeld.
And that went on and on.
Yeah, he loved that.
Is that Harry
sweatpants
T
bit.
we're looking at right now?
That's him. You
I
recognize him?
have no recollection of
Never
ever
seen him
meeting
before in your
No,
life.
I
Oh,
swear
yeah,
to
no, I
God.
remember him.
He's a very
You do?
swarthy Armenian type.
Yeah, he was all right.
Wow. All right. I guess he worked for us for a little while.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, he was.
But now he's a comedian and he does a lot of improv and stuff like that. But he
for
also
him.
is some kind of representative for this company that makes this 360 attachment for your iPhone, so you could take video in 360 degrees. And he was at the Ring of Honor show last night, taking video of it in 360, and then he ran into me and gave me a bag of them to give to Opie, Anthony, and Jim.
Let me ask you: can you go on YouTube and see what it's supposed to look like? Because
That's a good idea.
according to Anthony's, it looks like you gave your iPhone cataracts.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It's
I mean, you can drag it around.
No, the concept is kind of cool. You get a 360 degree view of what you're
Wait,
looking
is
at.
it 360?
Yeah, see, because you could watch the video, and then you could also move it in the frame of the video to get any part of the room.
Are you getting 180 or 360? Because it doesn't look like right. Watch.
360.
Well, this doesn't look like
See?
360.
And then it
Yeah.
starts right there. It looks
That's
like
just
180.
a small room.
It's
Is
either
it?
a really small room or his is only 180.
No, I'm seeing one wall there behind them.
One.
That's one.
That's two walls right there.
That's two. I got you.
3 and 4.
Three.
Okay.
Oh.
Three.
Oh, he's just in a tiny little
He's
room.
in a tiny little room doing 360 panoramic
how about
fucking
you?
video.
How about you show how cool it is by going to Times Square or something, a big
Yeah.
open space.
Well, how about
Bigger
you get a
space.
better fucking,
Not in a tiny one-bedroom apartment in New York City.
a clearer? I understand the concept, but get a clearer.
Well, here's what I am wondering is,
What are you
Anthony,
Yeah.
now that you've installed it,
Yeah.
you've installed the app, has Harry T redeemed himself from the days of being a lying sack of cunt?
This thing sucks dick as far as an iPhone attachment.
That's not what he was looking for today.
Well, look, I'm
he was
sorry.
looking for a little plug-ola.
All I'm seeing is blurry ass video. Again, I like the 360 feature. You gotta download an app for it. Mm-hmm. Doesn't work on its own.
Which you didn't like because you were taking video of just the camera.
Yeah, it just looked like the inside of a camera lens, which is exactly what I was taking.
But the picture on the box, it looks crystal clear.
Sure does.
Like you're
Yeah.
seeing the universe.
Sure does.
Yeah, with my camera, with my iPhone, I just used it, and I'm getting 360 degrees of fucking blur, of a blur.
Like you're looking through a shower door
It's yeah,
or a frosted
it's not
bathroom
working
window.
very well. Is
No.
all I'm saying.
That's too bad.
I'm gonna give it a shot because I think Ant's phone is just dirty.
Fail.
Well, it's called the Cogito Dot.
Cogito.
Yeah, that way.
That's a dumb name.
No real
Who's gonna remember that?
instructions given to you.
Wait, how do you get the film off? Of
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
I'm frightened.
The first time I took it, there was film still on the outside of the thing.
It's
here.
intuitive. You don't need a.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna try to take some 360 video. Here we go. Watch.
All right, but you have to hold the
I don't
phone
know.
up in the
I don't
air
know.
like
There's
this.
some other. No, it's supposed to be on a flat surface
You
in a
can't
room.
point it
But
like
if I
you-
put it here, you don't have to point it because it's taking video of the entire room right now.
Can you point it?
Why would I?
There's no
I
reason
don't have
to point.
it.
But you can't look in the viewfinder or whatever it's called. You can't look at the screen.
Why do I
And he would
have
have to hang upside down and look into his phone now.
Why would I have to?
So you can see what you're filming?
I'm filming everything. It's 360.
Exactly, Sam, you queer.
Yeah, this gadget has
And
problems.
then I shut it off, and now I look at what I got.
Okay.
I see. What?
Did you get me and Opie?
Sounds like a real comedy of errors.
This is great. Look.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that me? Do I need my glasses?
No.
Or is it blurrier than anything I've ever seen?
How's it going? Where's it go?
Are we in it? Or Opie, Anthony, and
Everyone
Opie,
in it?
Jim, and
I couldn't tell. It's too blurry. It's the fog monster.
So why is the quality of the camera so low? There's got to be a reason for that.
Because the iPhone is focusing. The auto zoom
Right.
is trying to work, yet it can't because it's got a big fucking police siren on top of it.
What is the app, Ant? I'm going to get the app.
The Looker app. Just put in Looker.
Ooh.
And get that.
I'm afraid my picture will come up.
Let's go to Lady Trucker. Lady Trucker.
Hey, Opie, I was wondering if I could have your 360, please.
I've seen you. You don't
got
need
your own.
360 more pounds.
Believe me.
I could give you my 170, by the
that's-
way, not 360, you fat
Yeah.
slob.
Gonna make you 720. See?
We all had a fucking
math
weight joke, huh?
Yeah. 360 would make her 1,360. 1,000-pounder. Big gal.
Big gal, are you?
These
All
are
right,
all
so-
the videos.
Yeah.
What about, is there anything they say about focus?
Well, why don't we see one of the videos online? Because if their video is really good, that means you're
Look,
doing
hockey.
something wrong. Go with an outdoor. Something outdoorsy. Yeah, an outdoorsy thing. Or go inside.
The focus stinks.
Oh. You can see the top of the camera in this one.
Is this it? The Go-Getter Looker?
Oh, that's it.
Ooh, it's free. I love a free app.
Look, you see why you should look at the viewfinder? This
Yeah,
is
the
just a
guy
video
doesn't even
of
know
the
what he's
ceiling.
filming.
You
Yeah,
gotta look at the screen.
Look, the concept is good, but they're going to have to work out some bugs, obviously.
Bugs? This has bugs like Mr. Pratt did in fucking Creepshow. It's a very good reference. Very good
It
reference.
actually is. But it was just funny because you cocked up on the bat and went, bugs.
Bugs, let me tell you. I'll tell you a certain thing about bugs, ladies and gentlemen. They creep up on you.
Wait,
All right, we done with this stupid thing?
I don't think you.
We got other radio to do. Please, let's move on.
I don't think you can upload to
And
YouTube.
tried the whole thing.
Sure you can.
He set up apps and all sorts of shit.
Says who, you fucking
My review.
bum.
That's my official review.
Wait, why am I film? What am I doing?
Exactly.
No, but I'm.
Oh, you got to calibrate it.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What's that mean, calibrate? How do you do that?
Hit the lock.
I'm breaking everything.
No, it's ridiculous.
Hit what lock?
I don't know.
Anthony, how
On
do
the
I...
other page. Go. Let me see. Go back.
Seems so difficult.
I just want to make movies.
Oh, did you open the camera or the app?
The camera.
App.
Oh, the app is the problem then. Okay, hold on.
Open the app. The Looker app.
Ooh, the Looker would like to use your current location.
No.
Mind your fucking business. I got to calibrate my dot. You want to calibrate now?
Yeah. See the lock.
Yes, begin calibrating.
See the lock
It's
icon.
open.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Now move that green thing around until it's right over the picture thingy. Yeah.
That?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now lock it again. All right. You're calibrated. Now take video.
And I'm getting a communique from the guy that actually engineers my website. He
Yeah.
says, the Galaxy Nexus, like yours and mine, I didn't upgrade yet to my Galaxy Nexus, does it automatically.
How?
So
Yeah,
the
this
iPhone doesn't have this yet. You just select camera, then in the options select the pano and move it around the room for free. No plugins.
I think I know what to do wrong.
Well, you could do
So-
piano.
That's
and-
different.
that's
I could do
different.
pano too. This is different than pano.
Why is it different than pano?
Because this, you're moving the video around in a 360 degree circle
To
around
see
you.
different things happening in the room.
So it's as if you were surrounded by video cameras that are moving behind you, in front of you, and as you play it, you have access to all of those cameras.
And you decide what angle you want.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Simultaneous.
Is
I
there a
gotcha.
place in the camera where it won't autofocus?
I know, that's what I
Oh my
would
god, this
assume.
seems so complicated.
I would
Where's the
assume.
camera? Where's the camera on your in your general settings, if you can find a way to not autofocus the camera,
right? Then how do we know it's focused in the first place?
Well, it couldn't be worse than it is now.
It's terrible.
Well, look, it's obvious that it has bugs. We can move on.
Bugs?
Please. Yeah.
What?
I want to figure
We're seeing all the videos, though. They all kind of look as blurry as what Ant showed us. So.
Terrible.
It's driving me batty. Excuse
It
my
really
language.
is. I get crazy with the electronic shit like this that doesn't work.
Well, you gave it a good try, though, Ant.
Is there anything we're
You really
doing wrong
did.
there?
No, look at the rest of the videos. They're all kind of the same quality.
That's not bad.
That isn't bad, but
I
can't
not
get
much
that.
better than yours. And they got a lot of light because they're outside. That probably helps.
You need more light. That's probably what it is.
Probably helps out a little bit. Hey, we got more radio hosts in trouble.
Oh, yeah?
Remember the guys in L.A.?
Yeah, they were very stupid.
And they liked your Bugs
they were
reference.
Fine.
2 radio hosts in L.A., KFI AM 640. It's a Clear Channel station. So they do pretty conservative stuff. Not politically, I'm just saying they're not
shock jockery.
No, they're not that crazy.
Shock jockery.
The radio hosts agree to sensitivity training after calling Whitney Houston a crack hoe.
And then they apologized, and that still wasn't good enough.
For who?
For whoever.
Then don't apologize ever.
Never apologize.
They are the people who said, you said the Whitney Houston crack hoe couple, yeah.
They agreed to sensitivity training, and to completely defend these guys, they had no choice. They were told you're going to you're going to be taking sensitivity training. We're going to put that out to the media to hopefully calm some people down.
But read what else they had to do, though.
A pair of popular LA radio hosts have agreed to cultural sensitivity training. They want to reprogram their brains after one of them referred to Whitney Houston as a crack hoe shortly after the singer died last month. You can't reprogram people.
No.
It's never going to work. Clear Channel station KFI AM 640 suspended John and Ken, who host the John and Ken show.
The John and Ken show, or John and Ken.
For a few days last month after John mimicked what he thought it must have been like for friends of Houston prior to her death. So the one guy said it, and the other guy has to do the sensitivity training too, because his name's on the show.
Yep.
Well, they want, it's cultural sensitivity. So basically, they want you to go and learn how to not say things that it's only okay to say if you're black.
Right.
Like, don't use terminology that you've heard black people using because you're white. It's incorrect.
Right.
Clear Channel stinks.
Horrible. Makes no sense.
We live in a crazy world.
It's disgusting.
Why can't you reference Whitney as being a crack hoe? Which is, by the way, different than crack whore.
But she was a crack hoe. Sorry.
Yeah.
She was fucking doing drugs. What, she wasn't fucking for money? She threw her whole career away getting fucking high.
Well, that's why some say hoe instead of whore, by the way. That protects you a little bit. When you do say the whore, there's no doubt in the person's mind that he's saying, look, you're doing something for money. Or the drugs. It's like, Jesus, here comes the crack hoe again. What's she going to do? Oh, look at that. She's doing handstands next to the pool. Very good, crack hoe. Nice. After a while, everybody's exhausted, and then you find out she's dead. That's what they said.
Yep.
And it was a pretty open, honest discussion about it, by the way. They weren't trying to be shocking at all. We played the tape on our show.
Yeah.
According to a memorandum to the LA community from KFI dated Thursday, executives and talent there have had individual conversations and community meetings that have resulted in 6 courses of action, the most significant being number 4.
Community meetings.
6 courses of action for this?
To discuss why. How gun violence in the community is not a big priority or being taken care of, but these 2 dumbbells are important.
Are you? And why is Clear Channel allowing this community organization to fucking get involved with their business?
Terrible.
This is what you tell these fucking dopes. Look, we took care of the problem internally. Huh?
Mind your beeswax.
John and Ken, along with key staff and management, will participate. Why key staff and management? If the guys were just talking that day and said it. So why are the other guys even responsible for what they said?
Well, Opie, you got to be culturally sensitive.
Unbelievable.
Now the brass that also has to go. Now they can convey to other on-air people sensitivity to other cultures. And
John and Ken, along with key staff and management, will participate in cultural sensitivity training, furthering their awareness of the cultural melting pot that is Southern California.
Fraudulent language. Ugh. That made my stomach hurt.
Yes.
Please,
it's a lie.
Please go after us. We'll call Whitney Houston a crack hoe every day of the week. She had all the signs. She was out of her fucking mind.
They found her with a gravy boat next to her.
Right.
What normal person takes a bath with a fucking gravy boat?
A gravy boat.
Holy fuck, all the signs were there. She was a lunatic. John and Ken, though, billed themselves as being unafraid to be politically incorrect and, in fact, have mocked such ideas as sensitivity training when it has been applied to others in the news. You know, we've been down this road and we've been forced to do shit we never wanted to do to save the fucking show. And that's all this is about. They don't believe in this sensitivity training whatsoever. And they won't believe in it after they go through it, by the way. Meaning this whole thing's a crock of shit.
I'd like to go through it once to see what it is. Like, I know
words hurt. We did it.
But I want to
kind of did it.
What that class is, what that thought policing is.
We actually didn't do it. They handed out the damn pamphlet, and we didn't take it seriously. And then we got in trouble for that, too. KFI also said that since their return to the airways after issuing 2 apologies, they had to go for 2 apologies. John and Ken have hosted a guest on air to discuss what? Yeah. So they apologized what? They apologized twice then, and then it's John and Ken have hosted a guest on air to discuss why the comments were particularly offensive to the African-American community. Can you imagine sitting through that?
No.
Wow. Congratulations, black people. I've said it before. You've become suburban white women.
Yeah. Little just whiny fucking shits.
Hey, the same as fucking white ladies in the suburbs who didn't like rap lyrics.
Yep.
The same thing.
By the way, I would just say to these idiots who I don't give a fuck you're offended. I'm doing an entertaining radio show. Tough shit. You're not going to like everything we do. Why would you sit through that?
I'm sure
they had no choice. They had to save their gigs.
Yeah. I'm sure you've laughed at things that are offensive to other people.
Right.
You know? So fuck it.
How do we get to a place where now you have to worry about who you offend on a daily basis on a radio show?
5-point program.
Where did that start?
6 points.
6-point program on how to make them better people.
Yes, a 6-point program on how to make up and learn what is the melting pot that is Southern California.
Mexicans.
God, what phony fucking...
What a melting pot.
What
it's
a phony
bean
group.
pot.
And it's a
Jesus, let's be real about it.
It's riddled with gangs that don't like each other. What are they talking about?
It's the
They
phony.
don't get along with each other, so why do you have to make believe everyone should get along on a
They
radio
should go
show?
to sensitivity training.
The station also said it will expand its internship program.
Oh, to do what, Ope?
To target minority students.
Oh, good.
Unbelievable.
No, that's what would help. They were insensitive, and they should target minority students. Now, that's only acceptable if it's for a good thing. If you say, I want to target minority students, say, to watch them. Whoa.
So you get the minority.
Doomed.
Pukey.
So now, they're being forced to not get the best interns. They're forced to get
minority interns.
A variety of interns of different backgrounds.
Oh, believe me, by variety, they mean no more white people.
You get some black interns, because I'm sure all the black stations are being forced. Right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so let's do that. And we'll update guidelines for our on-air hosts in a way that is helpful in a live, unscripted environment.
Oh, good.
Do you think it'll be helpful?
I don't. Oh, God. Live, unscripted, and they want to somehow control it so that they don't, What do you think they'll say? Things like, when you're going through something, you really have to think it out more. Don't just blurt things out. Spontaneity, ooh, yuck.
But we played the clip.
Yeah.
They weren't even trying to be outrageous or hateful.
No.
They were just discussing Whitney Houston, which we all knew was a fucking mess. How else do you describe her? Yeah,
I don't know. She was doing crack.
She was a great singer, talented person who fucked up and threw away her gift on drugs. Just like Jim Morrison, just like Jimi Hendrix, just like Janis Joplin, just like Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse was a fucking drunk and a junkie. What's the matter? Because you threw hoe in there? Whitney Houston was known, or at least believed to be, doing crack. Crack hoe is a common term.
Yeah.
They would say that about a white lady who was doing crack.
It doesn't necessarily have to do with the sexual aspect of hoe.
No.
It's sort of when you put crack with it, it's crack hoe. It's just the term
sickening.
for a woman that does crack. That's all.
And this, by the way, I hate to keep saying it, but when people think about regular radio, it's not the profanity that I can't.
No.
It's this shit.
Yep.
Even though XM did it to us once too, they fucked us once
yeah,
in
they
that homeless
did.
trolley.
Well, that was
audio.
when Shithead was at the helm.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Nate.
Nate.
Shithead.
Hey, Nate, you dick.
Old shithead. And that Owen guy, is it Clive Owen? What's his name, Sam?
Yeah.
No, what's his name again? I forgot.
Clive Davis.
Oh, yeah, Clive Davis.
Clive Owen.
That Owen guy, Clive Davis.
Well,
that Owen guy, Clive Davis, what?
I've read a lot on Whitney Houston, so I consider myself a bit of an expert on this. I do. Clive Davis actually had to lend Whitney Houston a bunch of money to save her houses, or at least one house. So
Yeah.
wouldn't that mean that she was using her money for something else? And wouldn't that kind of be a definition of hoeing yourself a little bit, that now you're looking for money elsewhere?
You don't even have to get into the semantics of hoe. It's just a crack hoe is a girl, a woman that does crack. The hoe part is just part of the word. It becomes one word, crack hoe. It's not a hoe that does crack. Just stop it. It's crack hoe.
I'm disappointed.
You're a crack hoe.
I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed in Clear Channel because you got to tell all these idiots, look, we handled it. Show that you're a powerful company.
Yeah.
Go, look, I understand your concerns.
We don't need your
but
help.
we handled it, period.
Did you handle it with 6 points?
That would be my press release. You show that you're a powerful fucking company.
Or for once, just let people be offended at something. For once, stick up for your fucking talent, you shit companies. For once.
Well, I'm working with them a little bit here. I completely agree with you, Jimmy, but at the very least, go, look, enough already. We heard you. They apologized, and we handled it.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
And they were just speculating what her friends were saying, tired of her behavior.
Right.
They were said, and look, and then I forget what they said at the end, but they were speculating that their friends were sick and tired of her shit.
Yeah.
God, these fucking companies, man. I wish all these executives in these companies would just fucking blow their own brains out.
Yeah, it would be
Every one of them is a worthless albatross.
A worm.
No creativity whatsoever, and they never go to bat for talent, even when they don't fucking violate the FCC.
Nope.
They give an opinion that offends a certain segment of the population, and they have to come out and say they're sorry for their opinion. Fucking sickening. And everybody has a reason. People on Twitter are still hitting me. Oh, the conservatives, you guys missed the point. No, you're fucking language policing babies, just like the conservatives were in the 50s and 60s. You're the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm babbling.
No, you're absolutely right.
Lonnie, California. What's up, brother?
I guess my biggest problem was with Jimmy.
Girl or boy, by the way?
I'm sorry?
It's a woman.
Well, what's your name, then?
Lonnie.
Hi, Lonnie.
Can Lonnie go both ways?
Yeah, if Lonnie's a boy's name, though, it's a girl's name. He's a guy with a girl's name.
Oh, it is?
But this is Lonnie, so it's a girl with a
I
girl's
think
name.
I've known some Lonnies over the years.
Yeah, there's been a lot.
All right. Lonnie,
Hi,
I'm
Lonnie.
sorry. I thought it was a guy, so I got confused. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm from Southern California. And Jimmy, I guess my problem
The girls are warm.
you talk all this shit. Black people do this, black people do that. And as soon as you get a black person in the studio, you don't say shit. You don't use the words you use. It would be different if you were practicing what you preach.
Whoa.
Niggas, savages, monkeys.
I think you're confusing. First of all, I have never come on the air and said that niggers were savages and monkeys. Never once. You're lying, or you're hearing something that you think is me and it isn't.
Well, maybe she doesn't know all the voices yet.
Hey.
She might not know who's saying what.
Yeah, I think you're mixing a lot of things up, and what you're saying now is a blatant lie.
Okay, so just like you don't say nigger just to prove the point that you can say nigger.
No,
it's always in context of the conversation.
Always in context of the conversation. I've used it as an example.
Never in context.
When have I ever used it inappropriately?
Whenever you say it, it's inappropriate.
Regardless of context. Okay, regardless of context.
Because I'm just saying, Jimmy, if John Cheadle was when he was in the studio, and if you had a real conversation, you guys want to know what's going on with black youth, ask a black guy when he's in there, and then say nigger in context. You would never say it.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe if we got to know Don Cheadle a little better and not just the first interview that we have with him for 10 minutes, 20 minutes when we're talking about his movie, after a while, that conversation would come out. It's not an appropriate first conversation.
That's Anthony.
Yeah, that's me.
I I know with Anthony. Anthony's just a blatant racist, so I respect him.
Oh,
but
goody.
Jimmy, you have black friends, but then you talk all this shit.
Do you understand how many arguments I've had with my black? You know how Patrice and I, or Keith and I, for years have had these discussions, brutally honest. But you just came on and lied. You just fucking lied and said that I say that blacks are savages, and I've never said that once.
Okay, can I give you an example?
Yes.
When something happened, when there were like 50 people out of somebody's house, and the police came, you go, that reminds me of a movie. Were you not talking about Planet of the Apes?
I don't even remember. No, obviously not. No. I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember the discussion. But no, why would you infer that?
Because that's what happened in Planet of the Apes.
There was 50 people outside of a house in Planet of the Apes?
Lovely Anthony went on his usual website and looked at a video where 50 people went to some girl's house to beat her up.
I remember the case.
Lovely website I went to was
by the way,
CNN.
Lonnie, I don't remember the discussion, but why couldn't it have reminded me of a fucking Spike Lee film? Why couldn't it have reminded me of Do the Right Thing, where there was a fucking riot at the end of the movie?
Because that was not what happened.
Oh, okay. So you know, from me saying that reminds me of a movie. So not only you come on and lie and said that I said that blacks were savages, which I did not say, and now you're telling me what I meant in a discussion I had 2 weeks ago. When come on.
Okay, well, Jimmy, I apologize if you weren't talking about that movie, but I'm pretty sure you
But
were.
listen to where you go with it. And and by the way, I've never used the word nigger angrily on the air. I've never said that angrily. I've used it in a discussion about how phony Americans are when they try to say N-word, or when they try to put words to bed, because then after nigger, it became retard, or you can't say chink, and now we're removing all these words from the language.
Midget.
So that's the context I've used it in. And that's a perfectly... I'm sorry?
Everybody can say whatever the hell they want to say. I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with people say something and then act different when they're in the presence of somebody.
I would have this discussion. Let me tell you something. If I'm not afraid to fucking yell at Jesse Ventura, I'm not afraid to have a racial discussion with a black guest. Don Cheadle, I was starstruck with. We didn't talk about any social
issues. And why
issues.
have a racial discussion with Don Cheadle? Just because he's black, we're supposed to have a racial discussion? The guy's a great actor. We were talking to him about his acting and his movies. Why should we ever have to go to a race discussion if we're just talking about his movies?
Thing as a black woman trying to listen to this show is hearing you guys talk and just talk about black people. I know my cousins are acting up. I get it. We're fucking up. I get it. But it's like when you have a black guy in the studio, just say, hey, what do you think is going on?
Because I don't need to...
Why do you think it's acting like that?
I don't need to ask, because that's racist,
it is,
Lonnie.
right.
I don't need to ask D.L. Hughley why other people who are the same color are doing something. I can make my own observations, and he can make his.
But we've had those discussions with D.L. Hughley, and certainly with Patrice.
Patrice O'Neill. Have you never listened to this show when Patrice was on?
Lonnie, are you that Twitter account I was reading earlier?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind.
So have you never listened?
No, sir. I always listened when Patrice was on.
Okay, well then how could you say we don't have these discussions when we would for an hour and a half we would go on a thing about language and removing words, and he actually agreed with the ridiculousness of removing words. So how could you say that?
I'm just saying, it's just like, why would you think people wouldn't complain about what these people are saying? I mean, what world do you live in? They're not on satellite radio.
Because Lonnie, I'm listening to you, and I'm listening to what you've gotten wrong so far. You think that I won't have those conversations with a black guest, and you're just completely wrong. Because I've had them. And I talk about it on stage. The opening of my act, the first 10 minutes is about black and white.
Well, I've never seen
Well, I'm just saying, but don't make it look like, when the guys are here, I'm saying, hey, I hate niggers, and then a black guy comes in, and I'm like, hi, how are you, sir? Because that's just a blatant lie.
Yeah. That is kind of how you painted it.
And it's not true. You don't like what I'm saying because you're not used to hearing white people in this day and age disagree with something black people are doing and say it.
No, it's fine that you disagree. I don't have a problem with that.
She's saying that when the people are in studio that we back away.
But when does that discussion come up?
That's her whole point here, really.
When does that discussion
she
come
doesn't
up
really give a fuck
where we haven't had it?
Yeah.
Any discussion, you don't bring it up. I'm just saying you never bring it up.
Why do you feel we should just because the person's black? How about there's 10 things ahead of race that we'd rather talk to these guests about? I think you saying that we should bring up race just because a guest is black is fucking racist.
Anthony, you bring up shit just for black people all the time. I'm just saying, I hate to hear you guys have a discussion about what you think is going on with these black youth, and then you and then never bring it up.
I'd love to continue this, but can't we get to that news story about that shooting outside that rap concert this weekend?
And wait, why do what's going on with black youth? Like, the only guy who's allowed to talk about it publicly is the mayor of Philadelphia because he's black.
Yeah.
He's the only one. What's that?
The black youth are going crazy. We know that. Black community knows that. They are acting a fool. I don't know why they're acting like this.
Oh, okay,
I
but
have
now.
No idea.
Oh, so you don't know. So obviously you're telling me that you don't know as a black woman. So I'm assuming you're black. Didn't mean to make that giant leap. So why do you... Okay, so if you don't know, Lonnie, why should I ask a black guest when he's in? Why would he know anymore why other individuals are acting like assholes?
Because I say I don't know, but I'm not. It is just like some things that are said about how people act, and it's savage and this and that. I mean, come on.
Certain behaviors are savage. Right. They really are. Certain behavior, the people aren't savage, they're not savage based on race or religious background, but behaviors are savage. Certain behaviors are savage. If a guy is raping women and punching them in the face, he's a savage.
I've used I've used the word savage talking about Islamic radicals more than I have, I think, any other group that I've called savage.
Anyone that will blow themselves up and blow up innocent women, innocent
heads
people
off while they're still alive
are savage.
That's savage behavior. You're just taking it very personally. She's taking this very personally.
Did it ever occur to you that you're reading more into it?
It's just, I don't know. I guess I am. I guess, whatever.
Look, I'm on the phone with you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, that's fine, but Jimmy, did you give the news thing credit about the 13 people that were killed? They said 2 black guys did it, but they always say black guys.
They don't, Lonnie. This is what drives me crazy. They don't. What bothers me, and I even say this, it's not black people removing this stuff from the language. It's guilty whites. It's whites who are afraid if they say the word black, that the way they really feel about that word is going to come out. I can have this racial discussion. I would be comfortable saying this in a room full of black people because I'm not afraid of being exposed as a racist because I'm not. But there are things in the language that make me sick. And that's one of them. I read a rape suspect description where they removed, they didn't mention the guy's race. In the New York Daily News or in all of these flash mobs. If there are white victims, they don't mention the race. Black people are very, very rarely charged with hate crimes. Why? Because the police department don't want their stats to go up, and the media is too guilty to call out black and white crime as being racially motivated. And that's white people also not wanting to acknowledge that black people are fucking pissed off at them. And that's also arrogant white people intellectualizing, thinking they're the only ones capable of having such devious motives, and black are more meat and potatoes. They're just doing violence because they're violent. It's a subtle form of liberal racism as far as I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the conversation.
But I mean, come on, but don't. It bothers me that you would think that I wouldn't have this discussion. I would love to have this discussion with a black actor. It just wouldn't be appropriate when Don Cheadle walks in, who I'm a fucking fanboy.
Just to blindside him with race
It's
questions.
almost like when as much as I've talked about politics and stuff, when Ozzy walks in here, do I talk about fucking Islamic radicalism when Ozzy Osbourne is sitting here? No, I'm a fawning fairy.
But I guess my thing is, when you know a flash mob went and stole a whole bunch of stuff, do they really need to say it was black people? We all know it was black people. I know it was my people that did that.
But do you listen to...
Be specific.
But so what you're saying is, do we really need to say it when we all know it? That's scary because you're saying, don't say something that's honest because it's unpleasant to hear.
It's not unpleasant to hear. It's just a fact. That's just what's going on. You know... Like, there's certain radio hosts or radio stations that play a game of what race is this, and they list off the crime that happened, and you have to guess who it was.
That's an old that's a hack bit, by the way.
But do you know what you just said? Do you
say
hear
serial killer and you got to say white?
Yeah.
What you just said? Do you understand what you just said is why is absolutely liberal racism? Like you just said. Well, we all know who's doing it. That is exactly the way the media looks at blacks. It's expected behavior. You don't even need to say it. We're not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly, you're feeding into that.
It's not expected, but that's just what's going on.
But don't say it.
What's going on right now with them?
Okay, so we all have to pretend it's not happening. It's like the Emperor's new clothes. Pretend it's not happening. Even though you're a black woman saying you know it, you're offended if I say it.
No, I'm not offended you say that. I'm offended you get so mad that they're not saying it's a black person. And it seems like it's a different motive. Like, why are you so angry they're not saying it's a black person?
Because honestly, sweetheart, I'm mad because any type of tampering with the language, it's how I make my living. It affects me greatly. Most people don't understand it because they don't talk for a living. But I notice this stuff, and I'm obsessed with this stuff because way back from Tough Crowd, I remember the notes we would get from their standards and practices department from Viacom. And you start to see patterns on what is allowed through and what is going to, you might not want to say that. Or, and when you see the pattern, it drives you crazy. That's what bothers me about them not saying black people, because when they say it's white people, when a bunch of white guys commit a race crime against a black person, I never once am bothered when they say it's a white person.
No.
They should say that.
And boy, you could be bothered 20 times because it's on the cover of the paper for 2 weeks straight, as opposed to, a black on white crime.
And that's not black people doing that.
No.
That's white editors making the decision to scold other white people, which is kind of how parents treat each other as opposed to treating the child the same way. It's paternalism, and it drives me nuts.
Okay, well, I have to go to work because I do have a job.
Work?
I'm black.
Wow.
That wasn't me.
On.
That wasn't me.
That was me. And if you can't understand that that's a joke based on a stereotype that I bash all the time, please. What am I, fucking Huntley Brinkley over here?
Lonnie,
That's why I listen to this show. You guys are funny. I was just calling.
Lonnie, really quickly, were you bothered when those radio hosts said that Whitney Houston was a crack hoe?
I didn't even hear it, but no.
Of course not, because you're a thinking person. You're at least thinking.
At least the sensitivity training is going to really help.
Yeah, but who the fuck would actually be bothered? You wouldn't want to have to deal with those people anyway as a company. Who cares?
I think maybe it's older black people that are, bothered by that.
I wonder. I doubt it. I bet it's a very, very small minority, but for some reason they have big voices in this country.
You can say whatever you want. This is what it is.
I think thinking people heard two radio guys go, Whitney Houston was, crack hoe, and they're like, whatever. Two guys just trying to entertain their stupid audience.
Hey, come on, you're going to be late for work, and
Thank you, Anthony.
All right, Lonnie.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. I don't think you brought up a great point there, Jimmy. I don't think the word nigger has ever been used on this radio show in anger.
It has not once.
It's been used in context of somebody using the word in a news story, and then we have to reiterate the way rappers and certain other black people talk. We've discussed that and used the word, but we've never, had somebody walking down the hall and then blurted it out in an offensive manner.
And more importantly, how many times did you want to?
Oh, God, please. Right now?
But there's a weird line with that word because you can always, I don't use it like when black people are in, or I try not to, because there's a way, it drives me nuts when somebody sneaks it in front of a black person just to, Eddie Murphy years ago called out Dick Cavett on that. Because Cavett did it kind of gratuitously. They were having an interview, and I guess Cavett was doing word association.
They say, I like to fuck.
No, he didn't say that.
No. Oh.
He said that. He looks at Eddie Murphy, and he goes, nigger. And he goes, look, what does that word mean to you or something? And Eddie Murphy mocked him and said something about, do you see that? I said it right in front of him. He didn't do anything. Like he called Cavett out on the way he used it in front of him on purpose. And I've never forgotten. That was 30 years ago.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Do we have a clip of that? I would love to see that.
Yeah, I don't like sneaking it in, even though, of course, you can. And if it's called for in a discussion, I would say it.
Yeah.
But to me, there's something about just saying it in front of a black guy where he can't do anything, that it's just kind of, we both know what you're doing.
Let's go to Steve in Houston.
Yeah, that is a silly way to pop it in there.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Hi, Steve.
We've talked to you before, I think.
Hello.
I've never been able.
Oh, but you're saying he sounds exactly like.
God, you all sound the same in the end.
Jesus.
Oh, right. Nice, Opie. Nice.
Sorry.
Anyway, Jimmy, I just wanted to call you out. Before Don Cheadle came in, you did make reference stating the people at Shade 45 as monkeys or something of that nature. So don't play this shit.
Whoa. I said what?
You said something about them. You said the monkeys across the hall. I would never.
That's absolutely not true.
Jimmy would never fucking say that. No one in this studio would say that.
That's 100% wrong.
Pull the clip. Find the fucking clip.
Rock, you got the clip.
It was never said.
Nope. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
If you tell me,
yes, you did, Brett.
Let me tell you something.
Yes, you did.
If you're telling me that I said people in Shade 45 are monkeys,
No, the actual term that you said something about monkeys. It was something said with monkeys and things. You said no, we can just go across the hall. It was implied, and we all know that Shade 45 is across.
And Martha Stewart is across the hall, and so is the fucking gay channel.
No.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
And then, of course, Anthony hits this little bill like he always does, but we all know what that means. Come on.
What I do?
Cut the bullshit.
What I do?
All I'm saying.
Yo, man, what I do? Why you gonna do me like this?
How are we gonna find that clip? Now I'm curious what the guy's referencing. E-Rock? All right, what do we got, Steve? Was that it?
Oh, no, I just wanted to add that. I love you guys. I love the show. I'm African American. All of us are not lazy. I hate it. I don't believe that you are entitled to say what you want, but you also have to take. Sometimes there's repercussions behind that. It fucking sucks. I'm in my job right now. I closed my office door. I can't go in my office. I can't go and tell my yes. I'm a businessman, but I can't go. I can't go.
He was born a slave, but he died a businessman.
I love that commercial.
Steve loves it too.
That commercial rules.
Oh my god. I fucking love it.
Fuck, man. All right.
Anyway. But I love the guys, man. It's like I said, every morning y'all make the drive in easier.
But
y'all give it. But Jimmy, you are kind of full of shit on this one. You kind of said some sneak things in before, and sometimes it's just in the name of comedy, which is great. And you're funny as fuck.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it.
But that woman calling up and saying that I've said, are saying that blacks are savages and blacks are, it's just not, I've never said that.
A lot of, no, you've never just said, oh, blacks are savages, this and that, but a lot of times you just, we general dialogue, whether you're reading a story or whatever, and we'll hear the bell ring, and then that's when the joke.
You're talking about the vagary that happens at times.
Yes.
But hey, if there's vagary,
deniability.
If there's vagary about something, exactly. You can't just fill in the blanks and say, Jim, that's definitely what you meant, or Ant, you can't just fill in the blanks and tell people that's exactly what they meant. And you just can't do it.
You don't think it's that calculated, my friend? Come on.
Come on, Andy. I know, just like you are in the radio business where everything is taped, and you got to protect yourself from a legal perspective. I understand that, but you know, and I know that there's times where y'all go for the cheap joke, and it's right there. You can't help it.
Dude, we made a living on cheap jokes. Yeah. Our whole fucking radio show is a cheap joke. We do a lot of cheap jokes here. It's what we're built on. It's a foundation of cheap jokes.
Yeah.
But I was only annoyed at her saying that I wouldn't have that racial discussion with Don. If he would have brought up race, I would absolutely have had that discussion. I don't care who it is.
No, and I agree with that. Why the hell should a black person walk in and you immediately go to the whole race conversation? I hate it when every time I'm around my white coworkers, they feel as if I have to reprimand. I'm the spokesperson for all black people. I kind of hate that shit at times, but it is the way it is.
But you know how awkward that would have been? Like if he just comes in, or let's say a guest regular, John Jones, who we have. I would be very interested to talk about social issues with those guys. But there's something, it's like out of character to why they're here. And it's weird to just go, so what do you think about the blacks behaving? So he'd go like, what? Like,
what? Yeah,
why are you asking me that?
Why asking me?
And then there's the chance that'll take, knock all your teeth out.
But that's it's just an awkward.
Opie, why is it that we always got to retaliate with violence? Come on, man.
Well, no, John Jones is just a tough guy. That's all I'm getting at. He's a UFC guy. He might do that because that's what he does when he wakes up. I don't know. He's a bad motherfucker.
But anyway, gentlemen, I have to get back to work, and you guys enjoy your day.
What kind of business?
I'm actually the engineering manager for a chemical company.
Pharmaceuticals?
Yeah.
God, you guys got fancy names now.
Crystal meth.
Meth? Crystal meth is a fucking is a white
That's a white thing.
That's a white
guy drug.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, Steve.
Take it easy.
All right, Steve. Any other black people want to call up and accuse me of racism?
Yeah, exactly.
That was a good discussion. Good call.
Oh, man.
What is this? It's like the third degree. I got fish to fry. There's a Q&A. Uncle Junior is in that.
Break time. Kirk Cameron. When we get back, you don't like the gay.
The gee.
We got the clips. I haven't heard the clips yet from Piers Morgan.
I haven't heard him either.
So we'll check that out. Stay there.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
It's time for another edition of Jailhouse Cooking with your host, Bernard Hopkins. In today's episode, Bernard is going to show you how to boil water to make instant soup in prison.
As far as soup that they sell in commissary at the store, you take a socket of a extension cord, you cut it, you put some batteries on the end of it, sort of look like a dynamite wrapped up together. You take a plastic bag, you cover the battery up so you won't get no rust or no kind of bacterial poison from the battery. You plug it in, now you got hot water, now you put in your soup, you got instant soup from an instant soup cup.
Stay tuned for another edition of Jailhouse Cooking with your host, Bernard Hopkins, only on the Opie and Anthony Show.
The Opie and Anthony Show presents Primetime Sam Roberts and One Question with a Guest We Couldn't Get. Hip-hop pioneer from Run DMC, rapper DMC.
Primetime Sam Roberts here with the legendary DMC from Run DMC. D, do you watch TV?
It depends what's on. Like the TV shows I watch is like Discovery Channel, Learning Channel, and National Geographic.
Thank you so much for your time.
That's it.
This has been Primetime Sam Roberts and One Question with a Guest We Couldn't Get on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Now we go on to Kirk Cameron.
He doesn't like the gay. He doesn't like the gay. His God has said, don't like the gay. He's paying attention to his God.
Well, but me thinks he might have some feelings.
You think he's covering up?
Me thinks he might have some feelings that he doesn't understand.
I always thought he was gay. I mean, I'm
Really?
he's not, but I always thought he was.
I think the people that yell and scream about this stuff the loudest, there's always something going on deep inside themselves, I believe.
Inside.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I've always been from that school of thought.
I think in the end, who gives a fuck? Really, who gives a fuck?
I could care less about what the gay is doing.
But, I mean, if you're basically saying that, what did he say? That he said homosexuality is unnatural and gay marriage is destructive to civilization. That makes me think that there's something going on in his head that is bothersome.
Did you...
maybe some feelings that pop up.
Did you see the brilliant Colin Quinn's tweets last night about this?
No, I did not.
It's supposed to be Adam and Eve, not...
Oh.
And then he would go... It was all kinds of different takes on the Adam and Steve thing.
I saw Adam and Beebs.
Adam and Beebs.
So I did see that.
Fucking...
Adam and Jeeves, I saw. Yeah, I guess I did read
there
some
were
of
a whole
these.
shitload of them. And the fact that Colin retweets the people that bash him, and these people come off like complete idiots. How do they not get it? How do they not understand? It's Colin Quinn, first of all. He didn't turn into an asshole over fucking night and start tweeting like ridiculous things. That's his bit. It's hilarious. And believe me, I'm not even blowing his spot up because there are so many stupid people out there. They will still bitch and complain about Colin Quinn's tweets.
Twitter has made me realize that there are a lot of dumbbells out there.
Yes,
Dummies.
Like they cry when you block them. Like, why do you block me?
Yeah.
It's like, why do you care? If you're going to be a cunt, I'm going to block you.
Right.
And why do you care?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care if you ever acknowledge me again. Why do you need to read what I write?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And don't ever ask me to unblock you because, first of all, I don't remember why I blocked you, but I'm sure it was a good reason.
I unblocked one guy because he wrote me an email and he goes, look, I was on pain medication. I am.
Wow.
And it was actually a cool, so I unblocked him. Or did I? I might have forgotten.
I've had a few of those too, and it's like, why do I have to deal with your fucking drug addiction?
But I mean,
why are you lashing out at me because you like a few fucking perks?
Yeah.
At night.
I love when I'm not even following your conversations.
Yeah.
And you've yelled and screamed or whatever, and then they start hitting me up saying, "Can you talk some sense to Anthony? Like, why is he blocking me?" I'm like, he doesn't talk to me.
Why
am I going to talk to him?
I would, if you came to me with unblocking someone, I would block you in a second.
Twitter is given on
Blocky Rock.
Twitter's given on the dummies voice, and I don't know.
But they're being shut down, their dummy voices, because I just block them. I can't take it. I post some shit sometimes as a complete goof, a joke, sarcasm, and people just don't get it and actually take what I said verbatim and seriously and comment on it. It's like verbatim.
Sorry.
And it's like, what the fuck are you talking? Are you that dumb? And apparently, yes, they are.
It's like if you're a dick to me on Twitter, I've never blocked anybody for disagreeing with me. But if there's a cunty tone, it's like you're saying that to me. That's like you're heckling me in a club, so I'll just block you. What else am I going to do? Most times you're not using your real name. You're not using your real face.
There's no picture. There's no.
You're some anonymous jerk off. So I'm supposed to just sit there and read your disapproval? Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Why should I have to read your words of fucking wisdom?
Because
every day,
if I block you, you can say what you want. I'm not stopping you.
Go ahead. No one's going to
say what you want.
And they have every right to tweet whatever they want.
Sure, absolutely.
3 followers.
But when you're, of course you're going to get blocked, and there's nothing wrong with that.
But then they can't believe it.
Of course.
They're like, they're thinking, but I want to be able to be this anonymous person with a fake name and say whatever I want that you have to acknowledge.
About you, right.
And I don't like when I can't be heard. I could see you being mad if I removed your right to Twitter. Then you got a right to bitch because that's me infringing on your right. All I'm saying is, fuck you. I'm not going to read it.
I don't have to read your shit. Right.
Too bad, baby. Or else don't be a scumbag when you mention me. I've never, ever blocked anybody for going, look, I don't think you're right about this. Never. It's when there's a cunty or shitty tone to it that I block them. It's like, go fuck yourself. Just don't cry about it after. You want to be a jerk off? Be the anonymous jerk off you are with your fake Twitter name and your fake Twitter picture. And then don't fucking cry about it when you're no longer allowed to mention it.
And if that happened in a club, you'd have them removed because, you would have to.
Because there's a difference between somebody who disagrees with you, who's a fan, and you know that, and when somebody is just being a jerk off. And I love when the jerk offs cry.
Yeah. You fucking, you pussy, you don't want to fucking... No, I don't.
You know what I'm learning today? That I'm not the only one that gets hate tweets. This is so refreshing. I thought it was just me.
I don't block that often. When I do...
The funny thing is, when you discuss this with other people, you realize that it's just all-encompassing. There are a lot of just fucking complete assholes out there just spewing hate tweets to every person they could fucking...
to their 3 or 4 followers.
I have a lot of people that are disagreeing with me today on the thing because I'm attacking liberals. There's a lot of people disagreeing with me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm not blocking all them. I'm just blocking the couple that are absolute jerk-offs.
Yeah.
If you don't agree with me, I'm not blocking you.
It's your prerogative.
Yeah, of course.
I'm on Twitter just because it's just fun. And I just like trying to keep it as fun as possible.
Wow.
Simple as that.
Police. Someone just tweeted me this. Black teenagers light 13-year-old on fire. You get what you deserve, white boy. Is that from Drudge? Check Drudge. I don't know if that's a true tweet or not.
That is true.
Is it?
Yeah. That's a big story today.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, hopefully, I'm sure Reverend Al will talk about that. And that's right.
He'll condemn it, I'm sure.
I hope Lonnie's not mad that I'm mentioning this. Where's that?
Putin.
Good thing Putin's there.
Thank God Putin got reelected.
Putin. Yeah,
it seems like the election's a little more legitimate, though, because it was a little closer. I love those elections overseas where it's 99%.
Yeah, 99%. They love them.
Got 99% of the vote. Not anymore. I think he only had like 58. So so they're not faking it as much as they used to. What happened?
First degree burns.
This is this. The boy was taken. A 13-year-old boy, police said, was doused with gasoline and lit on fire. While walking home from school, is recovering with first-degree burns to his face and head. The boy was just 2 blocks from home in Kansas City when 2 teenagers began to follow him and then attacked him, his mother, Melissa Kuhn, said.
Oh, no.
Police have described the suspects as black 16-year-olds, while the victim is white. We were told it's a hate crime, Kuhn told KTLA. They rushed him on the porch as he tried to get the door open.
Oh, boy.
One of them poured gasoline and then flicked a Bic. This is what you deserve. You get what you deserve, white boy.
They must not have liked his name.
They fucking lit this kid on. And again, they are mentioning the racial difference because it was very, it was a hate crime committed.
Yeah.
And they said white boy in it.
Wait, the white kid's name is?
Kuhn, yeah.
Why does that always work out with some of these
I don't
stories?
know.
It's so weird.
Know.
So weird.
What's even odder is the black guys' names were responsible. See?
I'm actually looking at the story like a literal idiot.
Earthquake. Where's an earthquake? Big earthquake. Breaking. San Francisco.
The wrestler?
Might be San Francisco.
Is this it? Finally?
We got
finally the big one?
Trending topic, earthquake, and then San Francisco. A 4.3 magnitude earthquake has struck. That's easy. They laugh at 4.3s out there, don't they?
Yeah.
We would be... Earthquake warning? No, Iraq. What?
Just say it on the air. What?
Iraq, yes. Comment?
I was just saying, did you want the earthquake warning? That's all.
Okay.
I said no.
Earthquake.
Oh, no.
If we had a 4.3 in New York, we'd all cry like bitches.
Oh, it'd be crazy. Do you feel
Guaranteed.
that? Where
Guaranteed.
were you? Where were you when that happened?
We would cry like bitches.
The last big one in Frisco, and that wasn't even a big one. Wasn't that one that happened during a World Series or some shit?
Oh, shit. That goes way back, huh?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
They've had one since then that was...
Nothing that big that brought down those... Remember the highway fucking collapsed on the other highway?
Pancaked.
Yeah.
Good old pancake.
That was crazy.
All right, so let's get back to Kirk Cameron. He's on Piers Morgan. I don't know why.
Piers.
And
do you follow Piers on the Twitter?
He's a fucking... He stinks on
I
Twitter.
know. I follow him, but...
There's so many people on Twitter that have so many fucking followers, and they just stink. Howard Stern stinks on Twitter. Piers Morgan stinks on Twitter.
Pictures of the girlie there.
He stinks, though. He should have more to offer Twitter than what he does.
I like the photos.
Yeah.
And Piers talks a little soccer. I don't know.
You know who's terrible to follow because you just remember him as, George Costanza.
Right. Yeah,
Jason Alexander.
There you go.
He's
another one.
terrible.
Is he bad?
Because it's the complete opposite of George Costanza, and you just want to remember George Costanza, you know? Kind of like, it's George. But no, he's not George. He's Jason Alexander. Liberal.
There's a lot of them. A lot of people that really don't have much to tweet. Hey, this guy, don't kill the messenger, Sam.
Here's a guy.
He says if a 4.3 hit New York, we'd all cry like fezzies. We would all cry like fezzies.
No reason for it.
How's Fez doing these days? Still sounding good?
I don't know. I heard he went to the hospital.
Yeah, he's been sick a little bit.
And then people are like, why aren't you, tweeting well wishes to Fez?
I didn't know he was.
I didn't even know he was in the hospital. What happened?
I'm not exactly sure what's been said on the air or off the air. So.
Oh, okay. That's good. See,
What? You have some inside info?
I don't know if it's inside or not.
Like that. You're not a rat.
You had some ticker problems? I see you pointing at your chest. So.
I'm not pointing at anything. I'm scratching my nose. I don't know what's been said on the air or not. I don't know what's inside or not.
Well, write it down for us.
None of my business.
You don't want to blow up anybody's spot on the air.
Write it down for us at least. What do you have? Some chest pains?
I read some tweets, but
I mean, it might have been said on the air. It might not be
obviously.
secret.
I hope Fez is doing well.
Oh,
what?
I think.
Huh.
Well,
surgery to become a what?
That's really. He's really leapfrogging now.
Wow. Really?
Did he pick out a girl name yet?
And can I say something? People get really mad, but the beauty of this show and Ron and Fez, all this comes out in the end. But it's not. Yeah. We're not at liberty to say that shit. No. But you'll find out. It'll come out. Oh, they said it on air?
I guess that's what Eric's telling me.
You sure?
Yeah, I just spoke with Pepper. That's what they said on there.
He had 3 more stents put in?
Wow. Damn. That's a lot of stents.
New Fez, he's going to come back stronger than ever, though.
Yeah.
It.
Robo-Fez.
Yeah.
He's becoming Robo-Fez. Kirk Cameron, homosexuality is unnatural and gay marriage is destructive to civilization. This is from Piers Morgan. We got the clip, so let's listen in now.
Mm-hmm. If I asked you, for example, what your view of gay marriage is, what would you say?
Gay? Well, go ahead and ask me.
What is your view of gay marriage?
I feel like I just got imported into the Christine O'Donnell interview you did back in August.
Well, that was an interview where she wouldn't talk about stuff in her own book.
I know.
I'm just saying, these issues are interesting to me about what you would tell your kids, who you're trying to protect, for example.
Yes.
Would you tell them that gay marriage is a sin?
I would tell my children, as I tell them what I believe myself, and dealing with these social issues, whether it's abortion or gay marriage.
What do you believe?
I believe that marriage was defined by God a long time ago. Marriage is almost as old as dirt, and it was defined in the garden between Adam and Eve, one man, one woman, for life, till death do you part. So I would never attempt to try to redefine marriage, and I don't think anyone else should either. So do I support the idea of gay marriage? No, I don't.
Do you think homosexuality is a sin?
I think that it's unnatural. I think that it's detrimental and ultimately destructive to so many of the foundations of civilization.
So what do you do if one of your 6 kids says, Dad, bad news, I'm gay?
Good question.
I'm not going to deal with hypothetical
I'd sit down and I'd have a heart-to-heart with them, just like you would with your kids. I'd talk to them about...
If one of my sons said that, I'd say, that's great, son.
No, you wouldn't.
Happy?
I think he would.
Maybe he wouldn't.
Maybe he would be supportive,
There'd
though.
still be part of him that would be like, "Fuck, man."
Yep.
I'd rather have the kid that wants to play ball.
It's probably not choice number one, but basically what he's saying is that he would support him.
Yeah. Kirk Cameron did nothing wrong, though. He was asked his opinion. He didn't offer it. He was kind of goaded into give. You can't fault a guy for that's his
not
opinion.
faulting
No, not
him.
you. I'm saying people in general.
Yeah.
The gay people, look, I get it. You don't like what he said, but you can't fucking bash the guy when Piers Morgan says, "What's your opinion?" and he gives it.
Right.
It's like, what? You can't fault him for that, even
So
if you
how
don't
do you
like
bash
it.
him? Right. Is he supposed to lie? Sit there and not be honest about how he feels?
No, people are not happy with what he said, which is fine too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think the guy's a twat.
I think he's a twat as well.
I really do.
And I think that fundamentalist or whatever Christian thinking stinks, and it's corny and it's idiotic, and I think it's inconsistent.
The fact that marriage is defined by God?
Yeah.
Really?
God cares where you stick your dick, and he just threw a baby through a twister and killed the whole family?
Yeah.
Really? Same guy?
God, Jimmy, bravo.
Same guy? I mean, I don't
Bravo.
get it. You religious people, they explain away everything bad and everything good is because God loves them. It's like that woman standing there begging the twister to avoid her house is exactly what religion is in a whole. It's like, do this for me.
Right.
Yeah.
Do this for me. Fuck everybody else. She didn't say, God, take the twister back. No, move it away from this town. Fuck everybody else.
The religious game is based completely on you have to have faith that even the bad shit that's being done to you, there's this wacky reason that you can't understand in life. Once you go over to the other side, everything will be explained to you. You'll understand why you had hardships.
Well, why so secretive?
Because it's the only way it works.
True.
It's the only way the game of a religion works is that the bad things that happen to you have to be mysterious, secret, and there has to be some underlying reason that you just aren't wise enough as a regular human to understand. Or else, if the truth of the matter was, well, because sometimes God don't like you, and he's going to smite you and your family, you'd sit there and go, well, fuck that. Fuck this God. But they've worded things and conditioned you to think that even when bad things happen, when your fucking kid is taken from you, or your mother, or horrible thing happens to you, that it's still God loving you, but this is a test, or it's some way that you had to pay something for something you did, or don't worry, in the afterlife, it's all going to be made up for you. And that's the only way it works, is this blind faith that you have to follow for this all-knowing, all-loving God that does horrible things to people. But, it'll be explained to you in the next chapter, I guess.
Saying Seinfeld is a bad Twitter guy, too, huh? Getting a little list together. He doesn't tweet much, though, right?
Jerry ain't that good either. Got to be honest with you.
Yeah, he doesn't tweet much.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, Ant.
Yeah.
Here's more from Piers Morgan.
Say, that's great, son. As long as you're happy. What would you say?
Well, I wouldn't say that's great, son, as long as you're happy. I'm going to say, there's all sorts of issues that we need to wrestle through in our life, and just because you feel one way doesn't mean we should act on everything that we feel. But it's
and yet,
not only
some people would say that telling kids that being gay is a sin, or getting married is a sin, or whatever, that in itself is incredibly destructive.
Can you pause right
and damaging.
there? Like, this is what bugs me, and I understand Pierce is it's a real interview. Don't say some people would say. You're
Say
in a
you would say.
you're in a one-on-one discussion.
Right.
Just say what you would say.
Yeah, exactly.
You
No.
would say, I would say.
That's an interviewer's way of getting somebody else to say stuff without you debating them.
Well, Jimmy, some people would say you're stupid right now.
They'd be right.
Who called out the media on that? Was it Newt Gingrich or? Yeah, we played the clip on our show because an interviewer.
No.
Who was it?
That was Mitt Romney. Was it Romney?
No,
or was
Romney wasn't smart enough for that.
The one who said, "What's his name? What's his name?"
Yeah, what's his name?
I think that was Rick Perry.
Oh, Rick Perry.
It was
right.
Perry. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah, because the media does this all the time. I'm glad Jimmy's bringing this up, where it's not on them. It's like, people are saying, and fucking Perry goes, who are the people? And we'll name the people, or I'm not answering your question. Nailed the guy.
Getting married is a sin or whatever. That in itself is incredibly destructive and damaging in a country where 7 states now have legalized it.
Yes, but you have to also understand that you yourself are using a standard of morality to say that telling people such and such of a behavior is sinful. You're using a standard of morality to make that statement and say that that is terribly destructive. So everyone is going to have a standard against which they...
Listen. I'm not an American. I'm making the point that 7 states in America have now legalized gay marriage.
Well,
by the way, I'm sorry, can you pull one more time? Kirk Cameron, again, made a good point there. He's basically saying you're going by your standard of morality and I'm going by mine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you ask... I'll say I think Kirk Cameron, do I think he's a douche? Yeah, why? Because he feels that way.
Mm-hmm.
But you did ask. And
he's
you
giving
both
you a
have
real
your,
answer.
at least he's giving you real answers,
Yeah.
right?
I feel sorry. I wouldn't want a father like that. With such a closed-minded way of thinking.
I feel sorry for you.
Imagine if one of his kids is gay.
Yeah. And Piers did say that he was brave to say that. I kind of like the way Piers didn't throw him under the bus after. He said he was brave.
And I think that's right. As a father, sorry to bring this into it, but if my son came to me and said that, yeah, part of me would be bummed. Certainly, I want choice number one. It just seems like it'd be a hell of a lot easier way to go through life.
Right. And again,
that's where I sit today. Maybe it gets easier when he gets older. I don't know, but I just know from my dumb experience growing up, it would just be easier, right?
Again, yeah. It's not even your own beliefs. It's you having a son that you care about. You'd start thinking like, God, man, his future, is going to be very difficult.
Exactly.
With this lifestyle. So you care in that way. You don't necessarily have to be like, well, I hate gay people. Fuck you. You better start going out with it. But there will be things as a parent, just because you love your child, that you would look at and go, this is going to be a little rough.
But I would absolutely fully support that.
That would be rough, man. First fucking Christmas with a boyfriend, brings him over, little kissy face at the table. That's got to be a little rough for a dad. I don't know.
It's just, of course it's hard. It's probably not. I'm sure no dad would say it's easy.
But
trying to fuck the turkey.
But there's asshole fathers out there that would act on that shit that makes them uncomfortable instead of going, all right, I gotta suck it up and support my kid.
That is support.
Piers, you're speaking to a man who is a Christian, and I believe that all of us are sinful. I could stand at the top of the list and say that I need a savior and I need an overhaul of the heart more than anyone. And so that's what I teach my kids. I teach them the values that I hold dear. I treasure the God that loves me and forgives me of my sin. And I would teach that to my children.
If we're all sinners, then why are we worrying about this sin shit, Aunt? Right. If we're all sinners, why are we worrying about it in the end?
Yeah, isn't it all relative?
It would be one thing if you knew there was a whole mass amount of people out there that have never sinned. Then you're like, oh, fuck, I'm the asshole here. But if we're all sinning, then
it should cancel out everyone's sins.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, we all know it is the Jew.
Exactly.
I love people that it all comes back to Jews. No matter
Jews.
What. Stupid white supremacists. Well, the Jew. We heard you. We heard you. It's the Jew. We got it. Fucking assholes.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Kirk Cameron is... he believes what he believes.
Yeah.
He's well informed
That's
on,
his right.
on the issue.
Yeah.
Where he stands anyway.
I think his opinion's stupid, but
absolutely.
he can have it.
Yeah. And then he moves on and talks about abortion, which is a hot topic.
Which, oddly enough, he is totally for.
Yeah, but forcefully, with a sidekick. Like barbarically so.
Yeah, it's got to be natural.
Yeah.
What's your view of abortion?
I think that it's wrong.
Under any circumstances.
Under any circumstances.
Even rape and incest.
I think that someone who...
I I don't understand where it's wrong in every instance.
In rape? Like a woman's raped, she should be forced to have the baby?
I know this is one of those sensitive topics and all, but yeah, a woman is just minding her own business, going out to a parking lot, let's say. She gets raped, and now you want to force her to have that kid.
9 months later? Like, what kind of dummy are you?
I don't understand that, and I never will.
Oh, he has your father's deranged eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's got to look at the eyes that might look like the eyes that were staring at her when he was raping her.
So her life should stop, and her body should change, and she should force this thing out of her pussy after some guy forced it into her?
God works in mysterious ways.
By the way, I wonder if Kirk Cameron would feel that way if his wife was gang raped. Maybe he would. Say his wife was raped in a parking lot by somebody.
He's a cuck.
And, yeah, would he enjoy it, or would he say that she should be able to get rid of that, or maybe not? No, honey, God has a reason for you to have been punched and raped.
They'd pray over it, they'd cry over it, and then they'd have the baby. And, this suffering seems to be a very big part of religion.
Yeah.
People, if they're having too good a time, you're doing something wrong in the eyes of your God. And this is pretty much every fucking religion out there, which is, I don't get it.
What?
Why the hell should we sacrifice a good time here for this? This is like fucking let's make a deal. You can have a good time here on this plane of life, or trade it in for the box that God is standing by. Good time now, fucking this, or some mysterious box that what if I get zonked?
Then you completely waste your life
Yes.
doing nothing. And why would you guilt a woman into having the kid? Being raped alone has got to be just emotionally brutal that you never get over. And now you're guilting her into having the kid.
And you don't even realize that. Jimmy brought up something very good. A lot of women, it takes a lifetime to get over a rape, or even to not get over, but to deal with it, to bring yourself where you can deal with it. It at least takes years of counseling and being able to accept what happened. 9 months later, you now have to have a kid that reminds you of the rapist, and that isn't quite enough time to make you a healthy human,
Well, if we were talking to one of these hardcore anti-abortionists, what would they say about that? Why?
Pray, God.
But
pray.
why do they feel that way?
Because life is a life. You don't have any right to take it. That's God's job.
Yeah.
That's their whole selling point on abortion.
We're wasting life all the time.
Well, that's bad in their eyes, too.
But why do they
don't
feel like that?
jerking off. They
Because they're assholes. That's
Right.
why. That's why they do it. Because
I
they're
know.
absolute assholes.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that completely believe that.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
A lot of fucking people. Fuck yeah.
Especially in rape and incest. How could you think
Millions of sperm in us right now that'll never see the light of day.
Oh, well, let's see the light of day on the floor.
Oh, true.
Fucking, before it gets the darkness of the tissue.
As long as they don't see the light of the darkness of a mustache.
That would suck if you were an individual sperm.
Yeah.
Ending up on a mustache.
Oh, God.
And you don't realize until you're coming out of the cockhead.
Right. You didn't even waste me on a fucking broad.
Your owner, you hear, and you don't realize that it's the guy whose balls urine is doing poppers, and as you're rushing out, you're like, wow, I'm going out way too fast. You don't realize you're expertly being sucked out by a gentleman. With a backwards baseball hat.
Oh, that's funny. Really funny.
What's your view of abortion?
I think that it's wrong.
Under any circumstances?
Under any circumstances.
Even rape and incest?
I think that someone who is ultimately willing to murder a child, even to fix another tragic and devastating situation, like rape or incest or things like that, is not taking the moral high road. I think that we're compounding the problem by also murdering a little child.
Could you honestly look a daughter in the eye if she was raped and say, you have got to have that child?
Yes, and I will help
do
you.
that?
Yes, of course.
I find that amazing that people would say that.
Absolute
What
jerk
a
off.
piece of shit.
That's a
piece
cunt.
of shit.
It's a complete commitment to the point of throwing away your life. And this is how people that aren't religious look at it. Throwing away your life on some mystery package that you might get later on. But to them, it's, he doesn't care so much what is happening in this life. So if his daughter gets raped and has to have a kid from a rapist, this life to him is just it's a thing to praise God
and get in touch with the Lord enough so that when he dies, he could be there at the right hand. So you got to go from the mindset of he doesn't see this like we see it.
Yeah,
he doesn't see this plane of existence.
I'm totally with you. I get it.
This plane of existence for him is for suffering and for paying your tab so you can then enjoy your time.
Your price of admission.
Yeah,
Yes, your price of admission to the kingdom.
I'm certainly
it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what there is after this, but I mean, this organized religion doesn't seem to be the exact fucking thing. There's interpretation out there
If there
that
is-
we're missing out on.
If there is some type
like for him
of
to
a
read
God-
the Bible and just go, this is literally the word
Yeah.
of the God, word of God. I never believed that. I'm like, no, man. Who wrote this book? Were there other shit involved? You know, where are we at?
If there's some type of God, I honestly don't believe in my horrid little brain that life would be put on a planet with so many resources and so many great things, and for us to look but don't touch,
Right.
you know, to not be able to enjoy yourself.
Why bother living if the whole time you're going to be tested and worry about guilt and everything
for
else?
this next phase.
That
don't
seems
see
like
it.
exhausting. How about you give my life to someone else? No, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't want to go through life being tested the whole time.
Yeah, why make things fun then?
Right.
Why do you got to tempt us
with a million?
This game? It's some kind of type of fucking game. You put all kinds of fun shit around us, and then if we fuck around with it, we're condemned.
That doesn't-
Jesus, that sounds great
For what in the end?
for a game.
Because no one really has explained it.
That'd be a fantastic game. Imagine if you're God and you got to play with fucking people like that. I'm gonna drop fucking 2 naked bitches that want to fuck this married guy so bad. Go ahead. Oh, we went for it. Ha ha, condemned. It's crazy to think that there's a God that's doing this.
He seems a bit twisted.
A bit fucking twisted.
Because I mean, we got the story everyone's talking about, the kid that went flying. What?
Right.
The kid wasn't even 2, I don't think.
A mile away from the house in the tornado. The whole family's dead.
And then God teases a little bit, like, "Oh, guess what? The baby survived." And then you're like, you breathe a sigh of relief and go, "Oh, that's right. No, now he's dead."
Dead.
Yeah. Or she. I don't know if it was
she
a
was
boy
a
or girl.
miracle baby.
Yeah.
It was
For
a
a day.
miracle.
For a day.
No, but it was a miracle. Wipe the whole family out.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
throw this kid 13 miles. Oh, it's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
But getting back to God is twisted. You know how twisted it is to have a baby survive a tornado and get thrown out of the house,
And it's
then
like,
and then you go, nah, fuck it, I'm going to kill the baby anyway.
Hey, Reaper, come here a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, you were doing something? All right, go back and finish. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, let them think it's
Yeah,
a miracle
yeah.
baby for a day.
Okay. Sorry. Jesus. It's you really can twist your fucking mind up thinking about it. Yeah. I would love to know what happens to people like Kirk Cameron that puts them in the position where they're vulnerable to just eat this shit up. Fucking just eat it up and just take it and completely commit themselves to it.
We're lucky that we live in part of the country that isn't crazed over it.
I think it's something to do
There's
with
other
you need
parts
a
of this-
life experience.
But there are other parts of this country that they are crazed about. There's a million Kirk Camerons. They're cloned all over the place.
Yeah, they're raised like that. You're right.
We see the religious shit in New York,
what
of
happened to
course,
Kirk?
but not some of these places you live. It's insane how they think.
Did someone say, Sarah from Buffalo says that Rick Santorum said rape babies should be treated as gifts from God. Think it was a CBS interview. So let me get this right.
They couldn't have said that.
Maybe he did. So let me get this right, though. If it's a gift from God, how about if somebody breaks into your house and rapes your wife and holds you at gunpoint and rapes your wife? Now, why would that be a crime in your mind if that rapist is the vehicle being used to provide a gift from God?
Well, that's true. If it's something so good.
Since everything happens for a reason, maybe God needed this baby inside. So why would it be against the law, Rick, for someone to break into your house and rape your wife, if that's what you said?
God rapes in mysterious ways,
Yes.
Jimmy. He really does.
No, but maybe the gift from God is that woman, his wife, and the rapist are going to have a baby that is going to go on to someday have a child who will do great things.
Great things.
So maybe that's God's plan. So if this rapist is just a vehicle serving God, why should he go to prison?
Couldn't God have worked it out where the rapist and maybe the rapist kisses the wife at the, at the dance?
Something like that.
This guy's saying, so if the baby survived, God is great, but since it died, God
Jamming under the sea dance.
isn't bad.
Why did he take
I see what they're saying. Gotcha. Yeah, if the baby survived, everyone would be like, look, what God did, God is great.
Yeah.
But since he killed the baby, they're not saying God is bad. They're just going,
God's never bad.
That's his
Mysterious
ways.
Is
We
this
don't
the
understand.
clip, the Santorum clip?
You hear this, maybe? I don't want to misquote the guy.
On abortion, you did harden your position on that. As you
Piers loves talking about abortion.
Yeah.
Why
Chris loves abortion.
Life. You know,
It's bigger.
When I decided to run for public life, I was informed very quickly. People wanted to know what my position on that was. So I actually went
Doggy
through the
style.
process of trying to better understand the facts. It became very clear to me that life begins at conception, and persons are covered by the Constitution. And since human life is the same as a person, to me it was a pretty simple deduction to make that that's what the Constitution clearly intended to protect.
Can you pause that real quick? There weren't, by the way,
That's an
I don't
easy way to
believe
put it.
were there abortions when the Constitution was being drafted? Was abortion
I
a
don't
big
think so.
issue on the table, Rick, during Constitution? I mean, maybe they gave them at some point, but was that really
It's
a
called
hotbed issue in
it's called
1700?
A belt to the bread basket.
I don't believe abortion was talked a lot about back then.
No. I don't think they were talking about abortion.
Carlin's bit is genius. He says, how come we don't count them in the census if they're people?
Yeah. How about that?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt there. Go back just a teeny bit, Sam. Like another 10 seconds. Okay, that's good.
That's what the Constitution clearly intended to protect.
But do you really believe, let me ask you this, do you really believe in every case it should be totally wrong? In the sense that, I know that you believe even in cases of rape and incest, but you've got two daughters. If you had a daughter that came to you...
He loves daughter rape.
And was pregnant and was begging you to let her have an abortion, would you really be able to look her in the eye and say no as her father?
I would do what every father would do, is to try to counsel your daughter to do the right thing.
It's a sort of,
and it's
an almost impossibly hypothetical thing to ask you, but there will be people in that position who may well share your religious values.
It's not a matter of religious values.
And they're looking at their daughter saying,
let them finish, Piers.
How can I deal with this? Because if I make her have this baby...
You presented your question. Let him finish.
It's going to ruin her life.
Well, you can make the argument that if she doesn't have this baby, if she kills her child, that too could ruin her life. And this is not an easy choice. I understand that.
And you'll never have to make it.
As horrible as the way that daughter and son was created, it still is her child. And whether she has that child or she doesn't, it will always be her child, and she will always know that. And so to embrace her and
Rapist
to love her
child.
and to support her and get her through this very difficult time, I've always,
God, what a scumbag.
I believe, and I think, the right approach is to accept this horribly created, in the sense of rape, but nevertheless gift, in a very broken way, but gift of human life, and accept what God is giving to you. As you know,
The gift
we
in
have
a
to,
shitty fucking
lots
package.
of different aspects of our life. We have horrible things happen. I can't think of anything more horrible, but nevertheless, we have to make the best out of a bad situation. And
How do you equate
that is making the best?
How do you equate? Because I know that your position, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you just believe in the sanctity, the innocence of life. How do you equate that with supporting the death penalty, given there are so many people who actually are completely innocent?
Yeah, I've supported mandatory DNA testing, and we have to be certain. I mean, if there's...
But we can't be, can we?
Well, you can...
So if you can't be certain, as a commander-in-chief again, as the president, if you can't be certain, and in fact you know for a fact many innocent people are getting killed under this system, and you believe...
Can you pause, Sam, 1 second? Because Piers is wrong.
Piers is wrong here, too.
I agree with Piers on the fact that if you can't be certain all the time, but mandatory DNA testing is important. If woman is raped and murdered, and there's mandatory DNA testing, and your DNA is found in her or whatever, there is a certain way we can be certain.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm thinking, fuck it, if you're certain or not, he shouldn't be for the death penalty.
Right.
He shouldn't be for the death penalty if the guy they found him over the body with the bloody knives in both hands. If he feels that abortion is murder, then he should feel that the taking of any life, even in a military action. How about that?
You send troops overseas to kill people, you're still killing people. What we know best as to when and what context of killing people is stuff that the Lord would agree with. Mm-hmm. Do you honestly think you're that fucking wise?
You gotta let people live no matter what.
Yeah, either let them live no matter what, or kill everybody. Who gives a shit?
Now, Ant, the obvious
Yes, sir?
question. It's Santorum gets the nod.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Oh, I vote for him. He's white.
Oh.
I vote for him because I feel that these topics that they drag out of people during the elections are less than 1% of what the fuck is going to be needed from this guy, what's going to be done. Don't worry, Santorum gets in. Don't worry, your abortions are safe. Your abortions are safe. I do get pissed about the stem cell research. I'd like to, lop off some fucking fetus heads and get all the stem cells we need out of them, like a Pez dispenser. Just open that neck up and have stem cells flying out of their little faces.
And squeeze it out like old toothpaste?
Yeah, like old toothpaste.
Get as much as you can out of that little spine.
So that's a problem. But, I cannot vote for Obama. Sorry. Again, I'd vote for anyone in there except for...
There you go with Santorum.
What a douche. I mean, what a hateable...
I fucking hate the guy.
Fucking... Not to be pro-life, because if you're pro-life, you're pro-life, but when they take it into, like, rape and incest, that is such
crazy. Yeah.
a fucking absolute disregard for a woman's ability to do what she wants to do with her own body. Like, even beyond... You made an irresponsible choice. You can't punish your kid. You can't force that on somebody.
Why don't we ever deal with logic?
Religion and logic
they just
rarely
don't
share the same
Yeah,
real
I
estate.
know. I understand that. Trust me. But shouldn't there be some exceptions to every rule?
These hardline fucking religious people, there's no bending with them.
Today, I have to say, made me appreciate my parents a little more.
Whoa.
Because I can't imagine having a fucking guy like this as a father who thinks this way, or Kirk Cameron.
I'd rather have my father blessing the wall with spaghetti and meatballs than have to grow up with this motherfucker.
My mom obviously had mental issues, but she never thought like this shit. She was always fucking open-minded. Holy fuck! There's people like this. There are people we're talking to right now that have parents like this, a father like this.
You know what's fucked up? A lot of times
Holy
parents
fuck.
like this raise children that do the opposite, I've known religious families growing up that were hard fucking line Catholic.
Yeah.
And the daughters, wow, did they love that, what I call fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just wanted to get out of that house where the mother is fucking preaching and the father's fucking preaching and everybody's checking everything that these girls did for purity. Meanwhile, we'd go out on the weekends, down some booze, and fuck.
So it got to that fucking?
Do some of that fucking.
Here's the last bit of the Kirk Cameron clip from Piers Morgan. I think he was in the middle of talking about abortion as well here.
Yes, of course.
I find that amazing that people would say that.
Oh, but because I love my daughter. I love that little child. This is a little creature made in God's image. Perhaps, imagine if you were the result of that and you had been aborted, we wouldn't be here having this conversation.
Psychopaths.
I love that fucking logic. Piers wouldn't know that he was aborted, and that would be that. You're talking about shit before you ever really a person.
Break it down. I mean,
Break it down.
So if the kid's born, do you get to a place in your life where you accept the kid and love the kid? I guess
you have
possibly.
to be one of those loony religious people in order to accept the kid of a rapist.
But most people wouldn't be able to take the first step, which is to force their daughter to have the kid.
Yeah.
But if the kid is born, do you get to a place in your own head like, look,
I don't know. I think you got to be a loony religious person to accept it fully, really accept it.
Yeah.
Or you're just going to be looking at it the whole time going, rapist, It gets older and starts really looking like, oh, you look like your father. Yeah, you're fucking...
Why would a woman want to be reminded of that?
Constantly reminded of not only the rape, but the rapist. That's him.
And I wonder what if we would say if, you know.
You did make a good point there, Ant, by the way, about how a lot of this shit is nonsense because it has nothing to do with running the country.
None.
Because nothing really, they're not going to change policy.
We know more about
a lot of this stuff.
We know more about Santorum's loony fucking abortion stance than we do about Santorum. How about bringing fuel prices down? How about jobs? How about dealing with China and the debt and, you know, our military strength and Iran and Israel? There's so many things that are right here, right now, that the president does deal with. And then there's abortion. The most you could turn it into is a character issue. You could say, all right, because he's like this, I kind of have a line on what he's about that could affect other things that he does have a say over.
Right.
But to just sit there and go, well, he's for, he doesn't like abortion, well, then fuck him. It's like, what? That's, you know, oh, I don't like the best brain surgeon in the world because I don't like the shoes he's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't affect
Well,
what
if he's
he
wearing
does.
clown shoes, you'd have a
Well, he could be funny guy surgeon, but he's really talented.
This guy wants to know, God, I think we made ourselves pretty obvious here today, but Ron in Illinois, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Welcome
Hey
aboard,
there, Ron.
Ronnie.
I'm a father of 3 daughters, and there's no way in hell I would have her have an abortion. What I'm trying to figure out is, I'm sitting here as a dad.
Wait. I got to stop you. That's fine to think that way, but even if she's raped.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
I'm sitting here. I've got to deal with the tragedy that my daughter was just violated, and now, on top of that, I'm going to have her kill a baby.
Oh.
This is what I'm going to add to her already horrific situation.
It's what you believe.
No. You're not.
What if she wants that?
Yeah, thank you. Does she have a choice in this at all, sir?
As a father, I would do everything to try to push her in a particular way, but ultimately it comes down to her decision. Would I agree with it? No.
Okay, well, that's fair enough to say that you don't agree with it.
You don't think the
But at least-
turmoil of having a baby of a rapist would be more detrimental than...
Absolutely, but then I would follow up with the question, what did the baby do? Why is the baby going to be punished? Why is the baby going to be killed? What did the baby do?
So basically, you're saying that the rapist has the right in God's eyes.
No, I'm
Hold on.
person. Fuck God.
Well, no. Okay, rapist has the right to take this woman and make her have his baby. So
Absolutely not.
No. According to your logic, if the baby doing nothing wrong takes priority over the woman saying, I don't want to have a baby, any rapist has the right to force that on a woman.
I think you're leaving a step out, though. From my particular point of view, once that sperm has hit that egg, that individual becomes that individual, so it's no longer the rapist or the mother's choice.
No, but I didn't.
Just like you or I do.
No, but I didn't. I didn't skip the step. I'm saying you said the right of that egg with cum on it to be born is more important than the woman's right to say, I don't want this in my body. So the rapist, by raping her, can... Let's just say there's any woman I like who I want to have my kid. No, and she doesn't want to. So according to your law or your belief, if I just decide to put a gun in her mouth and rape her, the right thing for her to do is have that baby. So I have infringed upon her body, and now she's going to have the baby that I wanted her to have.
Yes, because I believe once the baby is made, that baby has its individual rights and needs to be protected.
Okay,
just like you or I.
but what about the woman's right to make the decision on? What if the woman has been responsible and makes her decision and lives according to God's rules and does not have premarital sex and is saving herself for someone special, just like God requests and religion requests, and then she's raped and that choice is removed by a rapist? You still think that the life of that unborn kid who has not formed yet takes priority over her right to live by her decision?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
once she becomes a quote-unquote host and she is carrying another living human being in her body,
Sigourney Weaver?
that baby.
Cool.
Because where do you draw the line?
Where do you draw the line? The same place the Supreme Court has drawn the line, sir. The Supreme Court says that it's not a living thing at conception.
And I don't believe it is either.
I don't believe it is either. Thank you.
And as a father who's seen sonograms and has been through 3 births, I can absolutely tell you that's idiotic.
Well,
that's your opinion.
I think what's idiotic is that you'd sell your daughter out, and what I mean by that
But
is
it's not a matter of selling your daughter out. You guys can't grasp and don't want to acknowledge that that is another living human being.
I'm listening to you.
It's a living collection of cells, my friend. Whether it's a human... Wait.
on the floor.
Wait.
It's still a human being.
No. Now you're making the step of faith and saying that is a human being at that point. I'm saying it's a living organism that is not yet a living human being with a soul and a personality and a purpose in life. And up until the point it has that, to me, personally, I don't consider that murdering anything. I consider it the same as taking a tumor out of somebody.
Understood. So what you're saying then is until that baby is born and breathes on its own, it would fall under the definition that you just gave. So
No. I don't think so. Wrong.
God.
Wrong.
Oh.
Don't misquote people.
I know you're adding in things.
It's a very tricky. There is a certain time period they put. I am not for late term abortions.
Why, Jimmy? What's the difference?
Because
What's the difference between 1 week or 20 weeks?
You're not going to catch me in an inconsistency. I'm telling you why I think the way I think.
Okay.
I think when it's a bunch of cells and it has not formed into anything yet, I don't consider that a human being. Once it begins to take, a religious nut, can I finish, or do you want to just keep babbling like you probably do at your family?
I'm a religious nut. I don't go to church. Why is it that...
Because I'm telling you why I feel the way I feel. I'm listening to you, and you just continually interrupt.
I apologize.
The reason I think that there is, the only way we can define it, or the way I define it, is after a certain period of time. I don't know if it's 3 months or whatever it is. First term.
That I could be honest with you. You find out that it develops quickly into something.
Then whatever
3
it is,
months, no way.
I just don't feel
weeks, Jimmy,
that immediately upon conception life begins. And even if I did feel that way, I would think that the woman's right to make a decision like that is hers to make and not mine and yours. Because especially to force it on her with a rape, like the audacity, the nerve of anybody to tell someone they have to carry a rapist's cum in them and give birth to it. Like the audacity of you.
He always makes it sexy.
And by the way, if you feel that way, if that life is more important, then if you had a pistol and you were watching, say, one of your daughters, or say not even a woman you didn't know being raped, to remove it a little bit, would you shoot the perpetrator, or is his life so precious that it overrides that woman's right to not be raped?
Good question, sir.
That's where my hypocrisy as a human being steps in, and I blow his fucking head off.
But why?
It's a living thing.
I think once, and call it crazy, but once we've been on this planet, for a lack of better words, and we've made right or wrong decisions and choices, we as a collective group have a right to pass judgment because of your actions.
Right.
But you're trying to compare that to the innocence of someone who doesn't have a choice, who didn't make any decision, and just happens to be here under some relief.
Yeah, but I put that. I didn't mean to apologize for interrupting you. I do use that description, except I put it on the woman, not the baby. The innocence, not maybe the innocence as an adult woman, but the person who didn't have the choice and who didn't do anything wrong, you're giving that quality to the baby, and that's very admirable. I am giving it to the woman who was raped.
Unless she was dressed in short skirts.
Absolutely. If she had on pumps, I'm 100% with it.
Then, you know.
But I'm putting that, and again, not like childlike innocence, but I'm saying that if she is innocent and she has behaved, I'm pro-choice anyway. I don't necessarily like abortion, but I am for the woman's right to do it. But I'm giving that quality to the woman, her ability to live a good life and to not be forced to carry the baby of a rapist. I just don't. I think it's despicable that we would make a woman do that.
And what about the other side of it, the babies that aren't born because now this woman maybe will never get pregnant again or chooses not to?
Right.
Sir.
Hello?
I'm sorry, was that a question to me?
Yeah, I mean.
Why not?
Well, think about it. Let's say she aborts the baby, but now, she would get pregnant again eventually, and that would be her actual child. But that actual child would never have a chance because she was raped and decided maybe never to, give birth again. You know what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely, I do. And we could create all types of slippery slope situations to where we play the what if game. For me personally, it just comes down to whether or not it is a human being and whether or not it's alive. How it got to that point is irregardless. Are we killing a living being or not? Can we kill it at 5 weeks? Can we kill it at 12 weeks? Can we kill it at 28 weeks? Everyone's got their individual line that they've drawn in the sand. So for Jimmy, let's say it's up to the first 2 months or 3 months, and for you it's for the 6 months. That was the whole intent of my question, was where do we draw the line? When do we say it is a human being and it's not? Well,
before it can hold a rattle.
Yeah, I honestly.
Anytime before it grips a rattle.
It's a tough question. It's a tough question.
That's like 6 months in.
And maybe 3 weeks maybe 3 months is too far along. Like I think sometimes pro-abortionists go way too far, and they want a kid at 7 months to be able to be yanked out with his arm ripped off, and I don't agree with that. I think there's a line, and I would trust science to define it a lot more than anybody relying on what they think is the word of God.
The hardest point with that, though, is science and religion. No one on this fucking planet has been able to define when that divine spark of life enters the body. Is it at conception? I don't know shit, but I don't think so. I think when that first cell divides into 2, and then into 4, and then 8, I don't see person in that. Sorry. When it starts forming...
But maybe the universe does.
Maybe the universe does. You're right. Maybe it does. And then you could say, well, given the opportunity for that to gestate and come out, it will at some point be a real person with a personality, the ability to go on and have other kids. But does that mean that right from the start, it's that person? No, I don't think it does.
When does the heart start beating?
I don't think the heart beating means anything either.
But I'm just wondering. Because that would be closer to what we understand as life.
When does the brain form?
It's forming throughout everything has its place.
I don't completely disagree with the guy, because when I saw the sonogram of my son for the first time, like, holy shit, there's some stuff already developed this early on. I was blown away. I didn't realize.
The 4D technology that they have today, it's insane.
This guy loves babies. Shut up with your babies.
Yes.
Yuck.
Oh, tell me more.
I'm not going to argue your abortion stance. Like you have the right to feel that way and be pro-life and anti-abortion. That's fine. I mean, whatever. I just find anybody who would expect a woman to have a baby she was raped into having, I think that's just such a reprehensible point of view.
Well, to get involved, I think the woman should absolutely have the right to do whatever she wants, especially in that case. I think in all cases, but especially that case, you should leave her alone.
Rape makes time fly. I didn't even know it was 10 o'clock already. I'm like, fucking rape, man.
Hey, Ron, thank you, brother.
Hey, no problem. Punch it out. And when are you guys going to give out the 5 golden tickets already? I've only seen one.
What do you mean?
When you guys...
Your call was aborted. That's it. We fucking yanked you.
Wow. We got a little insight between Kirk Cameron, Rick Santorum, and that guy.
You know what surprised me?
Got a little
Opie?
insight.
You know what surprised me the most?
Huh.
We weren't able to change his mind on abortion.
No shit.
It's just, usually when I talk to people that are staunch anti-abortion people, I could change their opinion in no time. Yeah, and I've gone back and forth in my opinion. It's just one of those things that no one really gets that attached to.
I disagree with that.
It's just a waste of time, because you're not going to change anyone's mind. They think what they think on something like that, right?
Yes.
His logic was, look, if he sees his daughter being raped, he's going to do everything he can to kill, to make sure it doesn't happen. But when that sperm hits the egg in his world, it's too late.
He sees those balls tightening up, ready to shoot a load, and he's like, no! Yeah. He's jumping in with his open mouth, trying to get the seed before it goes in his daughter's vag. No!
he would prevent it from happening. But as soon as
once it hits, it's over.
That's where he really believes that his daughter should have the kid.
Yeah.
All right. That's how he thinks.
But that's what it is. People don't know when life actually starts. You're never going to get a real answer from it because it's a spiritual kind of a thing.
But I think as far as the universe goes, as soon as
the egg and the sperm hook up,
game on.
I don't know. You look at those cells breaking up, and it's like, who cares what that is?
I understand, but I think overall, universally, that's life.
How about a tumor? Like I said before, a tumor. A tumor is nothing but abnormal cells dividing, multiplying, making a mass. and why? That's a life in you. Why isn't that some kind of precious fucking thing?
Wow, good question.
It's just it's stupid. But it's a life.
It's some form of life.
It's some form of life.
So why are you killing that life?
Yeah, you don't know if maybe somewhere else.
It's very complicated.
Bunch of tumors are walking
Gary's
around
coming down the hall. What do you want?
Speaking of tumors, jeez. Speaking of a cancer,
somebody wrote something funny. What if Jim Norton was raped and got pregnant? Should he keep it? We need him to keep his lumpy figure. My awful body is common knowledge.
Lumpy figure. It's not the tumor.
Wow, look at the phones, though, man. You talking about abortion? Wow.
And it's like not even abortion. I'm arguing. I'm for it, but I get why people are against it. But to be a rape victim.
Worst case scenario.
God almighty. How the fuck do you tell a woman that she has to do that?
Worst case scenario. I don't
Some
know.
fucking animal puts his cum in her and she has to walk around and look at her stomach?
Yeah.
Maybe she feels like, okay, I'm going to have this kid and I feel like I should. That's fine,
her decision.
too.
Yeah, that's her
fine.
decision.
Maybe he fucked her better than her husband and she's pleased with it.
Yeah.
But to other people around you, giving that person the guilt that they have to have the kid, I'll never understand that. No fucking way. I think we did good with the ladies today. Ladies love us today.
Oh, please.
They gotta love us.
Yeah, the guy did just say irregardless, too. Someone on Twitter's pointing that out. He did say irregardless.
Irregardless of the situations.
Irregardless. Thinks that way. What are you gonna do? It's the world we live in.
Yeah.
That guy didn't sound like and that guy didn't sound like a dummy. He didn't sound like a dummy to me. That's how he thinks. Santorum thinks this way, and he's that close to being the fucking president.
Santorum's not a dumb guy.
He's not going to be our president, by the way. Not a chance in hell. But look how
E-Rock's
close
dumb.
he got. Yeah, E-Rock's dumb.
You just had to add that in.
E-Rock.
Sam isn't.
Home.
What?
That?
Damn.
It's 10:05. Just go home.
No, we do extra radio, Eric.
Like the way Eric thinks.
We don't mail it in like you.
Yeah.
I can't argue with E-Rock on this one.
I know. I'm kind of on E-Rock's side on this 10 o'clock.
He
Go
kind of
home.
got us on that one.
Go home.
By the way,
you want to talk about the rape quandary? E-Rock just gave us a quandary right there. We know we want to beat him up for the next half hour, but not on extra time.
No.
Maud is now running through my head a lot.
No, we're not going to do that.
Maud?
Joan of Arc had the Lord to guide her.
And then there's Maud.
It's been.
And then there's Maud.
Why are you doing this? We could have went home.
I know.
We had it out.
Joan of Arc with the Lord to guide her. She was a sister who really cooked. Isadora was the first provider. Angel glad she showed up. And when the country was falling apart, Betsy Ross got it all sold up.
Oh yeah.
And then there's Maud. 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 Uncompromising, enterprising, anything but tranquilizing. Right on, Maud.
Right on, Maud.
So, is it this great?
Womp, 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 womp.
Every fucking.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Boy. To double dose.
This has just been stuck in my fucking head.
Dude, it's ruining my life.
Womp, womp, womp. Womp, womp. That somebody says abortion music. Imagine this playing. Her feet are up in those stainless steel stirrups. Fucking horrid instruments going into her. Womp, 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 womp. Don't worry, I think we're. Oh!
And the abortionist is smiling like Norman Fell.
Yeah, he's got a plunger. He's just sucking the kid out.
Oh.
Womp, womp.
Womp. Da, 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 da. See you tomorrow, Tom?
I have one
Womp.
announcement.
See you tomorrow, Tom? Oh,
Yes.
Wait a minute.
I'll be doing the next Antisocial Comedy Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday. It's myself, Dave Attell, Nick DiPaolo, and Artie Lang. Saturday, June 9th, in the MGM Grand Theater at Foxwoods Resort Casino.
Ooh.
It sold out last time. It will sell out this time. Tickets on sale this Friday.
Holy shit, that's a huge announcement. Why you wait all day?
I forgot about it, but Nick DiPaolo is doing these shows. We're very happy that Nick has
and
agreed
Artie,
to do so.
you and David. Oh my God.
Yes.
Crazy. That's going to sell out.
It's going to be a very, very unhappy show.
Good for you. Good for you.
Thanks, brother.
See you all tomorrow.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Man, oh man, Sal, where on earth? Where in the blue hell,
Salvador,
Sal, do you think you're going? You should have seen. E-Rock, did you see how quick Sal went for that door?
I saw it.
Where in the shit, Sal, do you think you're going?
Oh, Sal, can you give me a coffee at Dunkin' Donuts?
Listen.
Don't give me the fingers, buddy. Whoa. Whoa.
Of all days, here on the Opie and Anthony Show, my name is Sam Roberts. I couldn't have been more happy today that all intern responsibilities have been completely taken away from me.
You were laughing. I love it.
You, Eric, were at the center of this. Travis was there. Why? First of all, why were the intern responsibilities taken away from me? I don't understand that. I never did.
Well, it was.
Did it have to do with the people I was hiring?
The tards?
No, that became secondary. But just associations with other things, they just decided to wipe the slate clean, and they said, well, he's the only one that hasn't had anything to do with them, so E-Rock is in charge. Yeah.
Or is the last intern you hired, all he say is, I like blue?
Yeah, that probably had something to do with it. I wouldn't have picked, Sal wouldn't have been one of my picks. You understand that.
Eric probably would have.
Oh, come on.
Eric, yeah. You would have been, Eric, you're closer along with one of my picks.
Tarditos.
So, first of all, E-Rock.
Yeah.
I think, this makes it very clear. Because a couple of weeks ago, it was more than a couple of weeks ago, it was probably 3 weeks ago, Club Soda Kenny called into the after show. And I remember this. Oh, yeah. He said, at least he's not a fucking cheese eater. About whoever I was talking about. I don't remember who I was talking about, but he said, at least he's not a fucking cheese eater. And that came out of nowhere. And I was like, what? And I said, I'm assuming at some point we'll figure out what you meant by that. Obviously, this had to have all been going down on that day. When he said, obviously, cheese eater refers to rat. And the controversy came up on the show today that Kenny had been asking Sal to run all the talent's food errands because Sal is the most responsible one. And Sal took umbrage with it because, number one, he was watching other interns just sit around and not do food orders. And this was no fault of their own, it's who was being asked. And number two, he was also, had graduated, we'll say, to the point where he was doing a lot of production work, a lot of other show work that he said wasn't getting done because he was on food orders all the time.
Yeah, less food runs. He earned the responsibility.
That's right, Roland.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got one. So what happened was, Sal, first tell me, that day, weeks ago, I guess it must have been 3 weeks ago, because that's the time frame that everybody's been talking about here, when Kenny said, at least he's not a cheese eater. Did you know what he was referring to?
Yeah, I asked you.
You did.
I asked you after we left the after show, and I said, did you pick up on what Kenny said? And he said, yeah, he was referring to you.
Yeah. Well, he thought that you had gone to management over all this.
Of course he would, because he's going to naturally be hostile towards me to begin with.
Kenny's naturally hostile towards you?
No. He's if he saw that I had a problem with him,
right,
of course he's naturally going to think that I was going to go to someone who's way, way above me and bring up such a minor bullshit issue.
Were you getting annoyed, though, feeling like you were like the premium intern and seeing like the other interns not like were you being asked to do more work simply because you were better at it?
Well, yeah, I think that's almost the sign of your internship is going well, is that, you you do good work. We're going to give you more work now. The only reward is more work in the end.
But then you realize you're stuck doing menial things that the other interns haven't even gotten a chance to do.
No, like I said earlier, O&A, and Jimmy, if anybody, a guest comes in, if they want something, they should absolutely fucking get it ASAP. And it should be correct.
With the guest, if I need coffee for a guest, Sal runs and does it.
Hang on, hotline call. You're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
Yeah, who do you think it is?
Club Soda.
Yeah, let's set the record straight, all right? And let's be perfectly clear about this. I didn't think anything.
Okay.
All right? I don't assume. I get my facts before I act. I was told who was the fucking rat. All right? So let that person admit that they fucking lied.
So, Eric, you told Kenny that Sal went to management over this, right?
Yes, and I told Kenny that Sal was the one who was complaining about all of it.
Did you lie when you said he went to management, or were you misinformed?
No, because at that time in the morning, I didn't know. Because when I got spoken to, Sal had gone from me, had gone to Travis, and then when management came and talked to me, then I was like, well, Sal complained. I told Kenny straight out that this is what was going on.
The problem was it was an assumption.
At that point.
Right.
Because I got spoken to.
So, Kenny, you were just going based on the information that you were given.
Why would I have any reason not to believe him? I asked him a direct question. He gave me an answer. So either he lied now or he's fucking backtracking to cover his ass.
No, it's not either one or the other. That's what I believed at the time. When you asked me about this, I told you straight out. Nobody was lying to you.
It seems like a reasonable assumption. You there, Kenny?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just relishing in the fact that look what happens when you assume. I get my facts before I act. I asked you, you answered me, and then I proceeded.
That was, I will say, Eric, on this one, that was an assumption, correct?
At that point, yes.
Yes. And now you know that. When did you find out that Travis had gone to Gary because he was trying to figure out how to get to the bottom of this and not Sal?
Later on, but at that point, this was the guidelines that were put in place. So, you know what? That's what we had to work with.
Mm-hmm.
So Kenny had to come talk to me. I was told that, and then I delegated it to the interns.
I understand. When did you find out that Sal did not go talk to management?
Sometime after that day's show. Maybe within the next day or two, somewhere around there. It wasn't that long, but at that point, it didn't dawn on me that this was a huge fucking problem.
Like, it wasn't new information today. Yeah?
Sam?
Yeah.
Sam?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but could we maybe discuss this after Kenny drops me off?
Is it making? Thank you, Opie. I appreciate it.
Well, first of all, he almost rear-ended a cab because he was looking for his phone when you guys started discussing this. I swear to you, I've never seen anyone swerve like he did to avoid an accident. And then he almost ran over a horse. So could we maybe give me, I don't know, I'll be home in 7 minutes, and then you can bring this back up, and then Kenny could call in again, because I'm a little scared.
I liked your observation today when he was going back and forth with Eric, with E-Rock, and you said, E-Rock, you're not going to win this. Kenny is a detective.
I'm glad someone picked up on that.
He will get the answers.
Of course, Kenny always gets to the bottom of things.
Kenny,
That's why we love him.
Does Kenny relish in this type of atmosphere because he can use the detective skills again?
I guess, but not on the way home today. You got him very excited. He didn't know where his phone was, and he's like, you know what? Screw driving. I need to find my phone.
Well, I have to believe that Kenny, this does excite Kenny, because he doesn't get to break out those old interrogation room skills very often.
Now, Sam, what excites me is I don't want to be misrepresented.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all get that. Kenny feels like he was being misrepresented, so obviously he had to call in.
Believe me, because I can do a lot of things to get myself in trouble. It's not.
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah. Just yellow. All right. I can do a lot of things to get myself in trouble on my own. I don't need anybody's help.
When this stuff comes up, do you enjoy the process of arguing your case, though, because you get to be the detective again?
No, I'm a has-been, and I take no pleasure in pointing out people's faults to themselves.
You don't? You don't take a little bit of pleasure in that?
Sam,
Yeah?
he can't multitask. He can't drive and argue at the same time. When are you going to understand what I'm trying to say here today?
Opie, was that a yellow light or was that a red light?
It was, I would go red.
It was close enough to red that you would have stopped.
Yes. And I go through stuff all the time.
Well, I mean, I want to talk about this, but your safety is paramount to me.
No, you can continue. It was more of a joke, I guess.
Thank God.
But the horse thing wasn't a joke, and the rear ending of the cab was absolutely not a joke.
How close did
You know, I love to drive distracted.
How close did you come to running over a horse?
Pretty close. I think we almost nipped its little ankle.
What's more dangerous, driving with Kenny? Huh?
Ankles.
Do horses have ankles?
I don't know.
Because I think we almost took out an ankle. Well, go ahead, Sam. What?
What's more dangerous, driving with Kenny when he's on the phone and in an excited state, or driving with Kenny when he's dozing off?
I've had both experiences. The dozing off is quite scary.
It is.
Nothing better than doing the exact same route to work for the last, 7 years, and him missing a turn because he's a bit sleepy or asleep.
Yeah.
That has happened a few times. And
Or-
I have to go, Kenny, left.
Or us sleep?
He almost ran over an old guy in his help.
And his walker.
That was close, too.
Well, he's agitated.
No, I do very well under pressure.
Are you? Does this agitate you? This thing that's going on here, Kenny?
Well, yeah, when you said, like, Kenny thought, I wanted to set the record straight. Because Kenny doesn't think. Nobody cares what Kenny thinks.
We all know Kenny doesn't think.
Most of us felt like you didn't have the ability to think.
That's what we're saying here today.
You're just a thought processor. I mean, a fact processor.
We like to call him a cyborg.
Yes. You just information is input, and then output is whatever the result of the information is.
Exactly. Right.
All right. Well, we'll watch our tongues then.
I'll explain that to you later, Kenny.
We'll have a safe trip home.
Well, I'm home now.
Yeah, he's just pulling up.
The whole ride is over now, thank God.
Thank God. I'm thankful not only for Opie, but for the lives of all those horses.
The horse was a little close, not gonna lie. But these idiot horses, we see it all the time. All of a sudden they decide they need to make a complete U-turn in traffic.
And the guy who's trying to drive the horse and buggy is trying to get the horse back on track. No!
No, it has nothing to do with the horse. The guy just takes off in traffic. I've seen it a million times. I'm surprised more horses aren't hit by cars in the city.
Yeah, they don't obey traffic rules.
All of a sudden he goes, I got to make a U-turn, and just starts its U-turn, assuming everybody else is going to stop and get out of its way.
Ugh. All right, well,
Terrific on the show today, man.
have a good day.
Yeah, I will.
Bye, GH.
Bye.
Hey, Kenny, how's traffic, by the way?
It's a little congested where I am now.
What about other roads around the area?
I don't know. It looks like sunny and dry and clear, so hopefully I'll have a smooth ride home.
Well, that's great. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Should I let you go, or do you want to just be on hold, or do you want to just be on the phone?
No, I'll listen, but the minute you say something wrong, I'm calling back.
Okay, that's fair. We'll be watching.
If anybody calls, says something out of line,
Okay.
I don't want to be misrepresented.
I wouldn't want to misrepresent you. I wouldn't want to have you misrepresented on this show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else could you talk about, though?
Well, I mean, we talk a little bit about Evan, who was in here on Friday, the old intern. He told me some...
Evan Seaman?
Yeah, he told me some funny stuff about what he's doing now. We could talk about Twitter and people being blocked. We could talk about the little camera attachment that Anthony got on his iPhone today. There's a bunch of
the Harry
stuff.
T thing where he got yelled at for doing instant feedback.
Talk about Harry T. There's a whole bunch of stuff to talk about today.
Do you want to talk about the antisocial comedy show at Foxwoods?
Talk to me.
It's going on sale Friday.
Really? Who's going to be on the lineup?
Oh, it's a new lineup now.
Who is it? Do you remember?
Of course.
Good.
You saying I'm stupid?
I'm not going to answer that.
All right.
Who's the lineup?
Well, it's hosted by Jim Norton,
Mm-hmm.
and it features Dave Attell,
Yeah.
Marty Lang,
Yeah.
and the newcomer, Nick DiPaolo.
That's going to be a great show.
It sure is.
These antisocial networks.
Foxwoods is a great place.
Yeah, well, I can't. When is that happening?
In June 9th.
And tickets go on sale Friday?
Yes.
Be on the lookout for that. Start saving your money now, ladies and gentlemen. Start saving your pennies now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Kenny, I'm going to get back to this, but feel free to call in if you feel misrepresented.
All right, Sam. Thanks. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Kenny. Goodbye.
Hey, how's your Sunday afternoon show going?
It's gangbusters right now. I mean, last week we had Kurt Schilling and Dr. Ruth on. Yesterday, Kurt Schilling and Dr. Ruth were on. I don't know what's going on this week. We'll probably have an interview or two and some topics. It's a great show.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I missed it the last couple Sundays.
Well, we lacked having you call in, but hopefully you'll be back at it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Kenny.
How's your Hits 1 show going?
It's going. I mean, if you're into that type of thing, it's just me talking for 5 to 8 seconds between songs about nonsense.
Yeah, how's your podcast going?
The podcast is going very well. Very well. It's on iTunes.
That's good. And how's Troy today?
Troy's really good. Troy, I talked to him a little bit. Actually, while your segment was on today, while you were arguing, while you and Sal and E-Rock and Travis and everybody were in here arguing and trying to figure out what was going on, I ran out of the studio and ducked into Troy's studio to say, isn't this the greatest thing ever? And Troy said, yes, it's awesome.
Yeah, Troy's awesome. Did he make any new mixtapes lately?
I don't know, but you could check it out on Troy Kwan on Twitter. Thank you, Kenny. I'm going to get back to this now.
Wait.
What?
How's Roland doing?
Roland's fine. He was in here a minute ago. He pitched a guest that I think we got approval on. It looks like Edge from WWE will be in here tomorrow. It's very exciting.
Is he following his diet?
You'd have to ask Roland, you know.
Well, you don't know?
No, I don't know that answer.
Oh, what's your problem with Roland all of a sudden?
I don't have any problem with Roland. I think he's a great guy. Me and him get along very well.
All right, if you say so.
All right, Kenny, goodbye.
Wait, do you want some more questions?
Nope. See, talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Sometimes you just have to cut him off, Sal. At any point during today's whole fiasco, did you think to yourself, why didn't I just keep getting the food orders? I should have just kept getting breakfast.
As soon as it started, I thought that.
Where's the other intern? Get that other intern back in here.
Eric.
He's coming in. He's answering your phones.
Like he's somebody special.
Yeah.
He should know he's shit under your feet, right, Sal? Go get you go get the fucking food. I've got real work to do. That's what you say to these interns, right?
Can I sit down? Is that all right?
Sit down. Have yourself a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Eric, this whole time, we didn't get the voice of the other intern, because this whole thing was based... If you didn't hear the argument, definitely. It was like the second segment of the show. The replay starts at 3 p.m. as always, but definitely check it out today, because it was... I mean, as far as I'm concerned, awesome.
I thought it was horrible.
Well, that's because you were at the center of it. Of course you did. You know why you thought it was horrible? Because the rest of the audience doesn't feel the stress and the, oh my God, what did I do? I made the wrong move. Like, Kenny is the worst person on the show to get into an argument.
He's calling out, probably.
He's the worst person on the show to get into an argument with, because he did this professionally. First of all, he's a giant. And second of all, he doesn't even have to use his physical stature to win this thing, because he was a detective. He interrogated he interrogated people for a living. I'm assuming this is you, Club Soda Kenny.
Yeah, you better put me on hold, because I'm going to go in the Lincoln Tunnel, and I'm going to lose the signal. And I want to hear, if God forbid, that other kid opens his mouth about me.
Okay, I'm going to put you on hold.
All right, thanks.
Okay. All right, Club Soda Kenny's on hold. Kenny's always listening, but feel free to speak openly and honestly with me, Eric. First of all, E-Rock, did you hire this intern simply because you wanted somebody else with the name Eric?
No, not at all.
Is that true?
I'm 100% positive.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because people like their own names, and you have a bit of an ego.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Spelled differently, though.
Well, how is your name spelled?
I got a C, he's got a K.
You bet he does.
That's right.
So Sal is in here, right? And he's saying, I've been doing this for a while.
Yes.
All right? I'm doing production.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing all kinds of shit for the show that's a little bit above food orders.
Of course.
Why aren't some of these other, as he put it, jamokes? I believe Was that the word you used, Sal?
Yeah, it was something along those lines.
Jamokes. Why don't one of these jamokes, these newbie interns, why don't one of them go down and get a fucking, what he said, fucking food order for a change for once in their meaningless lives?
And then, God damn it, I think I was like,
God damn it.
Well, God damn it! I established the first day here that I'm willing to do anything and everything that is asked of me. And,
Until it gets asked a bit too much, and then you sal out a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you feel? How did it make you feel as one of the other interns to know that Sal was looked at as superior to you and the other guy?
Well, as a listener of the show, I had heard Sal on air, the previous semester.
He must have been a really close listener. He wasn't on the air that much.
But I've heard the fighting amongst the other interns. So, yeah, I knew of Sal when I came here. He basically showed me the way and how to do things because when the show's going on, Eric's busy, running the show. So anything going on behind the scenes, Sal's helping me out with and showing me what to do because obviously he's a production guy and he's doing a lot for.
Yeah, but how did it make you feel to know that he was simply trusted more than you to get food? Because you'd think getting food would not be the most arduous task. I remember when I was an intern, 98% of the time I did. I was gangbusters when it came to getting food.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to, I didn't even have the opportunity at that point to show if I was stupid or not. So I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Well, maybe it was your personality that people got a whiff of.
Yeah, hey, I'm a nice guy. Come on.
Yeah, nice.
And I'm not a retard. So
right.
I feel like I can fulfill the small duties that are asked of me properly. I can't believe.
But then, what happened?
I don't know. I guess.
Were you the one who didn't bring the napkins?
Yeah, I forgot the napkins.
Sal.
Well, I brought them crumpled in my jacket.
Sal,
that was.
You put crumpled up napkins in your jacket?
Yeah, I put the napkins in the jacket.
If you were getting a food order from somebody,
I know.
would you want them to pull crumpled up napkins out of their jacket? Somebody would assume there's a chewed up piece of gum in one of them.
Yeah, well, I had nowhere else to put them. So.
Sal, does that disgust you?
That's incredible.
Did he put those chewed up napkins in his pocket?
I let everyone down that day.
Did you ever miss the napkins, Sal?
Maybe like once early on.
Yeah.
But no.
Rookie move.
Well, that was my first run for coffees on my own in the morning, so it was kind
And
of
you
panicked.
You don't use napkins.
No, I don't use napkins.
Unless they're crumpled up in your pocket.
Right,
and you're just handing them off to somebody. So, did you realize ahead, did you realize before all this happened that Club Soda Kenny valued Sal's skills as a food getter far more than yours?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it was obvious because Sal was always asked.
How did that make you feel?
Not bad. I understood the comfortability with Sal, so I didn't really.
But there wasn't any need to, hey, I want to step up and prove that I can do this too.
Well, yeah, of course. I was always willing, but the comfortability factor and
you could be
else.
as willing as anybody, but it's a matter of on the other end if Kenny wants to.
But why don't you step up and say, "Hey, Kenny, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play."
No. You don't,
today.
You don't talk to Kenny.
Yeah.
Kenny talks to you. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
Why? You could talk to Kenny. He's a person.
So,
you don't think so, Sal?
Well, no. Kenny. When you're talking with Kenny, he's great, but you don't need to bother him with whatever bullshit that.
But you can't be like, "Hey, let me have a shot at this one, K-Dog."
No.
Yeah,
you ever
the
called?
impression that I got from the beginning was no. Wait to be asked.
Who told you that?
It was just how I'm a viewer and an observer, and that's how I observed.
That's how you perceived it.
Yes, absolutely.
What did you base that perception on?
Well, that I guess Kenny would go up to Sal and give him the order or give him the card, and then
you're just like, "Hey, man, if he's getting the food, it's cool with me, bro."
Well, at that time, I was also hopping on the phones because Paul wasn't here full time, so I was hopping on the phones.
He's not here full time now. He didn't even show up again today. When was the last time he did a full week, full time?
Paul's probably listening though.
Is he?
He's always listening to the after show.
He should. So should everybody. Yeah. It's a great show. He actually only listens to the after show because just in case there's any Paul mentions.
Hey, Colin.
Yeah, exactly. Now he knows who Paul is. Well, this guy in Flint, Michigan, wrote on the instant feedback, "Whoever is the intern that answers the phones is awkward. He just answers with O&A. If you've never called, you don't know to say your name and where you're from." Is that you?
No, I say
E to the Rick?
No, I say, "Oh, nay, what you got?" And then when they tell me, I go, "All right, what's your name? Where you from?"
That's just a different method.
Yeah,
Everybody's got to understand it.
I think I followed. I think I observed Paul doing that, so I think that's
You don't want to. Don't take
Well, I
anything.
know,
from
but
Paul.
he,
You don't want
he's
to.
the phone guy, so I was like, you know what?
Think about it this way. Paul has been here. Paul's been here way longer than Sal. Technically, I mean, he started before. Who's made more of an impact for you as a listener?
Oh.
Who are you more familiar with in last semester?
Yeah.
When both Paul and Sal were here, who were you as a listener more familiar with?
I'd say Sal.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then once you got here, and you observed for a couple weeks, who would you say gets more shit done?
I'd say Sal.
Okay,
hotline.
That's on
wait, no, he doesn't have the hotline number.
He doesn't. He doesn't have the. Is that right? Paul doesn't have the hotline
Yeah,
number.
Paul's been giving me shit lately, so I don't mind giving a little.
Eric, write all this stuff down. This stuff is gold. So you're okay being a second tier intern?
Sure. Yeah, I know my place, and you know.
Do you think now that this has been laid out, everything is crystal clear?
Yeah.
Sal is simply too valuable to go on food runs. Now that that's been established, he's simply too valuable to the show to do that, and that was actually established by Sal. He said, "I am too valuable to do that." Now that that's sort of the law of the land.
Yeah.
How do you feel as in you're the guy who gets food runs because you're not nearly as valuable as Sal?
Well, you know, like I said, I know
That's the law. That's not me.
But I know Sal's willing to help, but I also know Sal has a lot more on his plate than I do, and I don't mind doing those things. I really don't.
I got all these chicks out here. They're like, "Wow,
They're all, you know.
is that Sal, the intern?"
That's me.
He used to get food.
Should I start like crooning them or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Just pick up the mic and be like, "Hello."
I wonder what they're all looking at. There's one guy.
I mean, we're doing radio here, so you know.
Is that exciting to you?
It's exciting.
You're excited yourself.
Yeah.
Are you? Do you, Eric? You're a fan of the show, I guess.
I sure am.
So while you're sitting in here, the whole time, are you going, "Holy shit, I'm on the air! Holy shit, I'm on the air"?
No.
Well, have you thought about the fact that you're on the air right now?
No.
Have you thought about the fact that just like you were just a fan, you know, like Marky Mark Wahlberg in the film Rockstar.
Sure.
And you were just
That's
sitting
like
there
me.
in the crowd going, "Stand up and shout!" You know what I mean? And now you're on stage with, what is it, Steel Dragon?
Yes, Steel Dragon. Yeah.
You're on stage with Steel Dragon, and there is an arena full of people, multiple arenas full of people hanging on your every word. Is he going to be able to get food? They all care so deeply.
That's right. No, I'm not too. You know, this. I sure as a listener, it's an honor to be on air. But I was also on air. I was on the couch with Zilches over the summer, so I got on air a little bit with you for the after show one time. So
Is that right? He didn't make
right.
a big impact.
And no, I didn't.
will say
I
that.
did not at all. I do a stupid college radio show, so I'm used to being in front of a mic.
What, I'm trying to get plugs out.
Oh,
You're
that's
used
right,
to.
that's
I'm
right.
used to being in front of a mic. Yeah, but the only difference
I
is
want to bring my listenership
the
up
difference.
by one.
The difference is, as much as you're used to being in front of a mic, the other side of this mic has people listening.
Yeah,
whereas
exactly.
your
You
college
are right.
radio show,
You're right.
nobody.
Whereas it's like, you know, I'll tell my mom to tune in or something because no one else listens. You know.
Sal.
Yep.
What do you think of this guy? He's already. To me, he's a little cocky.
No. I genuinely like Eric. He's a cool dude.
Thank you.
Me and Eric spoke more in our first day of meeting each other than I did with
the other one.
What was his name?
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot.
Julian?
You had a really shitty intern with you.
Oh, did I?
And
Yes.
you hated him.
Oh, I loved him.
So now, what about the other intern who's not here today? The
yeah,
one
he's
who's way too
cool.
old to be an intern. He's just like nothing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I only work with him once a week.
Is he going to be able to get food done? Do you think, Eric?
I don't.
He's done it.
Yeah, sure.
Is he all right at it,
Yeah,
Eric?
he's fine at it.
E-Rock?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I get coffees, he gets the food.
Let me ask
got
you.
a little thing worked out.
E-Rock, the sex man. Who is better at food? This Eric or what's the other one's name?
Michael.
Mike.
Mark Cuban.
Mark Cuban is rolling. Roland is trying to get that to catch on. Who's better at food between those two interns?
I'd say it's about even with those two. There's been no other than the napkin incident. There's as far as I'm aware.
Wait. There's been one problem, and it's been the napkin incident?
The napkin incident.
Then
That
I
was
would
the
say
food.
Mike would be better than you.
That was coffee, though. That wasn't even food. That was
That's coffee is almost, you know.
That was coffee.
Listen,
coffee's top tier.
you got grown ass.
Oh,
You got some.
that makes it even worse.
You got grown ass men
You're
who are
right.
sitting here at 6 o'clock in the morning trying to entertain some people. I think they might be a little bit reliant on that cup of coffee.
Well, they got the coffee. They just didn't get the napkin.
What
That
happens
was
if they
the problem.
spill a little?
I know. Well, it was crumpled. You know.
in your pocket. Hey, let me get you one out of my pocket.
Yeah,
It's snot on it.
Exactly. It's disgusting.
Well, I just threw it in there last second, and as soon as I pulled them out, I knew I was in deep shit.
Yeah. Eric, you got
which one?
E-Rock, sorry, the sex man. I'll call you for short. Sex man. You got heated today.
Yeah, because
you got frustrated.
Yeah, because I think this whole thing had gone way too far when it didn't need to.
But that's the beauty of this.
I know.
We take
I'm not,
it to there.
It's not like I'm surprised by it either. It's just, this is something that just, I don't know, should not have gotten to this level.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe it shouldn't have gotten to this level, but this is the type of thing that whether people will admit it or not, and this happens to everybody, all you out there, this happens to you in your daily lives. It's these little things that don't actually matter that absolutely fester and fester within a person until something happens. So it's much better that we tackle this on the level for what it is than we let it fester and resentments. Sal walks around here and he starts requesting a director's chair or whatever else he needs. Hey, I understand this intern's going to get Opie and Anthony's coffee, but who's getting the Sal man a drink or something? Huh? How do you expect me to stay up and... hey, Eric, while you're going out, why don't you fetch me a little something? Make sure there's 2 sugars in it, not 1. I like it sweet.
That's right.
Oh, that's good.
Eric, does it frustrate you because you have to explain yourself on such a... you're being questioned?
No, it frustrates me because I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble here.
Except
I'm trying to make
you told
sure.
Kenny that I was the one who went to Gary.
That bothered you somewhat.
I'm not going to lie to him.
It definitely bothered... You did, though.
I didn't know at that time. I said that already.
Take everything that E-Rock's done to help you, which I think you're bullshitting a little bit. But everything that E-Rock's done, I don't think he's done much. But everything that E-Rock's done to help you, take it out of the equation. Right. It annoyed you that he assumed.
Oh no, it still definitely annoys me.
Right.
But like I said, Eric has hooked me up plenty of times, so it's all good. You know what I mean? It's fine. And
you're willing to look past.
Essentially, by him making that statement, it would only create a bad blood between me and Kenny, which I wished and hope still to this moment in time that it would develop over time.
I will say off the air, there was a handshake that went down between Sal and Club Soda Kenny.
There was,
and that was a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, and I feel much better about it now.
Eric, you started shouting at Kenny though. Do you have the clip of that?
Hold on.
How long is it?
30. Well, there's 2 versions. There's 17 and 33.
Yeah, just give me the short one. Just as E-Rock, Kenny was questioning on some shit, and E-Rock again, he was making assumptions, and that's where Kenny was misinformed. But this is E-Rock now screaming back at Kenny.
Stop playing stupid. You're not that dumb.
Kenny, I don't care about any of this. I'm trying to work with you here
just
on
tell
this.
the truth.
Give me the.
You don't want to say it because the guy's standing right next to you.
I said Sal early, and you said no.
Is that E-Rock?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sound like a girl. Your voice does go up a few octaves when you get upset.
Yeah.
Does this make your life more difficult? Because you are the man who was named intern boss when all of the others. And the reason, as you said, the reason that you were named intern boss is because every single other person on the staff failed at it. Like we all failed. You were the one person who was left. Does it make your life more difficult? Steve Sterniolo is outside the window pointing at his head. We have other things to deal with than the fact I'm wearing a hat. Breaking news, I have a hat on.
Oh, boy.
I didn't
now,
notice you this morning.
back to what we were talking about before I was rudely interrupted by that moron. Well, he's an idiot. You got to admit that. Eric, does it make your life difficult? Like with management and stuff, because you're the intern boss, and there was an intern incident that exploded and spilled over on the air.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it does, especially when you have to be in charge of some people. But I was trying to do everything I possibly could to make sure it never got to that level.
And that's why you got frustrated.
Because I don't want. This is something that shouldn't have happened, and nobody should be arguing over this stuff. I mean, this is a non-issue that blew up into a big issue. And I'm sitting there, and I did all I possibly could, other than accept the assumption, which I apologized to Kenny, that he got upset with, and it caused other problems. But it wasn't malicious. I wasn't lying at that time. That's what I was meant to believe.
What have we learned from this? We'll start with you, Eric. What have we learned?
Which Eric? Me?
Yes, okay. E-Rock the sex man.
I learned that I don't know what I learned. I just learned that I just don't want to piss Kenny off anymore. I really don't. I try so hard to just make sure everything is smoothed out.
Well, then I think you've learned not to make assumptions. Haven't we?
Nah, at that time, it's...
Haven't we?
No.
No. Sal, so Eric, you've learned nothing. Sal, what have you learned?
A lot of stuff, actually.
Like, what's the big thing? What's the number one thing?
Well, I guess just you have to be very careful in everything that you say and everything that you do, because honestly, like, he was talking before about how he's thinking about what all the listeners are thinking right now. Yeah. The entire time I was in here with the O&A today, all I could think about is if I was listening to this shit right now, I would turn the radio off. And if O&A approve it, that's great. But I just think that, like, this is such a bullshit issue.
I would listen to that bit, the whole break. Yeah, 7 times today.
Yeah.
No, and I probably will go home and
Sal,
do that.
there's been worse fights on this show that people just rave about to this day.
Right, I know, but it's such a bullshit thing.
Eric, the intern, I'm going to assume you've learned nothing because you strike me as kind of a dull guy.
Well, I'm not a dull guy. Come on, I learned that a crumpled napkin is not a kind napkin, folks.
You see what I mean? He's not sharp.
That's the kind of comedic stylings you hear on his radio show.
Yeah, he would have been one of my picks for sure. Stay tuned. Ron and Fez are coming up next. They got a giant show planned for you. We'll be back with more of this tomorrow. Goodbye.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey.
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 Next.
Hey.